forget, but it's too soon. You never left an endless loop. Turn back time in my mind. I'll press rewind till you're mine. Wake up again, it's noon. Your silhouette, it fills my room. Is this the right thing or just deja vu? Send me a sign till I crash into you. I'm still stuck in the past, can't see it through. So tell me, yeah, tell me if you feel it too. Send me a sign till I crash into you. I'm still stuck in the past, can't see it through. So tell me, yeah, tell me if you feel it too. phone, and I can't wait to answer. We watch the sunset, I'm thinking about forever. You know that I'm looking forward to life with you. Sun-kissed summer nights, I get drunk off the way you say my name, and I don't want anyone but you. So baby, tell me you want me to. I'm working 3 jobs, California living, and on my days off, you know just what I'm thinking. As long as I'm coming home to you, then I'm good. I love the sunshine, but you're my favorite season, and baby, you're all mine. You know I'm never leaving. As long as I'm standing next to you, I'm so good. Drunk off the way you say my name, and I don't want anyone but you. So baby, tell me you want me to. Sun-kissed summer nights, I get drunk off the way you say my name, and I don't want anyone but you. So baby, tell me you want me to. I'm working 3 jobs, California living, and all my days off, you know just what I'm thinking. As long as I'm coming home to you, then I'm good.
I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again. Keeping your heart on hold. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again.
through. I see the feeling in your eyes. No, I hate to leave you lonely with your mind. Made a wish for my heart to stay. Don't know why I've been feeling scared. Now our world feels so far away. Why do I run when I'm safe and I'm sound? If I'm being honest, tonight is my promise. Tomorrow I'm gone. Tomorrow I'm gone. Tomorrow I'm
Blue lights, never knew that they would glow so bright like yours. The night, think I need a little space in my mind to frame just the same image that I have when I quit that game. Hear your voice in my brain. You got really close now, think you got it close now, and I'll take just the same photo in my head before I quit that game. Hear your voice, I'm afraid that you got it close to say. I'm falling to pieces. Better if I be alone right now. Got 100 reasons why can't I be myself somehow. That's all I know. Baby, I ain't gonna lie, haven't been here for some time on the road. Better if I be alone for now. Don't cry. Take my blood and turn your tears into wine on the heaven's wrong side. I didn't know that I could make this right. On the edge, holding my breath, legs get weak and I take a look back. Cross your eyes and lose my head. Think I'm really close now, it's good to be close like that. And I'm falling to pieces. I don't wanna be alone right now. Got 100 reasons why I couldn't be myself somehow. That's all I know. Baby, I ain't gonna lie, haven't been here for some time on the road. I don't wanna be alone right now.
I know it's summer, but you say chills like winter. I stay locked, got you in my center. Enter, call it in like December. Got 'em all beat, you master like Splinter. When you come with your splendor, got me burning up because of your embers. I go long, there won't be no ender. Call me when you want and I'll be your vendor. I wanna see you when I can, see you with a tan, see you in the sunshine, see you in the sand. I see you being cramped, but now we outside. Wanna take you back inside, let me see you with the jam, the jam. I'm so eager, higher than in Indonesia. Pull me down, put me in a freezer, freezer. The gifts and your features. I'm a student in the room that be crushing on a teacher. I wanna be an overachiever. If you don't believe, be an unbeliever. Make you feel good, I'm your reliever. All I need is that one procedure.
I used to shrink just to fit in your frame. Called it a bond, but I was stuck in your game. Your old smile won't making me feel like a chore. Now I'm fine, I don't need you all anymore. All these years and your half-meant cheers, but I've seen my soul and cleared my fears. I got no pain, tears.
It's almost like I missed you, but I could never let myself forget all my love you misused, so I won't play your games. And all the times I feel something, there's a voice in the back of my head telling me to keep running, 'cause all that you are is regret. No, I don't need your love, I don't need your touch, I don't need anything, anything now. You gave up on us, now your time is up. I don't need anything, anything now. I don't need your love, 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 I don't need your love. Speaking to the mirror to listen to someone who is making sense. It's never getting clearer. Can't cut you out the frame. And all the times I feel something, there's a voice in the back of my head telling me to keep running, 'cause all that you are is regret. No, I don't need your love, I don't need your touch, I don't need anything, anything now. You gave up on us, now your time is up. I don't need anything, anything now. I don't need your love, 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 I don't need your love.
I just wanna know if you feel it building, 'cause I don't wanna cave too soon. I've been on fire, the flames are working through my body and mind when I'm with you. So reach out for me, won't let you fall, 'cause every breath with you, it feels like home. Like home, home. Every breath with you, it feels like home. love, pull me back to earth. So reach out for me, don't let you fall. 'Cause every breath with you, it feels like home. Like home, you're under your protection.
I'm running through this town like I don't care. I'm hoping you will answer all my prayers. I will try my best and I will breathe again. 'Cause I'll give you everything. All of my love, all of my love. I give you all of my love, baby. All of my love, baby. All of my love, all of my love. I give you all of my love, baby. All of my love, baby. I give you all of my love, baby.
dancing through the night. I hold you close. I think it's just surreal. You say I'm beautiful. I tell you you're so special. I can't believe what I feel. But when the sun comes up, you will be gone and I'll be lost. But I don't lose hope because I know you won't go forever. 'Cause when the sun goes down, you will be there for me. Dreams shining in the dark. You hold me tight. I think it's still unreal. I don't know what to do. I don't know what is happening to me. You will be gone and I'll be lost. But I don't lose hope because I know you will go forever. 'Cause when the sun goes down, you will be there for me. You will be there for me. Good intentions won't begin to heal what you broke. Starting fires, pray for rain. Won't work when I'm all out of pain. It used to be so easy, postponing all daisies. Everything felt breezy, luscious and dreamy. Then like thunder, you scorched me through and through till I had nothing more to lose. I don't think you're sorry. I think you call 'cause you're lonely and want to fall. You fool me twice with your plastic heart. You work again just 'cause I'm falling apart. Your true colors show in the way you call a home. You kept me breathing, pushing out our daisies, kept fueling our dreams, sweet as on repeat. I don't think you're sorry. Oh no, I think you call 'cause you're lonely
I need love, and all these things keep running through my mind, and it's no wonder, no wonder I keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. Keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. Keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. So tell me why you're all goodbye when I'll never let you go, never let you go away. And it's no wonder, no wonder I keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. Keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. Keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. I keep running back to you. I keep running back to you.
Finally, it's time. The drivers have done their qualifying, the preparations have gone on throughout the week, and finally, it's time for Mazda Masters 2026. My name is Dennis Page, joined by David Christie. Welcome to the show.
I've got to be honest, right? I am trying to be a grown up here, but inside I am so excited. We're finally here. Weeks of preparation. This is like a who's who of sim racing here in South Africa. Beyond excited. And what a wonderful way to pay tribute to a glorious, glorious moment in motorsport history. Of course, that iconic 1991 Le Mans victory for the Mazda 787B. We've got so much to talk about, and luckily we've got 6 hours together, not just me and Ernest, but you guys and girls out there at home as well who are going to be joining us. We want to see you in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat. Get involved, and we will keep each other company for the next few hours.
So many prizes are at stake for the drivers. Over 80,000 rands worth of prizes, almost unheard of. And of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors, and none more than Mazda Southern Africa, Mazda Finance, of course, a product of Westbank. We've got Ignition, we've got Tiger Wheel and Tire, King Price, Engine Extreme, and of course, VAPS HCV. But that's not all when it comes to prizes, folks. You out there can win prizes too. So join us on Twitch, get involved, get engaged. There are going to be some quizzes. Some of the questions, David, we might give away some of those answers at some stage in between the threads of conversation, but some of them we're going to keep between just the two of us and maybe some of our sponsors. The rest of the guys, you guys out there will have to figure out those answers to stand a chance of winning some of the many prizes up for grabs.
It's ridiculous how much is on offer, not just for the drivers, not just for the teams, but for you at home as well. Unfortunately, Ernest, I've asked that question. We're not allowed to take part. So we've been blacklisted. Unfortunately, there's not going to be no David Christie taking part in Twitch chat on that one. But it means all the more for you out there at home as well. So very much looking forward to that. But again, it kind of is all about the racing here.
Yeah, well, so much to talk about. And let's get into that car, David, the 787B. Absolutely iconic. I think it's a fan favorite amongst all of us that grew up with Gran Turismo, or if you just love Group C racing, Le Mans racing, sports cars, or just cars that sound like nothing else. I know you've been doing a lot of research on that engine, on that car. There's so much to talk about. We've got 6 hours to talk about it, but let's do a sort of a highlights package of the car firstly. An iconic Mazda, that's for sure, isn't it, David?
Well, firstly, you mentioned Gran Turismo. Firstly, if you ever came round to my house on GT3 and showed up on the 787B, you were instantly kicked out. That's one of the cheat cars in the game. You're just not getting that. But it is an absolute monster of a car. As many of the drivers are actually coming to find out, for a lot of these sim racers, this was their first exposure to this car, and it is an unforgiving beast. Really accurate to real life, the mod that we've got in the sim, but it just blew the competition away with just how rugged and how reliable it was. That was what won the 91 Le Mans story for that. And that is what we're going to have to see here as well. Through the 6 hours, yes, it might not be 24, but it is still going to rely on that determination and that resiliency as well. You know, no late heroes into turn one, but the car itself, I mean, I am not the most technical person when it comes to cars, so I'm the last person you should let near the bonnet of your car. However, the research that I was 2 a.m. doing rabbit hole research on this thing. The things now that I know about rotary engines, it's not worth. But we will bring that all through the next 6 hours as well. So it looks like, Ernest, we are just about ready to head to the grids.
Almost time. Luke Edison leads us off. Chris Stoltz in there, Oretile, Motswagosele, Elric Enslen. All these names are familiar, I'm sure, to many of the sim racing fans out there. We'll be digging into their bios as the day goes on. Just know that these are some of the fastest sim racers in the country. Some of these teams consist of 2 or 3 drivers, and they'll be alternating these drivers over the course of 6 hours. They've had plenty time to practice, and as you mentioned earlier on, David, this car is exceptionally difficult to drive. We've got tire wear built in, we've got damage built in, we've got engine damage built in, we've got over revving. It's not allowed. There's no over rev protection here. So if you rev the car too high, you could blow the engine. And there are telltale signs that will show up on screen of this happening. We've got telemetry data, we've got onboard cameras, and our team have been going behind the scenes to bring you arguably what I think is one of the best products when it comes to broadcasting sim racing I've ever seen. So I'm very excited to get stuck in, and it's almost time to go racing.
It's difficult to be a consummate professional right now because I am just giddy with excitement. But the big talking point, 0 Point Racing on pole position. Cody Sherritt setting a time of 3:19.821. That is just absolutely absurd.
Unbelievable.
About 15 seconds faster than the real life pole time, which just shows how much they're pushing these cars. However, what we saw during the warm up and what really gave us hope here is the fact those times are now down to about a spread between 3 seconds, whereas we were seeing significant difference in the qualifying laps here. So I'm really excited for a big close race here.
Well, some of these guys have been running traction control over the last couple of days, but now all of a sudden, all of that has been removed as we head to the start of the race. As you can see, Luke Addison in first place, Chris Stoltz second, Oretile in third place, Elric Enslen in fourth position over here. A star-studded top 4 indeed. JP Gosselin in fifth place, Jeff LaRue in sixth, seventh, Moad Murta, and Omar Khan all the way from Cape Town in 8th position. Then we move on to our 9th and 10th man, Bernard Barkhuizen, Ashton Engelbrecht, Nico Quintal, and Giovanni in 12th place of there. As you can see, they're using a pool of different liveries, David. Henry Kotze up next, Gian Geyser, Tristan Rosavia, another familiar name on the sim racing scene, Hannes Kruger. Some of these drivers having won multiple championships in various disciplines, and again, we'll get into that later. Then, of course, bring up the rear Samuel Vilakazi and Van Jube in the TGN Racing Simulators car. Mazda 787B, so many on the grid. All these cars are the same, but they have allowed different setups, David, which means these drivers have been able to tweak these cars. But I've got to say, when it comes to the sim itself, off factor, you can see the movement of the cars. You can see the way the cars lean and pitch under load. You can see the sparks flying out from beneath the cars. And it just goes to show that these cars are set up, I think, in a compromised way because they're not the most comfortable cars to drive. These guys have set these cars up for speed. And David, what are your thoughts on that, setting the cars up for that compromise?
Yeah, like it's a great point because we saw in qualifying the pace that they had. You're not going to be able to take that setup through into the race. It would be absolutely unworkable. Your tires would be dead in 3 laps. And this is something that we've heard from the dirt drivers. Tire wear is going to be absolutely critical to the management of this race here. The other thing I wanted to bring up here is that the pictures that we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, that's a live pace lap. So it's not like other games where it's on autopilot and the cars are
And
automatically taking
You can
part.
crash on the live pace lap as well.
Not that I would ever know that, Ernest, at all. Because I've done that many
I'm
a
asking the
times.
wrong person. You would never
Yeah.
do that.
I drove the pace car once and managed to crash that as well. So you can see why my esports career never took off, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got
But
6 hours to delve into these stories as
Please
the
don't.
drivers now head down through the final section. Looks like they've just come out of Arnage and heading towards the Porsche curves. It's a long, long way around to do a pace lap on a track that is exceptionally long. It's a huge track, 3.5 minutes or thereabouts on a hot lap, David. And these guys are doing, 80 kilometers an hour at this stage.
yeah, and of course, this is the 1991 recreation of Le Mans. So this is the first version of the track that has those chicanes through into the Mulsanne Straight. Because obviously the previous year, 1990, cars were reaching 405 kilometers an hour going down that Mulsanne Straight. So they added the 2 chicanes in to slow the cars down, and that changed the dynamic of the circuit completely. So one of the interesting factors as well here, they are taking it nice and easy because we talked about tyres, but fuel management is going to be a big, big thing. A lot of these drivers racing to what we call racing to numbers. They've got a number of fuel usage that they're going to be going on, and sometimes we might actually be able to go on board and see the actual numbers that they're going to be using in those cars. But again, now for the drivers, the time for talking, as you said in the intro, is over. This is where the tension starts to build, because you better believe that we're not the only ones watching this. You guys and girls at home are not the only ones watching this. They've got their teammates. And Ernest, having done endurance racing yourself, you know the extra pressure that having teammates adds to you in a race.
Yeah, you got to be quicker than the teammate. I'm going through the comments over here. Go GRCC, go Gian, go Kwacha. Let's go TGN boys. Good luck Griffin boys. Let's go Omar Khan. The comments are coming through on YouTube and on our Twitch channel. It's almost time. I was actually mistaken earlier on. They just came out of Arnage and now looks like they're heading to the Porsche curves. We'll go to full screen shortly so we get a closer look and see what's happening. But we are seconds, maybe a minute and a half or so away from what I think could be one of the most exciting starts in recent sim sports history. Certainly, there's a lot at stake, David. It's not often, even in real motorsport, people often ask, how much money do you make racing cars? As they say, if you want to become a millionaire in motorsport, start off being a billionaire. When it comes to these guys, though, they've got 80,000 Rand of prizes, over 80,000 Rands of prizes. It's a frankly unbelievable prize pool, and honestly, I'm very proud to be part of this and happy that a manufacturer such as Mazda Southern Africa has come on board to support the sport and to support this community. And now all of a sudden you get the best guys coming out the woodwork to see if they can get access to that prize pool as we get ready to go through the final 4 chicanes and start racing.
Yep, here we go then through the Porsche curves, and as you said, coming up to the Ford chicanes. I am just so hyped to see how this is going to go. It looks like we've got around about 20 teams taking part in this race here. In my head, I've got the classical music just building up like you do at
Le
Le
Mans
Mans.
music. Yes.
This is going to be absolutely fantastic. But the key thing I think here, watch for the Dunlop curves, watch for the first couple of corners. Cold brakes, cold tires are going to be a real issue. These things will fight very hard. Ernest,
well,
I think it's time to take it away.
Thank you. I hope these drivers realize that the race, especially a 6-hour race, is not won on the first corner. The pace car has pulled in. The drivers now line up, and we should cut to full screen shortly as we get ready to go racing. Luke Addison leads us off. Chris Stoltz in second place over there. Uratile in third position. Ladies and gentlemen, the back of the grid is not bunching up. We're waiting for the green flag as we get ready, set. It's almost go time, ladies and gentlemen. Luke Addison holding on, waiting for the rest of the pack to gather up together. It's taking a lot longer than expected, David. There's a long pause. They are holding. It's almost time. They've got one corner up ahead of them. Who's going to flinch first as they make their way into the first corner? The guys are still going at cruising speed. And still no sign of a start yet.
I have a feeling we're going to be doing a second pace lap here.
I think there might be. There might be. It looks like the guys weren't bunched up correctly, and we'll get feedback from our producers shortly as to what the issue is there. They're still bunched up. And this has actually created a little bit more tension than I was prepared for, David, as we now basically looks like we're going on yet another pace lap. And Luke Addison from Visceral Esports, I'm sure, viscerally, he is feeling the pressure at the moment, as looks like there's a couple of gaps in between some of these cars. They're not completely bunched up, and we might have another pace lap. Let's find out shortly. But so far, it's status quo.
I've just noticed actually there's a couple of cars missing from the order here, so I wonder if there's been some sort of an issue halfway through, and maybe we're just going to be getting those cars back on the grids. Either way, as you said, moments like this is what adds the unexpected tension to the drivers here.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. And I know that this seems like, oh no, this is a disaster. This happens in real motorsport all the time. You have restarts, and it actually makes the tension palpable, because now the drivers are feeling it even more. You've mentally prepared yourself to go racing. Your foot is shaking on the throttle because you're ready to go racing. And then it doesn't happen. And then this has to happen, especially on such a long circuit. So we're going to hear back from our producers in the next couple of minutes and give you guys an update as to what's happening. And we should be going soon, because I think these drivers have to complete at least one more warm-up lap. And let's check the comments, because I'm sure the families are biting their nails at the moment.
Well, just on that note, I can see it's Cody46 saying, is there a reason this is the 91 reconstruction of the track? Well, yes.
Oh, interesting. I think the main reason for that, Cody, is because this is a throwback event to effectively the winning of Le Mans by the Mazda 787B at that historic event. And it was an unlikely victory. The rules were about to change. In fact, as you mentioned to me off air, David, the car wasn't actually banned. The rules were going to change anyways. So Mazda, after a 10-year project timeline, had one more chance to win it. And this was the year that they won it.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a planned change that the rules set was going to be going through, but unfortunately, that doesn't quite attract the YouTube views as well. But yeah, that's exactly it. It was a known rule set that was going to be changing, and then once that happened, as you said, Mazda knew it was a now or never moment. The previous year with the 787 that they did really didn't go to plan, because they still had some of the older 767 that was there. So they made some of the changes, turned it into the 787B, and again with that, they were the underdog because they had such a bad 1990. Nobody expected anything. They
qualified way down the order as well. Yep. They were nowhere near the top 10 even in qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. And to be able to come through into that and then take the win of the race in the final 6 hours of the race, it was just a fantastic performance. And when they looked over the car, the whole thing was, after the reliability issues,
oil change, bulb change, done.
They're like, this could have done another 24 hours. So again, a fantastic testament to the team. And you were mentioning about the research. There's so much in that storyline that we're going to be going over in the next 6 hours, because the team that were involved, from Mazda Speed behind getting that car out there on track here, and how that relates to almost every single car in the modern day Mazda fleet. That same DNA is shared to this day, whether that's the MX-5 or the CX-5, whatever it is that you're going to be out there on the road on, it's going to be part due to that 1991 Le Mans win.
For me, it's so fascinating to see a manufacturer get involved. I've always been the one to say, why are more manufacturers not getting involved in motorsport? We see it happening more and more often. And this is a perfect stepping stone for Mazda. I mean, you interviewing Bonita from Mazda later on, and I walked into her office and there was a poster of the 787B. But I'll leave that to you for the interview later. For now, folks, we are restarting the server. There has been a glitch on the server, and the drivers having to group together specifically in such a way that the race will start. So we are redoing that phase. It will be going shortly. So keep staying tuned. Keep sending those shout outs to your favorite drivers. Keep commenting on the stream, because we are still about to go racing, albeit with a slight delay. We're going through the comments here. Zipporah says, good luck, guys. We've got Heidi from Mieland saying, go to Cock and Goslet. Enslan, get them boys, says Jab, GRCC, let's go. And if I go over to the Metal State Twitch page, 1991
Quite
retro.
busy over there.
It's very busy. It's very busy. So we've got about 3 minutes, and we have we just heard some of the guys overtook the safety car before it was out. So, so
Sounds
that's
like a me thing
so
to do.
that yeah. So, but the thing is, you if you think about it from a competitive standpoint, these drivers are all trying to gain some sort of advantage in any possible way. That is the name of motorsport. That's how it works. If you look back at some of those NASCAR moments from back in the day, before they had the templates, the guys would make the cars slightly narrower, slightly longer, slightly lower, slightly wider. There are always ways and means to get the most out of the rule book. And in this case, one or two of our drivers decided to try and squeeze the safety car a little bit. It didn't work. It cost us some time, but I think some fingers will be wagging from from the admins over there, and we'll
I'm
be
only
making
laughing
sure.
because that's exactly the sort of thing that I would do. Also, does that technically count if that was on the safety car? Does that technically count as cyberbullying?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, terrible puns like this for the next 6 hours, absolutely guaranteed.
Oh, I look forward to it. I look forward to it. David will be keeping us all entertained. Don't worry about that, folks. As we now make our way into the next couple of moments, we wait for the server to come back up again. But let's talk about some of these drivers. There are so many very solid drivers on the list, David. And just to name a few, we got the Villiers Bester over there. He has been wanting to compete in sim racing and real racing at a high level for a long time. We've got Chris Stoltz, we see in second position, two-time champion, and LMU. You've been swearing by Le Mans Ultimate. I've not spent that much time on it because iRacing has already cleared my budget for the last couple of months. Is Le Mans Ultimate, is it a good platform that we've got a lot of champions and guys that compete on that year? So are they going to be able to compete on R Factor, do you think?
It's a complicated answer. Yes is the bare bones answer. LMU is a fantastic platform. Obviously takes the DNA of R Factor 2 and then adds even more polish, and it's a really good enjoyable sim to jump on. Because R Factor 2 was that fantastic underlying work that they done there. And so what we're seeing is, like you were mentioned about the grid here, this is, as we've said earlier on, a who's who of South African sim racers. Yeah. And we've seen a lot of these names time and time again, whether that's the original Assetto Corsa. I know a lot of these guys
ACC.
from Assetto Corsa Competizione. And a lot of them, what we were hearing is a majority of the drivers taking part here, this is their very first experience on R Factor 2.
Wow.
So RF2 is one of those games that is kind of on its sunset now. It's no longer kind of supported. The updates have stopped for it, but it was a fantastic and still is a fantastic.
The time I've spent
game.
with R Factor, it feels realistic to me, and that was one of the things that I didn't like about ACC, for example. It just felt a little bit off. Whereas R Factor, I felt like I was jumping into the car if I drove a GR86 back to back with something like that on R Factor, as an example. It would feel like a GR86 with the way the nose would move and the tire model, etc. So I'm excited to see how these drivers do. And then again, if we can name a couple of few here, we got Jean Cleance, Pro-Am champion in ACC. We got Jody Sederman, ACC and LMU competitor, second year of competitive racing. We've got Justin Ellif, who races with his dad. Interestingly, he's leading out the MSA F4 Nationals, and if he wins that championship, he gets colors for sim racing. National colors, he gets to wear the jacket and everything. And it just goes to show that sim racing is most certainly now being taken seriously by the mainstream. The debate about whether sim racing translates into real world motorsport, I think that's kind of been squashed and settled. We've seen Max Verstappen, who's probably the most famous example of this, being able to transition between both seamlessly over the course of a weekend. And then almost, I'm not a Max Verstappen fan, but I was kind of cheering for him at the Nürburgring, almost having won that event. So, and then just a couple of days later, then competing in Formula One. So I think the transition for a lot of these drivers that want to do either sim racing full-time or migrate to circuit racing later on, it's certainly there for them. Then you've got someone like Jeffrey Leroux, WTCR champion 2025, V8 Aussie Supercar champion 2025, BMW Series champion, multiple champion, and he is sitting down in 6th position. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how he does as we now get the server back up and running. The drivers will have to do that compulsory warm-up lap behind the safety car. Once they do that, we can finally go racing. I mean, I've been building up to this moment for hours now. I know that we've both been excited for this for a couple of days now, but being here in the studio has kind of made it real. And believe us, folks, we are as excited as you are to get this thing going. We look forward to getting going. But I love in these situations, because I'm not driving and I'm not competing, I love just thinking about what it must be like as a driver. How nerve-wracking this must be to be so ready to go. Imagine you're not there's so many different thought processes. You're the guy leading, you got the whole pack behind you. You're waiting for this moment where you've got your plan to get away. You're the guy in fourth place that's got a strategy on how you're going to get into second place by the third corner. All of these thoughts, and now all of a sudden they've got to think to themselves, is everybody else going to change their strategy? Should I change mine? They've got another 5-6 minutes to delve into the thought process. I think if anything is going to upset the apple cart, it's going to be this into that first corner, because driver mindsets are going to shift ever so slightly. The preparation for some might go out the window.
Yeah, it's very difficult for drivers in general, whether that's esports drivers or real life drivers, to hit that mental reset button, because you're in that car and you're already prepped for the start. And the thing is, as well, like, this isn't the first time we've seen this. We've seen this in real life with an abort start procedure. We've seen this in any sim you can mention. iRacing, I've been part of broadcasts where they've had that, where they've had an issue and had to restart the race. Assetto Corsa Competizione, the amount of red flags I've seen in that as well. So it does happen. But again, it's the drivers are not alone. They'll be on voice chat with their teammates who'll be going over, right, okay, let's just get back on with it. Let's do get the mind back in it. Let's keep to our numbers. Let's try and learn things, because there is a lot that can be learned from that earlier pace lap as well. Trying to outpsych the cars that are alongside you,
Higher
possibly
wear,
even trying to
fuel
get a jump.
wear.
Yes, exactly. We saw quite a lot of drivers minimizing the amount of fuel burn that they did during that pace lap. So I've got no doubt that that's what we're going to see through that opening pace lap again. But again, it does raise that notch a little bit. I think that it puts the potential for it all going wrong on that turn one just a little bit higher.
It definitely ups the stakes a little bit, I think. And again, you're right about the mental state, about the drivers being able to talk to each other. It helps. I've had experience lately in some endurance races. It helps being able to communicate with your teammate when your mind wanders, when you're thinking about things that aren't important. It helps to get your teammate in your head to say, hey man, this is what needs to happen. Remember the plan, remember the game plan, remember what we spoke about. The plan stays the same. I'm just interested to see if the plan stays the same for everybody. And we'll hear these stories and threads unfold as we chat to the drivers and winners over the coming days. After the fact, we've even got our man in production going to be chatting, Stephen Koenig, who will be chatting to some of these drivers live. So I am very excited to get you guys the feedback as to how these guys are going to be doing later on through the course of this race, what their thought process was when the start was aborted. The psychology of motorsport fascinates me.
And the thing is, as well, is for those brand new to sim racing, to give you an idea of how seriously this is taken, especially with these endurance events as well. I guarantee that for every single team, there'll be at least one person behind the scenes. Maybe it's a driver, maybe it's somebody else that's not taking part. They'll be sitting there with a spreadsheet, and they'll be taking down all of the values. They'll be monitoring the lap times. They'll be trying to keep an eye on the fuel usage. They'll be trying to work out when is the best possible window to get pit stops and things like that. The level of detail and the fact that that's what sim racing also brings to the table is an emphasis on data and understanding that data. That's something I don't think we saw maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, we didn't. And I did a 24-hour race a couple of times many years ago on Gran Turismo with my friends, and it was the biggest event of its kind at the time. And I had an Excel spreadsheet, would have been Windows 2000 and something, whatever it was. And the information was limited, but we had to do scenarios, come up with plans, come up with strategies. And what can happen, and goodness forbid that it does, is that strategy can go out the window on lap number one. So these drivers are all hoping that the plan that they've got is the plan that's going to work. Because when it comes to strategy is a very interesting animal, because my strategy can be good, but it could be terrible compared to yours. And that's the difference, because you're taking this tool that you've sharpened for battle over weeks and weeks and weeks, but you don't know what you're up against. And it can easily come undone in this situation. Equally so, you could find yourself in fifth place like Ellery Ensslin and have the most optimal strategy and find yourself in the lead after a couple of laps. We've heard these guys complain about tire wear on some of the cars. They've got multiple tire compounds to choose from. They've got endurance tire compounds, soft tire compounds. And, anything can happen depending on the choices they make. So I'm very excited. We see we've got the onboard screens over there, and these guys are now staying very far away from that pace car, David. They're giving that pace car plenty of room.
Yeah, they really are, and I believe that's down to the fuel burn. But I believe that is going to be Luke Addison and Chris Stoltz that we're on board with. That's going to be Chris Stoltz on the top right and Luke Addison on the bottom right. You can see the beautiful pace car just making its way round the first of the two chicanes here at the 1991 recreation of Le Mans. And it's kind of how fitting is it to have the renowned 55 livery on the leading 787B. And
couldn't have planned it better.
Exactly. The thing with that as well is that, to remind our audience at home, it's only the 787B that we're seeing here. So this is a dedicated Mazda 787B, almost a revival race. Do you know how much I would pay to see this in real life? Like I would.
Oh yeah, of course. But there weren't enough made, unfortunately. But we can wish, can't we? We certainly can wish. We can dream, and we are here now, living it for real. We see the names of the teams on your screen on the left there. Visceral Esports in first place, Delta Negative in second place, TGN Racing Simulators in third place, and another TGN Racing team in fourth position. So TGN in the top 5, or 2 teams in the top 5, and then Playshow Racing in fifth place, GSRT in sixth position. As you can see, 18 teams over there. We've got about 20 entries in this competition, of which we see 18 on our screen right now. We've got onboard cameras, and we'll cut to those later, where we can see fuel usage, fuel left, RPM, speed, and so much more data to be able to give you guys an insight into what it's like behind the wheel of one of these cars, whether it's virtual or real. And what's interesting, David, is for me, the fuel consumption. Because these drivers are going to have to manage their fuel consumption. They also need to manage their RPM. If they don't, they could overrev the car and destroy the engine, or just simply use too much fuel over the allotted time. So there are so many things to manage for these drivers, and I look forward to seeing how they cope. Luke Addison currently in for Visceral Esports. Chris Stoltz currently in for Delta Negative, as we make our way now towards the final half, or final third of this incredibly long circuit, and hopefully get started in the next couple of moments. The pace car really slowing these guys up. Remember, guys, do not overtake the pace car. It's kind of not allowed.
It's kind of frowned upon, I think, really, and not just in the virtual world. But you've mentioned very briefly on TGN Racing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've probably got about 6 qualifying teams in this race, so they are really pushing things in. And fun story, actually, my co-commentator at Killarney, JT Hoban, was actually asked if he wanted to take part as one of the drivers forward there. Unfortunately, he hadn't really got any experience with R Factor 2. Went and gave it a shot, I think it was 2 days ago, and just noped out of it. He was just like, nope, it's too much for me. The level
is too high. With something like this, I've had people asking me if they should compete. I've advised certain people to compete. But with the thought that you're going up against some of the best guys in the country, again, this circuit is 13.6 kilometers long. That is exceptionally long when you compare to any sort of club circuit, any regular time trial, any regular track circuit raceway. 13.6 kilometers is a long time to be on the absolute limit in a car that weighs this little, under a ton, and has this much power, the power to weight ratio on these old school slicks as well. So the concentration level that these guys are going to have is absolutely incredible. We've got some onboard cameras over there. You see Gian at the bottom of the screen there. Gian currently in 14th position, and on top, that looks like the Cock over there in 4th place. Michael de Kock in 4th place. So we should be able to see exactly what these guys are up to behind the scenes, and some of the cheering that will no doubt happen, some of the cursing that might happen. We can bleep some of those out, I'm sure. Is this live? Is this live, David?
It's fine. Yeah, because you can see, I believe that's actually TGN simulators that we're getting a
shout
look
out TGN.
into. at top right now. I believe, having been there, I think that's actually their Cape Town branch that we're seeing there. But either way, we are getting ready as we come out of the final seconds of the circuit here. It looks like, fingers crossed, I'm touching the desk and every other wooden object near to my hand here. We have got 18 roaring Mazda 787Bs on track here for the 2026 Mazda Masters, and I do believe that we are giddy goods to get going for 6 hours here.
The term screaming banshee often gets overused, but I think in this case it's very appropriate. The guys will be nearing 9,000 RPM on those Wankel quad rotary engines as they make their way through the final sector. It seems like, I think they just came out of Arnage, heading into the Porsche curves. Now it's the left, then right, then left again, then right again, and then into and towards the Ford chicanes as we go on board now in your pole sitter's car that looks like Luke Addison over there next to Chris Stoltz, the two front runners. And yes, that is Luke Addison in the Visceral Esports. Listen to the idol of that car.
Yeah, he's off. He's off.
He's off the gas. So he's lifting and coasting. He's going to have to make sure that he stays in first position though, David, because that is, I get the nod from Stephen Koenig behind the desk that he's going to have to stay in first position to make sure that all of this runs smoothly. But he's trying to save fuel, and you can't blame him.
So it's automated in terms of the stewarding for this part of it. He'll get a penalty if he goes too far back from the pace car here from this. So again, coming through the Porsche curves and then into the Ford chicanes to get this underway. And again, you can hear that lull of the engine.
Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. I love the fact that these guys get the sound just right. It looks like we're going, David, looks like we're ready to go. Luke Addison, Chris Stoltz next to him, Oretile and Michael de Kock in 4th place, Elric Ensslin in 5th place. The final few corners loom, and we are about to go racing there.
Here we go then, side by side, 2 by 2 by 2, 9 rows deep. The pace car comes off and we are ready for 6 hours of endurance racing. The Mazda 787B doing what it does best, making some noise here at Le Mans.
Luke Addison holding them way back. They've got 2 chicanes to traverse. The guys are bunching up very tightly. This is what we wanted to see early on, David. This is what we wanted to see. Luke Addison with a bit of a slingshot there. I think he's trying to get the advantage. Will he start going, gone? The lights are about to go out, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mazda Masters 2026. And we are go! Luke Addison leads us off. Next team, Chris Stoltz. Chris Stoltz gets the inside line. Chris Stoltz might have the inside line going into the first sweeper to the right-hand side. Elric Ensslin sneaks into third position. Chris Stoltz takes the lead, and we are going towards Dunlop Corner with Luke Addison on the inside.
Side by side into Dunlop Corner for the first time, and there's a bit of contact there. That was Chris Stoltz on the inside of Luke Addison.
Oh, no!
And it's going to be right. Chris Stoltz into the wall. And that is going to be big damage there for the Delta Negative car, the number 2 car into the wall. And this is exactly what we said. First couple of corners, and it's going to be chaos as well. You've got a car spinning off in the background there. That's Björn Musa, who has gone up. And chaos again into Tension Ridge. That's Gian Kaiser.
Gian Kaiser's out. Gian Kaiser spins it out. He gets it back going again. Off he goes. But Luke Addison with a comfortable lead now. 0.3 of a second if that's comfortable. Elric Ensslin behind him. We got on board with Bernard Barkhuizen. And if we could cut to the front of the pack, I'd love to see what's happening. There's a close race happening in front. Elric Ensslin heading towards the chicane now. He's going to try and make a move. It's the first of the chicanes. He's going to have to turn right. Luke has the inside line, but it's so close, nose to tail, as Elric makes a small mistake through that chicane, but it's not over yet. The race is still young with 5 hours and 58 minutes to go.
What a start to the race. We could not have asked for any better right now, but Elric Ensslin making the moves. He was up in that third position right at the start of the race there, got the jump, got the whole shot into second position, but now he's going to try and get the slipstream here. He made the mistake going into that first chicane. He absolutely has got the pace, but it was just misplacing that car going into the first chicane. That led him to a poor exit, but he absolutely does have the pace right now, because the way he came through that second chicane here, he just has to dip into the toe. He might not actually want to make the move here. For his fuel saving strategy, he might want to stay behind that car.
I think you're right. I think right now it's not about fighting, but having said that, I think the big winner out of this, the person that kept it cool, was Oretile. Oretile started in that position, started in third place. He's basically keeping his cool, making sure that he's hanging around, staying in contention. Michael the Cock, of course, right behind him, trying to keep him honest. But Ellery Ensland, Luke Addison battling it out. We look further back and look. Oh, somebody spun out. Somebody spun out further back there, and we'll be cutting to some replays to see exactly who is the person that spun out. And it looks like Edward Robertson.
I think that was Hian Hazer again in the 17th position. He was late there into the corner at Mulsanne.
I think it might be Edward. But I'm not too sure. We'll hear from that. There's Edward on screen, so it wasn't him. But lots of racing all over the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. We're on board with Edward now in 15th position. And in that 171 car.
Side by side go for the lead. Luke Addison and Alec Ensland.
Luke Addison. Oh my goodness me. This is the Porsche. Looks like the Porsche curves. Not the place you want to be going side by side, David. Not the place you want to be going side by side on the first couple of laps. But they do. And Ellery Ensland takes the lead. Ellery Ensland slots into first position. A slightly unbelievable move. He's got the pace. David.
I'm sorry, excuse me, what just happened? You can't do that. Ensland driving round the outside of Luke Addison. And I'll tell you what, Addison is rattled right now. He's made a couple of mistakes going wide, dipping that wheel into the grass. He's only going to get away with that for so long right now.
There it is, David. Ellery Ensland bobbing and weaving over the bumps over there. He is pushing too hard. He's got the pace. And I'm sure if his team is listening to this broadcast, they're going to be telling him to take it down a notch, calm it down a little bit, because Luke Addison has now got his sight set on Ellery Ensland. He knows that he can pressurize him. Look at the braking of Luke Addison. Under braking, Luke Addison has the measure of Ellery Ensland. Oretile Otswakasele watching on with his arms by his side, waiting for the mistake to happen. And I think it might come. Ellery Ensland bouncing his way onto the back straight over there, onto the Mulsanne, and still in the lead though. Whew, this is getting tense, David. And Dave, on the right of your screen, you've got onboards of both of those lead two drivers.
This is what I'm very excited about. Motswagosele and De Kock there. They are in the real prime seats right now, third and fourth position, because look how much these two are pushing each other. Ensland just taking way too much of the through the final couple of chicanes here, and look at the run that Luke Addison gets on the entry to chicane number one. Again, above the grass there on the inside.
Michael
see that Luke Addison just pushing. Oh,
we've got a battle in third place. Michael De Kock and Oretile having it out there. Michael got by briefly, but manages to get past again by Oretile. The two of them having fought their way into the Mulsanne chicanes over there, and now heading towards the second of the Mulsanne corners as the battle for the lead intensifies. Luke Addison, Ellery Ensland into the Mulsanne kick. Now Ellery Ensland in the lead in that red car. Luke Addison, your pole sitter in the renowned colours, gets a bit of oversteer on the exit, but that is not going to help him, not with fuel saving, not with tyres, and certainly not with position, David.
Can I just point out, we've only done 5 minutes of this race. We're going to need some sort of medical standby, given how this is going right now. Alaric Ensland, though, really pushing everything that he possibly can. These two are going to be their own downfall right now with the amount that they are overdriving these cars, in my humble opinion. We did see Oretile and Mikhail swapping positions there as we see the 30,000 rand first place prize there, Ernest.
Well, there's a reason these guys are fighting so hard for first position. Why? Because the first place prize, sponsored by Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank, is 30,000 rand. Now, when I say it and I emphasize those words like that, it's because that is a shocking amount of money for a South African sim race, which is to me just a fantastic. Oh my goodness me, Ashton Engelbrecht almost coming together there. It's an incredible amount of money for a sim racing event like this, and I commend Mazda Southern Africa for stepping in, Mazda Finance, of course, product of Westbank, for stepping in and making this possible. I look forward to seeing who grabs the 30k.
Very, very interested to see that, and obviously that's why they're fighting so hard. And well, we cut back to a little bit of the action. It's a battle for 12th, 13th and 14th position. You can see the number 21 car, that is Boomslang Racing. And that is going to be Eduardo Roberts, also trying to take that position. Again, trying to go around the outside.
That's Tristan up ahead there, Tristan Rosevier. No slouch is Tristan, but Eduardo trying to give it trying to give it the horns over there. He's definitely trying to give it the horns. And I think what's happening here is that these guys are trying different angles of attack, different lines, different ways and means. Alaric Instant with a new best lap time in first position. But this battle, oh, somebody's run wide there. That is Nico running slightly wide, but the battle continues between Tristan and Edward Robertson. Edward Robertson just 1/10 of a second behind. All these guys on the absolute limit with Nico Quintal bouncing in the background. Nico still having his sights though. He's clearly got the speed, but Ashton Engelbrecht managing to hold off there. Tristan Rosevier, I apologize, managing to hold off Edward and Nico. Now, all of a sudden, Nico within striking distance has a big mistake from Edward. They both go down the inside, they collide! Edward collides with Nico Quintal. Nico Quintal collides with Edward, depending on which way you look at it. But Tristan Rosevier, the man that gets away with it all, heads down into the distance and maintains the position while the guys behind him have to figure. And we've just heard somebody's got a penalty. Somebody's got a penalty. I'm just waiting for clarity on that. Gian Geiser has managed to get himself a penalty. And that's the first of the penalties that have been handed out at this stage. So we will wait and see what exactly that is for later on. Of course, we've got live penalties happening. We've got live marshalling happening. We've got stewards, live stewarding, as they say, happening at the moment. And all these drivers are under very, very close observation. Look at the bottom right of the screen over there. You can see Oretile and Michael de Kock fighting it out. But before we continue with the action, in the next couple of moments, we'll be cutting over to the MD of Mazda Southern Africa, one of the people responsible for making this incredible opportunity come to life. Someone whose office I was in and I saw the poster of the 787B, and here we are just a few months later. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to David Christie. David, over to you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Obviously, MD of Mazda Southern Africa, Benita van der Merwe, fresh off the fame and fortune of getting interviewed by Ernest Page. Welcome, first off, to the Metal State Studios. It's been a bit hectic, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And I also just want to thank you and Ernest for being our presenters today and for bringing this to life for us.
And obviously, it's a huge event, and you know, Mazda South Africa sees itself as a challenger brand right from the outset. So, how does the Mazda Masters 2026 fit into that, and how does that bring the philosophy to life?
Mazda has always been a challenger brand. If you look at us globally, we're not the biggest manufacturer out there, but we've always defined a convention, always questioned the status quo, and we're always on the pursuit of our own path. Now, I think the Mazda 787B victory of the Le Mans at 1991 is exact opportunity and moment when Mazda has actually defined himself as a challenger brand. What we've done is we've achieved the impossible when most of the people thought it won't be possible to win a Le Mans with a rotary engine. We've done that.
Obviously, we saw that picture on the wall. I've got a couple of questions left to ask, but I have to ask about that poster. So, obviously, you just mentioned it there, and nobody really gave Mazda much of a chance in 1991. And how much of that spirit now lives on in the current lineup of cars?
So in the Mazda world, the victory of the Le Mans was one of our most iconic moments, and it's something that we are extremely proud of. Until today, it is a example of what was achieved by people that is passionate and always defined and challenged the status quo. So for the Mazda world, up until today, it means that we went and just defined what everybody thought was possible.
And why was it important to mark this 35-year milestone?
So firstly, from a campaign perspective, it was an opportunity for us just to celebrate our heritage, which is the Mazda heritage. But there was something greater for us from a sim racing perspective. We can celebrate future aspiring drivers. Sim racing from a e-sport is the fastest growing motorsport platform globally. And with this, we are now engaging with a new generation of fluent drivers that is extremely passionate about motorsport.
Yeah, and finally, obviously, we've got our competitors out there, the teams and the drivers, and also our audience at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them taking part today?
Yes, I think today is an opportunity for them to showcase their skills. It's all about just playing hard, enjoying every single moment. It's a wondrous experience, and this is a platform provided to them to showcase to the South African community what they can do. So enjoy every single moment, and remember just the one thing, that Mazda dared to be different, and that's why they won the Le Mans in 1991. So to all our competitors today, just be different and enjoy every single moment.
Excellent. Thank you, Benita van der Merwe, Managing Director at Mazda Southern Africa. Thank you. If you haven't had a chance, ladies and gentlemen, head over to the Ignition TV YouTube after the race, obviously, and check out the fantastic interview with Ernest and Benita. But Ernest, back to you in the race.
Indeed, and we're on board now with Jeff LaRue. Jeff LaRue just pulling off an overtake, getting into fifth place over there. Jeff LaRue, lots of championships under his belt. Very, very competitive. King of the Hill shootout, 5-time winner in a row. So Jeff LaRue, absolutely no slouch, and no surprise to see him back up into fifth position as he gets it big time sideways there. I'm going to ask some favors from our producers in the meantime. If we can get the screen to show the progression of drivers, where they were, where they started, and where they currently are, because I'd love to see how the deck has shuffled since this race started. You see some comments in the YouTube channel, David, about how that, the first 15 minutes, that was flipping bananas, David.
That was a wild start to the race here. It was absolutely fantastic. So very, very much looking forward to how this keeps going through. But the problem is that's what we see. We see this time and time again. The first 15 minutes of any endurance race, real life or esports, are just bananas. The action that goes on. And this is where it calms down. This is where, as a team, you're on your driver, just settle it down, get the heart rate down, smooth it out. And again, we're still seeing there. That was down the
all over the place.
Chris Stoltz is really just not had the greatest start to this race here. But I wonder if there's maybe damage after that lap one collision with the barrier.
So we just heard now that Chris Stoltz might have some damage from earlier on, and his steering wheel is completely skewed out. So that's, I mean, I gotta say, I tried to pride myself in making the most of a bad situation. I've spoken to guys like Andrew Rackstraw, where Andrew would mention, you gotta drive the car as it is and not as you want it. But a skew steering wheel for 5.5 more hours is not gonna be a fun time. So maybe he can get it fixed if it's worthwhile, as we now go on board with Chris Stoltz, and he is absolutely getting harassed at the moment. Chris Stoltz is the one doing the harassing of Giovanni Sacchia. Look at them go, gets past him. Chris Stoltz gets past, and if you look on the screen on your left hand side, you can see how these guys have shuffled the deck over there. Luke Addison started in pole position, is down one position over there. Oretile looking really good in third place. Oretile has really just sort of laid low and kept it consistent for that entire time. And that's what you got to do. It's a 6-hour race. A lot can happen in 6 hours. As we saw, a lot can happen in 15 minutes. And now the field is slightly spread. We've got a 3.6 second gap between the top two at the moment. And this battle on screen now, one of the closer ones for 7th, 6th, and 5th place. Looks like it.
Certainly does. But with 5 hours 44 minutes left to go, we have to keep drumming that in here. We've got the best part of 6 hours left in a 6-hour endurance race, so we have to keep pushing. The whole storyline of this matches the 1991 Le Mans event, because we saw them coming back from midway down the top 10 here, and then rising up through the course of the day here. So there's nothing saying outside of the top 5 could be on that top 10 podium, but we see side by side again with Stoltz and Jeff LaRue. Beautiful move there. Stoltz absolutely on a recovery drive, and to do that with broken steering.
Big sideways moment from Chris Stoltz over there, the Delta negative car coming now into Arnage. He's still got the pressure of Jeff LaRue. Jeff LaRue himself on a bit of a charge there, and you can see the gap 0.2 of a second between those two. Just behind them, Giovanni Siccia in 7th position, but now on board with with Jeff LaRue and Chris Stoltz, the two of them with less than a second in between them, and there goes no, they've touched both of them sideways. Jeff LaRue gets off worse. Chris Stoltz still on his way, but Jeff LaRue manages to avoid the wall. And I think that was a huge miss from him, as we see Giovanni now slipping and sliding behind there. Getting caught up in the drama, not so much by the contact, but just by everything that's going down over here. But unbelievable scenes over here, Dave, as we see these guys really going to battle.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of questions for me to be asked of Jeff LaRue on that one for GSLT. It was an optimistic move, I think we'll call it that, to try and move around the outside of the right-hander there. But either way, the contact was made, and they both luckily got away with it without seemingly too much damage. If anything, I think it might be front-left damage for Jeff LaRue. We might have to keep their eye on that. Now, Alan Kenson was 6 seconds ahead of Luke Addison. That gap coming down now to 4.2. So again, we're seeing just in the course of one lap, those gaps just come down very drastically as we see two cars exiting Tetra Rouge just now, going on to that start of the Mulsanne straight. This is the battle for 7th and 8th position, and we saw Omar Khan again, kind of like Oratelli Matsuo Gasoli, in that third position, market drivers, not ones that you tend to see a lot of until they're on the top spot.
Omar Khan Beamerstein, as he's known in Cape Town, having just got his first international podium in sim racing, now finds himself solidly in the top 10 with his team, and now going through the chicane down the Mulsanne straight, the first of those two chicanes, now chasing down Jeff LaRue and co. In 7th position is Jeff LaRue. Beamerstein in 8th place. We've got Bernard Barkhuizen here fighting now for 9th position. It's side by side for Bernard Barkhuizen. Next to him is Ashton Engelbrecht. It's a side-by-side battle. These guys are going to be side-slipping each other. Ooh, tries to close the door. It's a bit close there. Would you do that at those speeds, David? I certainly would not.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't have the emotional resilience, nor the clean amount of underwear to be pulling off moves like that. But that was wise racing there for Bernhard Barkhuizen. He was not letting Ashton Engelbrecht get the better of him. You saw late on the brakes there from Engelbrecht there, but it's no such luck for the GRCC racing driver. But again, we're seeing moves like this, aggression like this. 20 minutes in, you can see picture here. Ashton Engelbrecht fires it back in the inside. What an opportunity!
What a move down the inside of the Mulsanne corner, right to the end of the straight. And of course, the way we're naming these corners now is as it was in 1991. Some say the updated version of the circuit just after the long straight was removed, and Bernard thinking better of it there, trying to stick a nose around the outside now, coming towards Indianapolis. Oh, it's going to be close. And both of them, with a little bit of hesitation, they makes their way now through Indy towards Arnage. Bernard still trying to stick a nose in there, but very good defending. Very good defending from Ashton in the white car up ahead. Bernard now losing out on the exit of Arnage.
Yeah, that was so unlucky there for Bernhardt there, because he had all the work done there, just pushing through as much as he possibly could. But again, we see this time and time again in racing, is that you can be right on the tail of another driver, but if you mess up your braking into a corner, they're gone. They get the better exit on that corner, and that unfortunately is what we're going to see here. But look at how quickly Bernhardt was able to close up on that previous lap. I've got no doubt that we're going to see this at least for another couple of laps, or until one of these two is into the wall.
Well, Bernard's best lap time is a 3:28 versus Ashton Engelbrecht's 3:29. So just under, actually 1.2 seconds looks like. Actually, sorry, I apologize. Just under a second faster is... oh, look at that. And just there you see it. Bernard is much quicker through some of the parts of the circuit, which gives him a bit of a compressed sort of motion on the exit of the corner. He's flashing his lights because I think that Ashton might have something wrong with his car, because Ashton's braking a lot earlier than Bernard in some of these corners, which is causing a bit of a hazard for Bernard. Here comes Bernard now.
Yeah, sends it up the inside, but it's going to be to the outside of this left-hander just before they come up towards Hitcherouche. Tries to slide it.
What a place.
Move from Bernhard Bears out there. Unbelievable. But the problem is this is now going to be onto the Mulsanne straight here. As long as Ashton can get a decent run, stay onto the tail end, the slipstream is going to absolutely destroy Bernhard Backhausen here in this battle for 9th and 10th position here. We do have a field of 18 cars, but my goodness me, this battle for 7th, 8th position is absolutely intense. What's happened to Omar Khan, who is dropping all the way down? Looks like an incident at the first chicane there.
Yeah, it looks like an incident, but back to this action. Hopefully we can get some replays going later on. And look at that, around the outside and back down the inside, and they touch on the exit. This is not good. Bit of a argy-bargy, bit of elbows out, bit of hip and shoulder there into the S's, but they both survive. I wonder if the marshals will look into that, stewards will look into that. Henry Kotze, also someone to watch out for. You mentioned that he might have had an incident there.
No, I was just pointing him out because he was literally rubbing his hands with glee as he saw Ashton Ingle behind him. And he's now moved up into that top 10, so great position gain there.
Oh, there we go.
Kotze.
So Henry Kotze on similar pace to Ashton Engelbrecht, both of them running late 329s. Bernhard Backhausen running 328. So we should see Bernhard start to eke out a bit of a lead here. And it does seem to me like these cars are concertinaing in places, and the slipstream effect seems to be working well for some of them. We aren't aware of all of the damage for some of these cars, though. And something's gone wrong there. Someone's gone backwards.
That's Engelbrecht.
Yeah, that's Engelbrecht.
Went backwards into Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, Engelbrecht, we just spoke about him. He's been battling, makes a mistake, pays for it, and loses quite a few positions. Now finds himself in 13th position, David.
If we try to do a replay package of the first hour's action, it's going to take us another 6 hours to unpack it. My goodness me. You'd never say that this is literally a 6-hour sprint race that we've got going on here. But what a crazy start to the race here. Let's have a little look at that action then, because again, if we look to the right hand side here, that is going to be Giovanni Secchia, and it's going to be, so this is coming up to the first chicane. This is where we saw a bit of an incident, side by side, 3 wide.
He was, oh no, disaster for all 3 of them. And Giovanni coming, oh man, that is such a pity. That is such a pity when you find yourself just caught up in some of the drama that somebody else provides. Not an ideal situation. But unfortunately, that is racing. Fastest lap now by Chris Stoltz. Chris Stoltz, all of a sudden, pushing the fastest lap at 3:25. That is a full 0.2 of a second faster than Elric Enslin. A full 1 second faster than Luke Addison. So that was Giovanni, Jeff LaRue, and Omar Khan was involved in that incident, and they've all got suspension damage, David.
Yikes. And the thing is, I mean, that 6th, 7th and 8th position, that didn't need to happen. But again, it unfolds in this matter of seconds here. One of the other things that I'm noticing here as the virtual time goes on here at Le Mans, track temperature 42 degrees, air temperature 26. Now, I think that's actually going down. And if the track temperature is going down, that's going to ease a little bit of the pressure, a little bit of the heat going into the tyres as well as we go back to the fight for, I believe this is P16 and P17 just now. Edward Robertse fighting off
Gian Geyser.
Gian
Geyser. I'm going to say Geyser. You can say Geyser. I'm going to say Geyser. I think it's Geyser. Edward Robertse. And we now cut to Hannes Kruger in 15th position. There are battles all over the track here, and the gap between the two of these gentlemen over here, less than half a second. 16th position, that is Eduardo, and then just in front of him is Hannes Kruger. But before we continue on the action, of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors, and of course, this event, all thanks to Mazda Southern Africa. Let's showcase one of their products, shall we? Oh, I do like some of those SUVs, especially the bigger engine 3.2. Fantastic engine, but we'll talk more about that later. Let's talk about rotaries for now and back to the action with Nico Quintal in the TGN Racing Simulators car. They're in 12th position at the moment, just a second behind Muad Musa in 11th place over there. Both of these drivers hoping to get a top 10, I'm sure. But it's still early days, Dave. We still got to see the driver changes. We still got to see the pit stop. We still got to see, I'm sure, lots more incidents. We've already seen lots of argy-bargy. And these guys are going to try and, we're going to have to try and keep it clean with 5.5 hours left to go.
100%. And what we've seen as well is the way that these cars drive is very, very different through the course of their stint. What we've got to figure out is how many laps on average are they going to be able to get per stint. We can work out what potentially the strategies could be. Now you throw damage into the mix as well, and that is meaning that these guys are having to drive almost crippled cars through the course of their stint. Do they choose to try and do some damage repairs? Are they able to get that damage repaired? Because again, it's all simulated in the game. It all costs time. The virtual mechanics have to work onto the laps here. And talking of laps there, we've got fastest lap here for Alaric Ensign, and also a penalty coming our way of Jeff LaRue.
Alaric Ensign, incredible lap time, 25.5, separates himself from the rest of the pack by 1.3 seconds now as far as pace goes. Yeah, I'm looking through the comments now. The guys are commenting on the rugby as well. It's getting a bit tighter than I expected, eh, guys? But we've also got some comments on what's happening here. Yvette Enslin talks about Alaric Enslin. We've got Tyler Engelbrecht saying his nerves are finished. And Beamerstein, Omar Khan, getting lots and lots of comments and lots of support. He's currently in 6th position, even after all that drama that happened earlier on.
Yep, exactly. And again, it's a case of not dismissing anyone at this very early stage of the race. All it takes is a multi-car incident, and the top 10 could be completely changed. We're getting word that it was a penalty that was given for contact with another driver, and it was a drive-through pit, so that's why we saw Jeff LaRue going into the pits there. Now, thankfully, that only puts him down to P13. It's not race-ending damage just there,
but
it's about a minute behind the leader at this point in time.
Yeah, a minute after half an hour is not a good place to be, but it's still within striking distance. We saw, as Benita mentioned early on, you got to dare to be different sometimes. That's what Mazda did to win that Le Mans, and whoever's going to win it this time is going to have to do the same. So let's see how Alaric Enslin, Luke Addison, Oretile, and the rest of the guys. But the gap between Oretile and Luke Addison is just 4.6 seconds at this stage, about 4.5 now. It looks like it's fluctuating there or thereabouts. Michael de Kock a further 2.6 seconds back. Chris Stoltz in the mix, further 3 seconds back. And then Omar Khan, 13 seconds back, with 6 seconds between him and Giovanni. So Omar Khan finds himself in a nice sort of no man's land, where he is actually quite safe from the car behind and in front, as we now go to Ashton Engelbrecht with Jeff LaRue behind him. Ashton in 12th place. Jeff LaRue just half a second further back. Half a second is all it is between these two drivers over here. You can see on your screen there, 59 seconds to the leader, 8.6 seconds next, but Ashton Engelbrecht now has to go defensive as he makes his way now through the very tight right-hander out of Arnage towards the Porsche curves. GRCC Racing, Ashton Engelbrecht. 0.2 of a second now as we go on board with Jeff LaRue. The pressure is on for Ashton Engelbrecht now. Jeff LaRue is going to have a look through the S's. The Porsche curves loom large in front. Jeff LaRue, rightly so, lifts and coasts to try and set up the overtake. He's playing it conservative now. I apologize, that was into Indianapolis. Yep, that was into Indy, and now into Arnage, and now towards the Porsche curves. And he's playing it conservative at this stage as we head back on board. Short shifting, it seems, is Jeff LaRue. Short shifting, it seems, is Jeff from GSRT. Jeff LaRue, highly decorated, so he's been in these situations before. Only 5 hours and 28 minutes left to go, so lots of time to still strategize, plan, and execute those moments and those moves that'll get him into the next position. Well, folks, it's time to once again chat to one of our sponsors. And of course, as mentioned, none of this would be possible without any of our sponsors. We've got VAPS HCV Insurance standing by, about to chat to our man, David Christie. David, over to you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, Chamonix Saunders here, claims manager from VAPS HCV. Again, one of the big names making this day happen and sponsoring two of the big driver prizes up for grabs. We'll talk about more on that in just a second. But Chamonix, welcome along. It's been a crazy half an hour into the race here. But obviously, with VAPS, it's about looking after the commercial fleet, the heavy commercial fleet, and your job is about managing risk. And how does that fit in with today?
Well, I would definitely say if you look at the comparisons between insurance and racing, you have to be able to manage your risk and mitigate factors and be able to implement a plan and strategy. And I think that's the same with racing. You need to have a plan, you need to have a strategy, and you have to have a team of supporters that help you. So yes, I think there's very similarities between insurance and racing.
Unfortunately, I think many of our drivers have missed that memo on the starting 20 minutes of that. But obviously, VAPS are sponsoring two of our awards today, Driver of the Day and the Best Overtake, and both of them giving £5,000 prize to the drivers based on skill, pace consistency, and impressive overtakes and things like that. But out of Driver of the Day or Best Overtake, and what do you think would be the harder for the drivers to take?
I would definitely say the best overall award. I think that driver is going to be under a lot of pressure to excel in each area. So yes, I think that would be the one to go after.
And then finally, why did VAPS HCV decide to get involved in this project?
Well, VAPS is pro anything with wheels, and even more so if it's got to do with speed. And management also, they like to drive what makes you happy and, what fulfills you. So I think that's the reason we partnered up with this, so that we can show our support to say, guys, do what you love, just enjoy it, enjoy every moment, take it in, and just make the best of it and have fun. Because that's what we do. We have fun at VAPS.
It's all about the fun. But obviously, we've got our drivers and teams taking part. We've also got our audience out there at home. Do you have any messages for all them?
Well, to all the drivers, I would like to give a special message from VAPS. Everybody at the office asked me to please give this message. They said, guys, when you're out there, forget about everything, because when you're on the track, you just enjoy yourself, you take in everything. Win or lose, if you have to take unplanned shortcuts through the grass, just enjoy it, because at the end of the day, you're going to get so much more out of this than just a trophy or a prize. You are going to get great memories, you're going to laugh, and you're just going to be happy in abundance.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Chamonix Saunders, claims manager at VAPS HCV, telling the drivers to absolutely send it. Anyway, Ernest, back to you over at Race Control.
That is a great message. Thanks for that, Chamonix. I think these guys could use all the encouragement, but some of them not so much. Some of them are sending it anyways. So, but thanks for the encouragement as we head back to the action. And now the pit stops have started. We're on board with Chris Stoltz, and we got some feedback about these pit stops. A lot of the drivers are feeling that there is too much rear bias. They're shifting the brake bias to the front of the car. That's where the cars are becoming unstable. They've also found that they're actually using up lots and lots of rear tires specifically. So some of the guys are stopping for damage. Some of the guys are stopping to get fuel, tires, and damage fixed. So you've got the situation where the pit stops are happening, and it looks like pit stops will be happening every half an hour to 35 minutes or so, David, because it's already started. So I foresee plenty pit stops, which means lots and lots of time and space to make mistakes. Luke Addison, though, finds himself in the lead of this competition with that time of 25.566. And all of a sudden, I'm trying to see where the rest of the field have gone. We've got Tristan Rosevier out there at the moment. We've got Nico Quintal out there at the moment. And Luke Addison leads us off. Our pole sitter from earlier on leads us off at the moment in the Visceral Esports cars. We go on board. Now you can see the RPM. Look at his short shifting, taking it to about 8,400, 600, 9,000 RPM, but 8 over there in fifth gear. So that's top gear. But let's watch the other gears. Luke Addison on the limit over there. On the limit, man. Shifting at about 9,000, looks like it. Struggling to get the car turned in, it seems, but getting on the power quite early. You can see over there on the lap count on your left-hand side, he's got 10.7 laps remaining. He is first position out of 18, and he's going to want to hold on to that first position. But if he doesn't, there are other prizes available. The Challenger Spirit Award, of course, for 2,500 rand, sponsored by King Price Insurance. Do you have the Challenger Spirit? Do you have what it takes, David? I know we're not eligible. I think of myself as someone with a bit of Challenger Spirit. I need to convince King Price, though. But when it comes to the prize money, these drivers are going to be walking away with a huge pool of prizes today.
Yeah, I did the calculations, and I'm the last person to do that. But I worked out we've got over 100,000 rands in prizes. But we'll come back to that because Luke Addison then into the pits, and of course the Mazda Challenger Spirit Award going to the driver and team embodying Mazda's Challenger Spirit. That's perseverance, determination, and pushing beyond expectations. Everything that we saw from the 1991 Le Mans effort. But we go back to the on-track action then. You can see Chris Stoltz here making a recovery drive then for Delta Negative, and pushing hard to get onto the back of that number 5 car. That is, of course, going to be the TGN Racing Simulators A2 car, and that is Michael Kopp in the 5th place car right now. 327, that's a car off in the background. Who was that? That is, well, we'll have to get an idea. That was the first chicane.
Oh,
171. That's the 171 Master Speed effort.
So Chris Stoltz battling it out. While that's happening, rightly pointed out, David Christie, we've got someone going off in the background there, and we're hoping to get some information to try and figure out who that is. But this battle continues. This battle continues with Chris Stoltz over there in 6th position. Michael de Kock and Bernard Barkhuizen on either side over there. So Chris Stoltz, Bernard Barkhuizen. But in the lead, we've got our Luke Addison. Currently in the pits is Luke Addison.
Again? Oh, no, sorry, he did just go in. Yeah, that was...
They've just gone in, so he's still in the pits. So Luke Addison, quite a long battle, quite a long pit stop as the battle now between Chris Stoltz taking place over here. Chris Stoltz just behind Michael de Kock and Samuel Vilakazi. Oh, with the replay, and what's happening here side to side. There must be something wrong with that car. He's lost control. He's lost it in a big way, and this is going to hurt. That is going to hurt, David. Well spotted earlier on, Dave, as Samuel Vilakazi clearly with some mechanical problems over there. The car pulling side to side, and that was looking to be a massive shunt as he loses control once again. And I think it might all be over for Sam. He's going to try and limp that car back to the pit lane.
2 seconds, I'm going to be back. I'm just going to go onto the phone. To King Price Insurance and see if I can make a claim on that one, because there is not much left of that virtual car. That was a horrible, horrible accident. And the thing is, we see that time and time again here. And, we'll have to wait and see how that comes out. So it looks like Luke Addison is out of the pits and still 7.5 seconds ahead of Alaric Ensland there. So a time pit stop there.
Will that time drop, though, based on the freshness or usage of those tires? We're going to have to wait and see. It does look like it's down to 7.1 seconds now. 7 seconds. It's fluctuating ever so slightly now, back on 7.2. We got a replay coming soon as well of that big spin out by Vilakazi. Samuel Vilakazi currently in 18th position. Finds himself spinning out. And there goes Samuel Vilakazi. Car's just all over the place, and hopefully, oh my goodness me, he's a bit of a hazard over there, folks, because that car is just swerving on its own, and the rest of the team's having to navigate past him. Well done to him for getting out of the way. So Samuel Vilakazi not causing any more damage to go back on board with Bernard Barkhuizen and Chris Stoltz. This battle happening over here between that's Bernard Barkhuizen in 7th position. Trying to figure out who he's fighting with over there.
I think that's going to be Secchia, isn't it? Giovanni Secchia.
Yeah, it would be Secchia. Yeah, that would be Secchia. And look at how close that gap is getting between the two of them, nose to tail through the chicane now. Bernard Barkhuizen started in 7th place, currently finds himself in 7th place, started in 9th, and gets up alongside. Can he go into 6th? The slipstream effect, side slip effect is so strong here, it seems. Oh! That's Giovanni Secchia from earlier on. These two guys have been rubbing panels for what seems like laps, but giving each other space though. Giving each other plenty space. And we're now on board now with Bernard Barkhuizen once again. Bernard Barkhuizen leading off. Giovanni Secchia now in 7th place.
Obviously heard what I was saying or what Chamonix was saying about risk management, because we're not seeing the same instance, although that is side by side, and surely there was contact there, but Bernhard moves it up the inside there. I think they actually just got away with that without touching each other. Sensational driving from the pair of them.
Amazing. That was amazing. Just to be clear, folks, we saw earlier on the bottom screen was live. The top right screen was the replay. And Bernard Barkhuizen and Secchia having a bit of a ding-dong battle here. Nobody's conceding. They're giving the advantage away in different places and spaces on the circuit, which means they end up battling each other corner after corner, lap after lap. And this is remaining clean for David, but for how much longer? Big oversteer moments there out of that Indianapolis corner. Both these cams are now live as we go on board with both these guys. You've got Giovanni Secchia on your top screen on the right-hand side. Bernard Barkhuizen on your bottom screen on the left-hand side. He's keeping hard left over there. And watch Giovanni catch him as they make their way closer to the Porsche S's, and through the Porsche S's they go at absolute speed, on the limit, on the ragged edge, all that downforce and ground effect coming into play. Of course, these cars have incredible aero, not just about pace, speed, grip, performance. Of course, the aero effect massively in these Group C cars. As we now cut back to the battle further up the field in 5th place, Chris Stoltz. Chris Stoltz in 5th position, just behind Michael de Kock. Now here comes Chris Stoltz on Michael de Kock.
Yeah,
Michael de Kock goes defensive.
Tries to make that move, but that's a mistake there from Michael de Kock. They're side by side after through the Dunlop curves then, and that surely is going to hand things over. Now what we're seeing after this level of pit stops here, look at how much the aggression levels have come down. Drivers much happier just to maybe leave things going. We'll see if Michael can get that back coming through Tetra Rouge and maybe getting something coming onto the Mulsanne straight. But I think he's a little bit too far back right now, but it is still. Now, actually, here's the thing. I've been noticing that Alaric Enslin is absolutely taking chunks out of Luke Addison. I wonder if Addison's maybe just easing down on the fuel usage right now. That gap when they came out of pit was 4.5 seconds. Yep. And then it's now down to 2 seconds here.
I think it was up to 7 seconds at one stage, Dave. And now we find ourselves with just a 2-second gap between those two. It's now dropped down to less than 2 seconds as we go on board with Jeff Leroux and Muat Musa. And we need to keep an eye on that lead battle. I'd love to cut back to that later on because for now the gap is quite small between these two in 10th and 11th. So close to the wall there, I know. I thought that hit as well. Jeff Leroux and Muat Musa. Muat making the move now, gets alongside, gets past quite easily. But can he keep it though? Look at the top speed of these cars. I'd love to go on board with it. But I think it's time for us to jump to that lead battle in 1st place, because these two guys in 1st and 2nd, Luke Addison, Alaric Enslin, with just 0.6 of a second. I think it's a matter of time before Enslin gets past Luke Addison.
Just very quickly on that Jeff Leroux thing, I think he actually did smack into the wall there, so I wonder if there's damage on the front left. But we go back, as you said, to the lead battle here for Luke Addison right now, and this is sensational right now because we know Alaric Enslin is absolutely going to try and make a move wherever he possibly can. That's what we believe, but again, we'll see if that actually happens because it could be fuel saving. Alaric might just be happy to get the pair. Actually, what is going on? Because Luke, again, really struggling to get the exit out the corner. I wonder if it could be Alaric's on fresh tyres.
It could be Elric's on fresh tires. It could be damage. Yeah, it sounds like it's the tires. We get the thumbs up from our producer. It could be that the tires are what is making the difference over here. But Luke Addison finding himself suddenly in second position, and Elric Ensslin back in first place. Elric Ensslin really up there where he belongs. He was always going to be near the front of the field. But these guys haven't changed drivers yet. It seems like the same drivers are in. They've just stopped for fuel and they've just stopped for tires, fixing some damage, but the same drivers are back in. So we're seeing the same battles we saw early on. And just look at the pace of Elric Ensslin. He certainly has found his groove by the looks of things.
See, it's a difficult decision to make, and this is what plays into the strategy part of this as well, is I think that Luke's obviously decided to keep the same tyres on and try and just double stint them. The problem is, the last stint you want to double on is the first one, because that's when you abuse the tyres the most. You're sending it, and we saw it wasn't an easy opening 15-20 minutes. They took extra life that you would normally take out in other stints here. So maybe it's a misstep, maybe it's just Luke's taking his foot off the gas a little bit here and just holding on to the race. This is not the first rodeo for Luke Addison, so I'm sure his sim racing brain is significantly bigger than mine strategy-wise right now.
Yeah, there is a strategy at play here. I'd love to get some insights if we can. We've got our team in the background, and speaking of team, what a solid team here at Metal State. David Christie, we haven't mentioned them so far today, but gee whiz, man, this flippin' setup is amazing. And our team has been doing great to give us all the information we need. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, because there's so much to see, there's so much to do. And now we jump on board with your leader, Elric Ensslin. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I think we're on board with Luke Addison here in the renowned car. And just look at the speed, 310, 320. Fifth gear all the way up, 335 kilometers an hour so far, 340 into the braking zone, hard left-hander, sweeping right-hander, down to about 100 kilometers an hour and back on the power. Into third gear now, 13.4 laps left of fuel. Second position out of 18 cars is your man from Visceral Esports, Luke Addison. Elric Ensslin further down the road, having secured his first place. And so far, so good for the top teams. They managed to stay in it. And of course, Retile in third place, minding his own business. And now, as the Americans say, a word from our sponsor. So, David, as we look further down the order, you mentioned that there's a lot of action happening further down as well.
Yeah, we had a yellow flag in Sector 2. I believe it was the number 18 there, although the second place car is actually going still very, very slow. In fact, yeah, Luke Addison, the gap now up to 4 seconds there. So it's coming into the final couple of corners here. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I think it was the 171 car that we saw so brutally damaged. We can see Brady currently behind the wheel of that one just now, and that is going to be an issue just now because that car is getting caught hand over fist by the leader. Now we saw the damage that was taken on by that one. We've got another yellow, and that looks like that is going to be, I think, the 7th place car. I think that might be Giovanni Secchia who's brought that yellow out, but we get going again. But again, yeah, that car's looking very slow.
It looks good though, but it does look slow. And yeah, speaking of speed differentials, we're going to be experiencing some of that as the leaders now start catching up to the back markers. Elric Ensslin setting a fastest time there, no surprises there, almost in the 324s, David. So we're heading towards the 324s. Only the top 2 drivers plus one other, which is Chris Stoltz, have managed 25s. No one's done 24s yet, but Elric has just set the fastest lap of 25.1. And he is, I'm sure, looking to do a 24 at some stage. Now, the Ifani car over there, I haven't heard that term in a while. That was, of course, one of Mazda's RX-7s that was called the Ifani back in the day. And Henry Kotzer racing for Quagga Racing in 9th position. Henry Kotzer finding himself getting chased down. Muad Musa in 10th place, and we've seen lots of yo-yo battles happening here. It really keeps us on our toes, David?
It absolutely does, and unfortunately it's the first of many times today I'm going to have to eat humble pie right now. Do you remember about 20 minutes ago when I said the track temperature was potentially falling? It was down at 42 and dipping into the 41s. It's now up to 46 degrees. Those tyres are going to be on the absolute edge. If that goes up any more, then we're going to see laps starting to come off of their potential strategy with how quickly the tyre life is going to go away. That is an absolute death sentence for Luke Addison right now, because we see already dropping back to 6 seconds behind Alaric Enslin in this second stint here.
Yeah, well, Musa has been known to be quite quick. The man on your screen at the moment, David, and he's been known to be quick. He's got his own league going as well. So I suspect the man in the Trident 787B over there is absolutely no slouch in 10th position. So we've just got some word in from our producer that most of the drivers are on soft tires. Now, having taken part in some of the old school endurance races on Gran Turismo, sometimes there was an advantage to be had on soft tires because you get sort of pump out hot lap split. Pump out hot lap split. Put it in your spreadsheet and hopefully that works. But we've heard now that Ashton Engelbrecht is one of the few people on endurance tires. And I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference, but let's keep an eye out for Ashton Engelbrecht. You're shaking your head, David. You seem skeptical.
I'm not sure if it's going to work. I mean, it will if he's able to get more life in the tyres, because obviously then it's going to be shorter pit stops, so it may work out on longer. Listen, sometimes when you're outside the top 10, Ernest, you've got to roll the dice. Sometimes you've got to do something a little bit differently.
Got to dare to be different, man. Got to dare to be
exactly.
different.
And how often does that end up paying off? But again, I'm very, very curious to see how these leaders are going to be able to get past this. Our first of our lap cars lapping currently about 13 seconds off of the leaders right now. I've got no doubt that they might actually be able to do this around about the Mulsanne Straight. That would be ideal if they were able to make that happen there.
Well, that would be ideal, but things don't always end up that way as we cut on board with Oretile now, finally under some sort of pressure from Chris Stoltz. Surprise, surprise, it's the hard-charging Chris Stoltz that is starting to apply some pressure to our third-place man over here. Gets on the dirt at a place you don't really want to get up to the dirt. That looks like, yeah, that was the Porsche curves as he makes his way now through the Ford chicanes. Jumping the first one, jumping the second one, now through that second section. And look at the speed of Chris Stoltz over Oretile. Oretile from TGN Racing Simulators A1. They've got multiple teams across this competition. And the pace has suddenly gotten a little frenetic between these two. This is a podium battle we are watching right now, David.
It certainly is, and the thing is Chris Stoltz is all over Oretile like a bad shadow right now, but the problem is that he's again pushing that a little bit too hard, starting to overdrive the car. You're seeing the car struggle for traction here as they come through Tetra Rouge on the run into the beautiful long straight here before they come up to the first of the two chicanes. It's going to be side by side. Stoltz gets it on, but you see he doesn't actually make it. He now decides that he's going to try and take another bite of the apple here. He's going to have the inside line for the first corner, but it means that if Oretile can just hold on the braking, he'll have the inside for the chicane. Still side by side, you can see Chris on the right hand side. Oretile decides that just to let it go. That was a very, very wise decision there from Oretile Mozzaguselli, and decided to just, you know, it's about surviving this race here, and I have to give him credit for that.
Yeah, Chris Stoltz, though, he's on the charge, and look at the gap that he's already made on Oretile. Oretile definitely knows that he needs to look after the car. He's driven a really conservative, consistent, executed race at this stage, which has seen him run the top three for most of this race so far. It's been an hour of racing, if you can believe it. And Oretile now in fourth place, but very much still within striking distance, as the sponsor badges say on the car in the Lucky Strike 787B. Now we cut back to Henry Kotze in the Quagga Racing car. He is currently in 10th position, 4/10 of a second behind Muad Musa. Muad, of course, we saw earlier on with that hard charge, and now finds himself in 9th place. Does Muad. and just fantastic driving from him so far. But Henry Kotzer not letting go. 4/10 of a second down the road is Henry Kotzer. There are battles taking place every which way. We're seeing it happen over and over and over. As we head into the 1 hour mark, Elric Ensland extends his lead to almost 10 seconds, with Chris Stoltz a further 10 seconds behind. You got to commend Chris Stoltz though. After a dismal start to the race with lots and lots of argy-bargy, Chris Stoltz now finds himself in third place. Retile in fourth place, Michael de Kock in fifth place. Folks, we've reached the 1 hour mark with 5 hours of racing to go. But before we continue with racing, you'll still be able to watch it, of course, but none of this would have been possible without our sponsors. There are some incredible prizes up for grabs. And to tell us more about that is our man David Christie, who will be chatting to King Price Insurance in our King Price Insurance product spotlight.
Very much, Ernest. Back down here on the floor, I've got Chanel Fisser, the business development consultant from King Price Insurance, joining me here. And again, 3 prizes that they're sponsoring today: King Price Fastest Lap, the Consistency Award, and the Mazda Challenger Spirit Award. But thanks very much for joining us, Chanel, here. Again, a fantastic start to the 6 hour race. But, you know, obviously getting involved, what was it that King Price wanted to get out of today, and why did they see to join with Mazda?
So we only sponsor things that make a difference in people's lives. We also sponsor unique things. And we think this sort of challenge is something that we could definitely get involved in and definitely make a difference.
And obviously a lot of prizes that you guys are involved in. The Challenger Spirit Award, you know, it's almost unique to the identity and DNA of Mazda. What does that phrase mean to you personally?
So to me personally, my spirit is also a challenger spirit, and the spirit of King Price is also a challenger spirit. We challenge the norms within the insurance environment. So for us to be able to have the opportunity to give this award is very special to us.
Obviously, consistency matters in endurance racing. Does that kind of match what you've experienced with King Price?
Absolutely. So insurance isn't about a claim that you maybe going to have today or tomorrow. It's about the endurance of the lifespan of your business, of your livelihood. It's not about a claim today. It's not about the fastest lap today. It's about the endurance of the whole process.
And then obviously a 6 hour race. What are you personally looking forward to most in this 6 hour race?
So this is a new for me. So the whole thing for me is very exciting. And I want to see obviously who wins our prizes. That's going to be amazing. And how all the different races endure throughout the race. And yeah, get to know the sport a bit better.
And finally, sneaky question. Are we getting Chanel Fisser on the grid for 2027?
You might have a new top fan. I don't know if you're going to get me on the grid. Give me 2 years.
Excellent stuff. There you go. Chanel Fisser, the business development consultant at King Price Insurance. Ernest, back to you in race control.
Thank you, David Christie, and thank you, Chanel. Those prizes are so inventive, so interesting, and it really makes the drivers want to push even harder. Well, speaking of the drivers, there's lots of talk about the drivers happening in our Metal State Twitch chat room. I'm just going through somebody. Retribution, of course, one of the OGs of the space, says never count out Chris Stoltz. He did mention that Luke killed his tires on the first stint, so that could be what's going on there, David. Just Tan Fay says he definitely worked his way back into contention, and the pace looks strong. And Justin also says he can't believe we're already 1 hour into the race. I mean, a lot has happened in an hour, hey, David?
It really, really has. And I'm looking at our live timing here, and it's quite stark. Best lap for Luke Harrison, 3:25.566. That's wonderful. Last lap, 3:29.788 for Luke Harrison. Those tyres are absolutely good right now. So he is having to hold on. I do not in any way think it's fuel, because the thing is, he's not going to gain that much time out of saving the fuel here. So he's just having to push what he can. The thing is, he might be able to gain that time back with pit stops and then going for another tyre change.
I'd love to get some feedback on the thought process, because Luke Addison's capable of 25.5s. You've seen it. Elric Ensler now solidly in the 24s with the 24.6. But Luke Addison just not on the pace at the moment. You said you got access to his current pace at the moment, David.
Yeah, 3:28.2 was his last lap there.
3:28.2 was his last lap. I mean, that is just not competitive enough at this stage, especially if you're thinking that he is in second position right now and hoping to get back to that place. Now we've got the best lap times there on your screen at the moment, and you can also see the track temperature. You can also see the air temperature. What I'd like to see as well, we're pulling it up on screen on my side over here. I'm quite excited to see what these guys' current pace is like, because I don't think many of them are on pace. And now, David, I've got so many tech guys surrounding me, David. You seem to be one of them too. We got Elric Ensler for Playshaw at the moment. In first place, we got Luke Addison for Visceral, and Luke Addison's last lap time was a 3:28.2. Chris Stoltz with a 3:26, but Atile with a 3:28 as well. So definitely, Playshaw Racing, of course, is also EG Evolved Sims, and yeah, I certainly think that top three could be changing very, very soon. Let's get back to the action now with Nico Quintal on your screen at the moment. Nico Quintal currently in 12th position, just 2/10 behind the GSRT car. And here comes Nico now for the overtake. Oh, he gets him. Jeff LaRue gets it. Jeff LaRue gets caught by Nico Quintal. And Jeff LaRue now coming back. It's David, if you try and overtake on this section over here, it does seem to me that it's a problem. The other driver's just going to come back on you.
It's chess. It's 3D chess right now, because you get the first part of the Mulsanne, you get through the chicane, you get taken over again going into the second chicane, but it's here. It's all about this run down to the right-hander. That's what's the key thing here. Coming down into Mulsanne corner, that's where you need to get the exit, because coming out of there, you're on the run down towards Indianapolis.
I agree. It's almost not worth taking the Mulsanne straight first kink, the first chicane, to try and get that overtaking done, because you're going to get overtaken again on the Mulsanne kink. But having said that, you could then set up the Mulsanne corner. Now we see Jeff LaRue in 12th position, currently in 12th place, and fighting hard for that 11th position, just half a second behind that 11th place car from TGN Racing Simulators.
And the thing is as well, now we're looking to 4 hours 55 minutes left to go in the race here. Again, this is the point where things start to calm down. The heart rate starts to rest a little bit. Now we can think about strategy. Although Chris Stoltz 3:24.3, that is just a ridiculous pace that's going in there on that last lap there. Fantastic to see from Chris Stoltz in 3rd position. So my prediction, I think Luke Addison is very likely to drop out the top 5 on this stint here.
Oof. Chris Stoltz, the man you're speaking about, on the absolute limit, the fastest man on circuit at the moment, David, chasing down 2nd position. The gap at the moment, just 3 seconds. You can see Luke Addison, and at this pace, he should catch him within 1 lap, David.
Yeah, it's just incredible pace going on. And Chris Stoltz was one of the front runners in that opening gambit, but unfortunately, contact and an instant on turn 1 within, 3 corners, that took Chris Stoltz out of action. What I'd love to see with him pushing so hard is an on-board with Chris Stoltz, and it'll really drive home to our audience just how much he is pushing that car, because it is right on the raggedy edge. The problem is you can get maybe 2 laps out of this. It's very, very best here, but as you're the pro driver here, take us through this.
Well, 8,500 RPM so far. The red light's already on. Downshifts, gets to 9.7. The car rotating, and the way he's balancing that car, Chris Stoltz really on the ragged edge. Slip angle the entire time. The rear of the car moving around so much. And now you all of a sudden start to see that second place car start looming in the distance. I think that Luke Addison is picking up the pace, David. I think Luke Addison knows that Chris Stoltz is coming, but look at the way Chris Stoltz closes the gap here, gets perfect rotation through that section. A little bit of oversteer on the exit there. I think he's a little bit greedy on the power over there, but you know what? Maybe that is the best way to drive this car. We have heard from drivers that have driven the real world version, Johnny Herbert, saying that the car is so linear, the torque curve so smooth, thanks to that Wankel rotary quad rotor engine, where back in those days, those 3.5 V8s and the V12s were absolute monsters to drive with torque bands the size of an eyelash. This car, though, had something slightly different to provide.
It really did, and obviously we've spoken at length about the engine, but one of the key factors in that engine, in that stunning R26B, was of course that variable telescopic intake. It was actually a part inside the engine, or connected to the engine, that would move outwards and inwards in real time to control the airflow going into the engine. Obviously, an engine needs three things. It needs fuel, it needs air, and it needs a spark source. And what that would do is it would move the air, it would compress the air in for longer or higher revs, and then bring it shorter so the air just got straight in as much as it possibly could. So a real cutting edge piece of technology for that PTI. And it was really, really kind of, I think, when you think of Mazda Speed and all of the ingenuity that they brought to the table here, I mean, we love to say, you know, they're in the kitchen cooking. That is the definition of in the kitchen, is into the pits already. So that is, I mean, surely that's got to be quite early right now, because what we're seeing, 11 laps, no, that's possibly on target, maybe 10 laps apiece, unless that's a drive-through.
Yeah, Oretile heading into the pits there. Michael de Kock now manages to get that position back for now. But yeah, and then of course you got the peripheral port technology that was so... Chris Stoltz on the ragged edge. The peripheral port technology that was so cutting edge on that rotary engine, and the fact that it was more economical than most of the other petrol engines that were running at the time. You can see why this car performed as well as it did, and why it has such a cult following. And if you ever have some time to watch a video online, I think the gentleman's name was Luke Buxom. I think it was Luke Buxom or Buxom. If you look up Luke and 787B, there's this killer video on YouTube where there are road-going versions of the Le Mans cars, David, and some of these cars actually hit the road. These Japanese enthusiasts. Oh, this is the battle for first place. I'm going to cut off what I'm saying. There's Chris Stoltz makes second place. I apologize. Chris Stoltz makes the move on Luke Addison and gets easily second position. Luke Addison's going to try and fight back, but Dave, I think this is all in vain, and look at the gap that already exists between those two as Luke Addison has to fall back into third place. We've heard from people in chat that Luke Addison is what they call a knower. He understands how the cars work, he understands how the suspension setup works, he understands the engineering behind these cars. But is this part of a strategy, or has Chris Stoltz simply taken that position away?
I think it is. I mean, the problem is that it's backfired for Luke Harrison, but the pace is just sensational. I mean, 2.5 seconds difference on that last lap there. You can see that in the graphic down the bottom right, and already opening the best part of a second gap to Luke Addison right now. Thing is, look, that was clever driving again from Luke. He knew that wasn't his fight. He knew the problems that he's got in this stint right now, and just decided that he'll slip in behind Chris as much as he can, try and take much of the slipstream. But again, for as much time as he's losing, he's still not losing that much time compared to the likes of Michael de Kock for TGN Racing Simulators A3 in 4th position. That cap's still pretty safe at 13 seconds right now. So I'll maybe tone down my earlier prediction that he might not end up in the top 5. I think he should still be quite comfortably in the top 5 at the end of this, especially because it's going to be about another 2 laps before we get everybody in for the pits.
The way these guys are driving, David, you just got confirmation there. To get the most out of this car on this sim, you've got to really lean into the slip angle. You've got to really lean on those tires, and it's something that I've been practicing in the real world as well, trying to get maximum slip angle to get maximum grip, maximum performance, and it's so difficult to do consistently. And as someone in the game says, he calls it slip authority. Pierre Martins, the writer of Supersede Control, an incredible book that's out at the moment, and he talks about slip authority, where you've actually got absolute control of the car. And I think we're seeing a lot of that at the moment as some of these guys make their way around the circuit. Christian Hazeman there, the first of our pit swaps. So Christian Hazeman was the first man back in the car. We now start to see those driver swaps take place there.
Yeah, and again, this is another part of the dice that's going to be rolled with the strategy. When do you want to put your new drivers in? This is likely what we see is the fact that they'll usually double stint if there's 3 drivers, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. It's the straightest way to do things. However, given that we're only getting 11 laps out of these tyres and of the fuel here, maybe you're going to do an hour a piece and just try and rotate the drivers. If it's me, I know from my personal experience that I want to stay in the car. I want to have a real chance to make a difference. So I would be wanting to try and have a couple of goes here. However, that wasn't me trying to drive a 787B and having done like 4 laps in this thing before all F4ing and rage quitting because my talent absolutely went away from me. These are exhausting times. And this is another thing to get over to our ladies and gentlemen watching at home. This may be a virtual race, but this is real effort that's going in from these drivers. You've also got to remember a lot of these drivers running very expensive sim racing equipment, using high-end sim racing wheels costing tens, if not hundreds of thousands of rands, and providing real pressure in terms of, so wheels are measured in terms of Newton meters of torque. That's the I love how I'm trying to explain it by waving my hands here. It gives that driver the only real sensation of being able to drive the car, because you don't get the G-forces here. I'll come back to that in a second here, because we've got the battle for 7th and 8th position here. You can see Nico Quintal, again from TGN, trying to make a move on Kyle Williams. Now, what we've seen earlier on in the race, TGN not keen on having fights in between the drivers. If another driver's faster, they'll just move to the side and let them go.
Well, that's the smart thing to do, isn't it? You want to make sure that your drivers are looking after one another. It doesn't mean that you can't battle. It doesn't mean you can't fight for position. But you certainly have to make sure that you don't take each other out and you don't cost each other time. And that's what teamwork is all about. That's why teams exist in motorsport, to pick up the slack for each other. But at the same time, when it comes down to who crosses the line first, we saw what happened with Le Mans with Ford versus Ferrari. It's the team orders go out the window sometimes, and it's all about getting that win. So we now get on board with Kyle Williams and Nico Quintal. They battle for 7th and 8th position, battle for 7th. So close to the bumper there as Kyle Williams makes a mistake at the exit. Nico Quintal now slots to the outside. He's going to have the outside line, but he slots back in behind to get a slipstream. And behind Nico Quintal, somebody else watching on as well. That's Jeff Leroux watching on, waiting for an opportunity. Now the two go side by side. There's just a 10th in between them. Kyle Williams now slots in behind Nico Quintal. Nico gets the lead so far. And now into the Indianapolis corner, an iconic corner. Someone's going to have to heel sooner or later. It looks like Kyle Williams. Oh no, Nico Quintal runs wide. Nico Quintal runs wide, and look at that. Jeff Leroux comes in to scoop up some of the spoils of what just happened. Nico Quintal still in it though. Didn't cost him too much. I gotta say, the off-track excursions don't seem to cost too much as far as friction goes, but you just don't want to damage that car or overuse those tires then.
Yeah, pressure being applied in 101. So that's exactly what has happened. Nico Quintal pushing just a little bit too hard. Now, let's bring you up to speed on the strategy changes then. Chris Stolt, Michael de Kock and Alec Insland coming into the pits. So has Bernhard Schurkhausen. Now, what that means is Luke Addison there from EG Evolved Sims goes back into the lead of the race now. We're going to see whether or not he can squeeze 1 or 2 more laps out of that car here. So again, we'll just keep our eye on what happens here. But again, you can see straight into pit lane there with Musa. And in fact, we've got a yellow. That was way too hot in for Nico Quintal there. So Kyle Williams also going a little bit crazy into that final sector here. So there we go then, 4 hours and 45 minutes, left to go here. And Luke Addison is the only one at the moment who's getting 10 laps or 11 laps out of this stint, because this is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, lap number 22. Everybody else into the pits here. So this is a different strategy that they are trying, and this might explain why he's taking it a little bit easier. Nico Quintal going into the pits there, 6th, and that is also going to be 325.5 for Luke Addison on his best. But again, 330 is his last time out there as we're back watching our race leader.
David, so if I'm trying to understand correctly, David, it's just action all over. I can't even try and understand anything. What you're saying is that there is a different strategy at play for Luke Addison, and we have yet to see it unfold. Unbelievable. Thanks for that insight. I know you've got to get ready for our next interview. I'm going to try and percolate on what you said and try and figure out and try and get into the mind of Luke Addison. Maybe we can get our producer to try and get some insights over there as we now look at the on-track battle taking place in front of us. We can just get some insight. That's Luke Addison on your screen right now. Leads us off. And Luke Addison with a gap, a large gap at the moment. Alaric Enslan now in second place. Lots and lots of pit stops taking place as we go on board with Kitso Majila. Kitso in the number 3 car over there. And TGN Racing Simulators car. The shuffle has begun, and on the limit is that the 4th position, number 3 car. Of course, they qualified 3rd place. That would probably be Oretile's teammate. I just have to confirm that. That is Oretile's teammate. But wow, he is already on the ragged edge, and whether or not that's a good idea at this stage of the game, I'm not too sure. But so far, so good, as he just absolutely zooms, as the old Mazda slogan used to go, his way down the main Mulsanne straight. Well, David is back, and he's having lots more conversations. This time, he's chatting to Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank. Now, Mazda Finance, of course, is the sponsor of the main 30,000 Rand prize that these drivers and teams are all vying for. I gotta say, when I heard the size of that prize, I was considering lacing up my virtual racing boots, but instead I find myself behind the mic. And speaking of mics, we're going to hand it over now to David and his microphone as the action continues on screen over there. Lots and lots more odgy-bodgy. But David, over to you.
Ernest, thanks very much. And who are we kidding? We do not stand a chance with this field just now. But as you said, standing with Manase More, Head of Sales at Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank. And Manase, obviously, fantastic to have you here. Big prize for the drivers competing today. But one of the things we've seen through sim racing and real life racing is that it needs commitment, it needs teamwork and planning. How does that parallel with your work?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look, I mean, just like with sim racing, I mean, you can't just get off the line quickly. You need to obviously plan. So you need to plan just to get to your to the line successfully. So one, planning is quite critical, and secondly, through Mazda Finance, our partnership with Mazda. So we work closely with customers, obviously, to tailor their finance needs as well, to understand their needs, and to tailor finance solutions that obviously are fit for their budget. And then over the long term, obviously the life cycle of the agreement as well. So from a teamwork point of view, obviously we collaborate between the dealers, Mazda South Africa, and Mazda dealers and Mazda Finance.
And obviously, it's the age-old question of the tortoise and the hare. In a 6-hour endurance race, which do you think matters more, top speeds or consistency?
Definitely consistency. I mean, we know that we're often the team that make the least mistakes, and that is consistent over a period of time. That's obviously the team that always wins. So consistently all the way.
And obviously 30,000 Rand going to the winning team. What would you say to the teams listening and to those drivers chasing that prize?
firstly, they must enjoy the event. All right. So, I mean, an event like this bring together passionate Mazda enthusiasts around the room, obviously to race. So they must enjoy this. And number two, obviously to obviously celebrate the 35 years Le Mans win, the Mazda Heritage win. And thirdly, obviously, we're looking forward to seeing who will be the winner of the 30,000 prize from Mazda Finance.
Well, listen, it's a huge thank you from everyone here for being here today. Manasseh, it's been awesome to talk to you. Huge thank you for the support as well. Manasseh Morey, ladies and gentlemen, Head of Sales at Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank. Enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy the race.
Thank you so much, and thanks for inviting us.
There we go then. Ernest, back to you at Race Control.
30,000 Rand up against, but that's not all. Over 80,000 Rands worth of prizes as we go on board with Moad Musa, 7th place. The really quick man from Project Vapor seems to be working his way back up the grid. Started in 7th position, qualified in 7th. We're now on board with Bernard Barkhuizen. But David, while you were gone, it looks like that was Werner Joubert in 10th place that was suffering some mechanical issues. And we go now on board to Chris McGregor over there with a big spin. Oh, it's Charles McGregor, I apologize. Charles McGregor in 14th place with a big spin. And yeah, that was not ideal for Charles McGregor, huge spin. But I was early on, I saw Werner Joubert is now dropped down to 11th. He was running 10th. He had some smoke coming out the back of his car. So I'd love to investigate that again to see if... so we just heard now. Oh, we just heard now.
Oh.
It was Charles McGregor. So it was Charles McGregor who locked the diff, hurt the gearbox, and now finds himself with an ailing car. He went down the gears too fast. David, I shifted down from 5th to 2nd a couple of months ago. It's not a fun experience.
It's an expensive one for sure. But yeah, look, this is what we were talking about earlier, Ernest. You have to have that mechanical sympathy. Accidents can happen, and mechanical failures are a thing here. So now there's almost definitely going to be gearbox damage to that car. It may very well be permanent for the remainder of the race here. And again, we'll have to see how that plays out. But again, it's those little moments that can absolutely define these races here.
Well, Kitso Majala, the man we're looking at on camera now with a 3:29 previous time. The best time for that team is the 3:26 early on, but Kitso already looks like Kitso is on the pace. So we're getting some feedback from our producer for Charles McGregor. We just heard about that gearbox issue. It looks like they've got a gearbox problem, and they might have to drive with that gearbox problem for the rest of the race. So I'd love to go on board with him to kind of see what that experience is like, to try and understand if it's the fact that they might lose a gear. Does the gearbox not want to go in gear? What kind of damage are we looking at as we watch Kitso Majala in 3rd place, just carving his way through the field? He's in, that's Bernard Barkhuizen there. I think that's a lapped car that he's coming up towards. So he's coming up towards the lap car. The blue flags should be out. Battle for 5th and 4th. I apologize. That's the battle for 5th and 4th. I apologize there. That is the battle for 5th and 4th. So Bernard Barkhuizen in 5th place, getting overtaken there by the Visceral, by the TGN Simulators car of teammate 2, Oritile Kitso Majala.
Yeah, so we were asking about the gearbox and what that looks like. So there's a number of different ways. One is that the car will refuse to go into gear. You might not be able to get top speed performance out of it, but it will be noticeable. It'll either be to do with the performance of the car, or it'll be to do with how the car actually works on it. It is a very, very strange one for sure, but it's noticeable. We'll go into
4.5 hours. 4.5 hours as we go on board with Charles McGregor in 5th gear, 8,800 RPM. Let's see what happens. Into the downshift.
Yeah, there you go.
But it didn't seem that bad, though. It just didn't seem that bad. We've seen a lot of the other guys do those downshifts, and now, as he starts going up through the gears, gets to 4th gear. Man, let's see if he can get 5th gear. Gets 5th, but clearly there's something wrong with that car now, and unfortunately, it's just going to lose a little bit of performance, and that's all you need to lose here. also the smoke coming out the back of your car, even on a sim, is just disconcerting. It's just, you've got to really put that out of your mind. If it means you have to drive the car continually on the limit as is, you kind of got to put that out of your mind and just pretend. But it's so difficult not to kick yourself for the rest of the 4.5 hours, especially your team just watching you make a massive mistake and now having to deal with the consequences of said mistake.
And from what I believe, that was his second lap out of the pit after a driver change. So that was his first shot in the car, and then an incident like that happened. It's horrible. We spoke about this just before the race. The extra pressure that an endurance race adds. You know, an endurance race is fine if it's an hour, 2 hour race by yourself, cool. But a team event just makes it so much more difficult because you've got to look it in the eye. Or for this, you're likely on Discord, you're likely already on voice chat with your teammates, and you hear the sigh. They'll never say it to your face, but you hear the little subtle noises.
Well, they might. They might. I've watched a couple of guys compete in some racing recently. A team, John Henry Vaughan and Troy Dolanchek, they actually just won the Port Elizabeth Backdraft 5 hours. Congratulations to them. A real masterclass of driving on that one. But those two pick a win or lose, eh? So, and when one makes a mistake, the other one hears about it. So, yeah, sometimes they're nice and sometimes they're not. But these guys here, they're going to have to play the team game because it's still early days. It's still 4.5 hours to go. Kitso Majila is really putting on the pace over here. And he is now finding himself just 2.1 seconds. I do think that Bernard Barkhuizen has picked up the pace ever so slightly there because the gap was slightly smaller. But Kitso is really trying to charge down Bernard at this stage. But can Bernard maintain and keep and extend that gap that he's got at the moment?
So I'm looking, I'm seeing, I think we've lost a couple of cars from the grid as well. It looks like we've lost 2 of the TGN racing cars, 12 minutes and 22 minutes consecutively that they've been in the pits. In fact, we have lost that 171 car as well. Now, I say lost, it could just be that they're getting damage repaired on that.
Yeah.
But again, that's going to be other cars that they get dropped through that, and then they're going to move basically outside the top 10. So this is going to move up GSRT. It's also going to move up GCTR Racing in that 12th position. So they'll be into the top 10 as well. But as we said, 4.5 hours gone. I cannot believe, Ernest, we've already burned through an hour and a half of this 6-minute race. 6-minute race, 6-hour race even. So that is, what, 25% gone already?
Yeah, incredible scenes here as we see the Trident car make its way into the hard braking zone. Elric Ensland behind the wheel, slipping and sliding his way out of the forest section entry corner, the corner that takes you into the long straight that lulls drivers into a sense of false confidence. But they all the while know that they've got to line up for Indy, one of the most complex and tricky corners in the world. It seems simple, just an innocuous right-hander leading onto a 90 left, but the braking zone happens upon the car almost immediately, and you've got to balance the brakes, balance the car as you shift the weight from side to side through that very complex section. And he's made it through, makes his way once again towards the Porsche curves, Maison Blanc, as they say, and then the Ford chicane straight after that. And of course, he's doing it all while in the lead.
And he's very lucky, actually, because he could have came across the scene of a yellow flag. We saw it very briefly on the graphic. I believe it was the Quacker Racing, Charles McGregor, who had a big moment coming through the right-hander at Arnage. Again, obviously, that car has been absolutely in the wars as well. But so many stories have come out of this so far. For me, one of the biggest ones, right, Cody Sherritt, and obviously that recovering car that we saw there, because that was Chris Stoltz that was in the Delta Negative car in third position, excuse me. Obviously recovering after that early lap 1 incident there, and we've just seen them come tearing back through the field there.
Well, at the moment though, his last lap was the 3:42, and the gap at the moment to Bernard Barkhuizen is 8.5 seconds. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that 8.5 seconds, see if Cody from Visceral, Cody of course a highly pedigreed sim driver, let's see if he is able to maintain the gap to 4th place Bernard Barkhuizen in the Olof Racing team. but he currently, as I said, just lapped at 3:42 as we go on board with Musa and Julian, who are giving us a wave there. Focus on the driving, bro. Focus. How is he doing that? Oh no, surely he's not driving. Surely his teammate is driving. Yeah, that's the teammate over there. I figured as much.
No handers,
Julian.
bro. No handers.
No handers. We got Julian Brains on the top of your screen there with that curved setup, running a little bit wide, bouncing his way there, manages to gain control again. The guys are all zoned in as we look at Fuad Musa in 7th place, looking very, very good. Project Paper and his teammate over there from Project Paper. Fuad Musa looking very, very solid, and a solid performance from them so far in this competition. We've got Suad teamed over there in Project Paper with Andres Soradio and Isham Domingo. The three of them make up this incredible team. Shout out to that team.
Yeah, I love the fact that I'm such a geek looking at the top right there from Julian Brains. I'm like, that's a very nice ultra-wide monitor that he's got. That he's got, of course, plays into what we were saying about a lot of these drivers have the best of the best in terms of sim racing setup and very, very expensive wheels and pedals. And I tell you, you think real life motorsport is expensive. Wait till you see some of the prices for some of this kit that these guys and girls are racing with. But as we said, 4.5 hours, we're going to be coming up for the 3rd round of pit stops within the next, I think, 4 to 5 laps here. Again, just a clarification as well on some of the team names. I know that there was an issue for some of the teams getting into, and just also noticing that that Placer Racing are up at the top, and that is actually EG Evolved Sims. But I do believe, actually, Ernest, we do have one of the drivers actually in for a chat with us. So,
how cool is that? Andres Soradio at the bottom right. He is the technical genius in the team, the man behind the setups, as I understand. Andres Soradio, how is the race going for you guys so far? It looks like you started, just to confirm, you started in 7th by the looks of things. Everything went upended, and now you're back in 7th with a fantastic comeback drive from Musa. Consistency in the team for sure. How's it going as far as you're concerned?
Good evening, boys, and good evening to everyone in the chat for the broadcast. Yeah, thanks for having me on. We started 3rd to last. I think something had happened with the server, so we were on the back foot. Then we got taken out at the start, and we were just set all the way back. But now, the goat, Fuad Musa, he is going right now, as you can see, on this Mulsanne straight. But yeah, it's been an eventful race, and we've had to come up with a lot of strategies on the fly, because it just keeps changing how we keep shifting up and down the grid. So we don't really know where we are, because everyone is racing their own races with their own strategies and stuff. So we're just kind of chugging along and trying to see how we can do on our current strategy.
And that's exactly what I'm seeing over here. The guys are shuffling around. We're not quite sure where everybody's going to land, because there's going to be an overlap. As the technical guy in the group, and I've been the guy with the spreadsheet, the guy with the setups, the guy that has to tell everybody how this is supposed to play out. How does that pressure play onto you as also one of the drivers?
So, I would actually say big shout out to our teammate Ari Fenter. He's the big brains behind our strategies. Right now, we're chatting amongst the team on what would be the most preferred strategy. So I'm chatting with Muath and Isham, and then they're chatting to me because I'm actually supposed to go in next. But they're basically just being like, oh, guys, what are we thinking about this? How do we feel about this current strategy? So, yeah, it's very uncertain, which, I mean, it's why we love racing. If it was predictable, it would be boring now, wouldn't it? So, yeah, but it's just so fun in this car, I will say.
And just on that note as well, as you said, an absolutely chaotic opening 15 minutes there. How did you talk your drivers down from the ceiling on that one? How did you keep them calm?
I had to keep myself calm first. But yeah, I think mostly just emphasizing this is literally the start of a 6-hour race. Anything can happen. I think we just need to keep that in the front of our minds, being like, look, anything can legitimately happen, And usually in like sim racing and especially Le Mans, it does. So we just have to keep going. I mean, like at the start, we thought that the Luke Addison team would be comfortably in the lead, but that's not happening at the current moment. So we have zero clue how this can unfold and how our race could get either better or worse. So the most that we can do is focus on the here and now and do what we can within the here and now. So that's our mentality going into it.
One final thing from myself. Now, you gave us a little bit of an insight there in terms of your strategy. You're going to be going into the car next. How have you prepared for it? Are you looking forward to this?
I am very much looking forward to it. But yeah, mentally preparing, I'm just kind of seeing how Moath is driving the car, getting a feel for how the car is moving on the current track conditions. So yeah, I think it's just trying to fill in the gaps mentally with my imagination to how the car is handling right now, asking Moath, hey, what's the feedback on it, so that when I jump in, I have a good enough idea to kind of ease myself into it. But yeah, it's going to be fun.
Andre Seradio from Team Vapor, thanks so much for joining us, my man. Good luck with the next stint. Enjoy the Mazda 787B. We'll be cheering.
Can I quickly... Sorry, can I quickly
please?
do a shout out? Yeah, shout out.
Do it,
so,
do it.
Yes, because Moath had asked me very kindly, and it's a very sweet gesture. So, he asked me, because his father-in-law is watching right now, Ahmed Raymond. He's watching right now, and he just came out of surgery for cancer. So he just wanted a quick shout out for this very special individual, and yeah. As you can see, he's driving crazy in your name, so yeah, we're gonna bring it home.
Wow. Well, there we go. A special shout out and a speedy recovery there wished from Andre Seradio. Thanks so much, Andre, for that poignant moment over there. And to just touch on what Andre said earlier on, David, in the words of Murray Walker, anything can happen in racing, and it usually does. So it's not over by a long shot still. Elric Ensler leads us off. Cody Shedder in second place. Jay Hahn currently behind the wheel in third place. Bernard Barkhuizen in fourth position. JB Gosling in fifth. Kitso Majila in sixth place. And Muad Musa, who we just spoke to, his teammate Andre Seradio in seventh place. Omar Khan Beamerstein in eighth place. Jason Palmer very quick in ninth place. Nico Quintal brings up the top 10 as we cut now to the 15th place man, Edward Robertson, in the 787 Mazda Speed color car there. Julian Brenz tries to go for the overtake maneuver around the outside into the first chicane. Can he make it stick though as they go through the first chicane? Just a bit of a look and see by the looks of things. I apologize. Looks like Julian Brains is in front of Edward Robertson. So yeah, that is Julian Brains in 14th position. Edward Robertson in 15th place. So Edward Robertson trying to chase down Julian over there. Behind them, they've got Jacques Albrecht right into this scene over here. And just behind them is Cody Shedder. So Cody Shedder is going to happen upon this three-way battle here. And as we watch Edward Robertson in the mix over here, Cody Shedder is going to come upon these guys, and there he is. Oh, Cody Shedder! Cody Shedder gets taken out! Cody Shedder gets taken out! Cody Shedder gets bumped off the circuit by Edward Robertson, and we thought Cody Shedder was still a long way back. He was right in the mix there, and that is not good for your third place man in the Visceral Esports car. Cody Shedder now all of a sudden with more than likely incredible damage, David.
I don't believe what I just saw there. That is absolutely absurd for that motion by Cody Shedder. Meanwhile, there is the Delta Negative car. So what's happened to that car as well? Because they've slowed right down, and it looks like we're going to get a move on for second position as well here. So I'm really not following this. Also, that 171 car that's there goes Cody Shedder. Steering damage, very possibly, or brake damage to that car. That was going to be a fight for second position. We get a yellow flag as well. That's a different car that's brought out that yellow flag in sector 1. Oh my good lord. The thing is, that 171 Mazda Speed car is still in the pits right now. So they're on their outlap from the pit lane there. And we've obviously got live stewards dealing with this. And that is going to be, no doubt, looked at it.
Well, if it's a back marker causing havoc, and I hope we can get a replay of this soon, if that's a back marker causing havoc, that is not ideal. He's not supposed to be in the mix. Kitso Majila over there also losing out, and Moat Musa gets the position, and look at that. If we can get a different onboard there as well, I'd love to see an onboard from that incident. And while all of this is happening, Moat Musa gets 6th place on Kitso Majila. This is before Seradio comes into play even. So Moat doing the most there, getting positions, but Cody Shedid is unfortunately the big loser in the last 5 minutes, Dave.
I have a horrible feeling that a couple of chubbins left. Now, whether it was netcode issues, we've got another yellow flag coming out here into Sector 3. It did look very much like that car of Edward tried to drive that car that on a different lap out of the track. Worst case scenario, it was deliberate. Best case scenario, he wasn't paying attention to.
He wasn't paying attention. He closed the door. Did he know the car was or wasn't there? Surely he would have seen the car coming up on him, but he just absolutely closed the door on someone that's fighting for at the front of the pack. Kitso Majila makes a big mistake. Makes a huge mistake and almost comes to a halt there. That's Kitso Majila after just getting put there by Moat Musa for 7th place. So Kitso's going to have to keep it together. We saw that team on a hard charge earlier on. They started really well. They started off in Kitso started off in 7th position as we now go on board with Edward Robertson.
So this is the replay then. Let's see what... No, absolutely not. That is... No. I am a grumpy person at the best of times. I absolutely detest seeing that. That, for me, my personal opinion, absolutely deliberate. No room for that whatsoever.
So the stewards will have a much closer look at that. And just unbelievable scenes over there. It did look like he did steer. It looks like he did steer away from the incident, but it was a little bit late. David rolls his eyes at his co-commentator over here. And what scenes of absolute drama taking place here today as we see the top 3 contender, Cody Shedid, someone we thought could be tipped to win the whole thing, end up in the wall. Now, even after all of that, Cody Shedid is still in 2nd position. Still in contention, but we're going to have to try and see if we can see what previous lap times they did. His previous lap time was a 3:33 as we go on board with Cody. And this car will more than likely be pulling all over the place, hopefully not too badly damaged. Ooh. Cody's going to have to fight this car. And I'm hoping that it's not too much to do for him. Cody Shedid now on board with him through this final section. Cody Shedid with the Bristol Esports team on board with him now. Still lots more action taking place, but the action is only made possible by our sponsors. And Engine Extreme, a familiar name to South African motorsport enthusiasts, is in studio with David Christie, now chatting to the lubricants marketing manager, Melissa. And David, over to you. Let's talk fuels, let's talk oil.
Again, huge thank you, Ernest, up there in race control. As you said, speaking to Melissa Graham, the lubricants marketing manager at Engine Extreme. And obviously Engine Extreme is a stalwart name within South African motorsport, and they've long supported South African motorsport. But what attracted Engine Extreme to the Mazda Masters 2026?
Honestly, David, when the opportunity came across our desk, there was a no-brainer moment. It was, let's do this, let's get on board, let's support it. And truth be told, it's taking our brand from track to digital. So just fulfilling that entire ecosystem.
And again, obviously, a huge thanks for being one of our prize supporters as well, with the Engine Extreme Oil Grids Legends given out to 4th to 13th place. Each team in that getting R1,000 each. And it rewards the 10 teams just outside the podium. So why do you think, or why does Engine Extreme think that it's important to reward those teams as well?
We wanted to reward these guys because chasing podium places so much effort, time, grit, performance, endurance on the teams, and we need to recognize that. We need to recognize their competitive spirit and say, well done, come back next year, let's keep pushing.
And obviously, our big talking point today is celebrating that incredible rotary R26B engine. Le Mans, notoriously difficult, and endurance racing in general, notoriously difficult for engines. So why is lubrication so important?
At the end of the day, reliability is performance. If you don't use a high quality oil like Engine Extreme, your engine will suffer. So a high quality lubricant offers protection against heat, it protects your important components within your engine, and most importantly, it reduces friction. So when you are performing under these extreme conditions, you can safely sit back and go, I trust my oil and I trust that my car will perform.
And then finally, any message for our teams, drivers and audience at home today?
Keep going, guys. I want to be a bit corny and say, extreme driving, engine is watching and so are we, so thumbs up and keep going.
6 hours of these puns, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got them. Huge thank you then to Melissa Graham there, the lubricants marketing manager from Engine Extreme. Ernest, back to you at Race Control.
Oh, the action is continuing over here with Eduardo getting a drive-through penalty, and some might say deservedly so, some might not agree, but Eduardo finds himself with a drive-through penalty, a bit severe, but you can't give it back. You can't give it back to Cody Shedder. You can only make the consequences severe for the offending driver. But before we go on to that, just a closing statement from me on lubrication. I love that statement. Reliability is performance. So always we talk about reliability in motorsport and how to finish first, you must first finish. Just incredible stuff. So stop go penalty for Eduardo. Stop go penalty for Eduardo. 5 seconds on top of him driving into the pits. He's got to stop and go. And Eduardo finds himself at the short end of that beating stick, some might say.
I'm genuinely an old man because I'm sitting here with a grumpy face on saying, get him banned. This is why I'm not a steward. I'm far too strict.
I don't think it was malicious. I think he didn't know he was there, and I think he found himself in a position where all of a sudden he's squeezing up against another car, and both of them now connect the wall. Cody Shedder gets the worst of it. It did look to me like he was steering away from the slide. Cody Shedder might have stuck it in there a bit aggressive. We know that Cody can get quite aggressive when the situation's called upon. He was the car that was doing the lapping, so rightly so, it was his right away. The blue flags would have been out, but yeah, we're on board now with Boat Musso. Finds himself in 5th place with Seradio, I'm sure, waiting in the wings.
We've got to say a huge congratulations to Antonia G23 for winning our first 500 Rand Steam voucher over on Twitch. Now, if we haven't had a chance much to speak about this, for all the prizes that all the drivers and teams are getting, you at home can get yourself a 500 Rand Steam voucher, because goodness me, we have got loads of them to give away today. All you have to do is, no matter where you're watching, head over to the Metal State Twitch channel. So that is going to be twitch.tv/Metal State. Get yourself involved in the chat when the next question comes up, and it'll come up pretty soon. Don't worry, we'll give you an ID, but it'll drop in chat. All you have to do is answer the question to be in with a chance of winning a 500 Rand Steam voucher. And as I said, Ernest, I did ask, we are not eligible to take part in that.
We are not. More comments in the stream over here on the YouTube channel, and we've got Richard asking for names, please. So Richard wants names, not teams, but we gotta give some of the shout outs to the teams, Richard. But you have been heard, and we will mention those names more often. Thanks for the feedback. Maya Souza says, yeah, let's go GRCC Racing. Come on, Joshi. Come on, Omar. Lots and lots of fans for some of these guys are a bit more popular than others then.
Yeah, they really are. I'll come back to that in a second. Just you can see there on the screen, 2,500 Rand Consistency Award by King Price Insurance. That goes to the most consistent team. Oh, and this could be a contender for that, because that was smooth action there. Clean driving, stable lap times, and minimal incidents. Well, I think that disqualifies half the field out of that one.
Yeah, I know. There are lots of incidents. Although we've got overtaking awards taking place as well, and we've seen some incredible overtakes around the outside in the Porsche curves earlier on, as Giovanni Secchia now finds himself just behind Josh over there. And look at this battle taking place, 15th position. Oh, big shunt over there, big shunt. Giovanni Secchia gets through. Someone's been knocked off the track. If we can try and get visual on who that was. Giovanni Secchia gets himself into a spot of trouble. He's in 15th place, so that was possibly one of the back markers over there.
My goodness me. No, I think it was. I think that was Giovanni Secchia. In fact, Giovanni Secchia goes through now. So again, we'll figure out what goes on with this. But as they make their way out of the right-hander then, ladies and gentlemen, we are rapidly approaching the top of another hour. 4 hours, 8 minutes left to go here, and this is setting itself up to be an absolutely storming finish to this race. Of course, 4 hours still to go. There's still plenty on the table, but as on demand, Cody Sherritt sets a 3:24.159, and that is an absolutely stunning lap.
Cody Sherritt, the fastest man out there at the moment. Jehan with a 3:24.3 in third position. First place with a 3:24.6. So Cody Sherritt half a second up. Now, you got to ask, clearly that bump earlier on didn't cause too much damage on the car. The car's still able to do the pace. Maybe it's a bit more tricky to drive, but Cody Sherritt all of a sudden finds himself the fastest man out on circuit as we now go to Beamerstein in the number 8 car. They qualified in 8th place early on, now finds himself in 7th position. A sterling performance from Beamerstein with lots and lots of support out there, the TGN Racing Simulators car. As we go now on board further up ahead in 14th place, that is Joss in the GRCC Racing car. Oh! These guys are cutting each other off. It's as if they can't see one another. Giovanni Secchia once again finds himself involved in an incident, and there goes Josh. Josh off the track, bouncing his way back on. And Josh in 15th position over there, finding himself shunted out of the way. Yeah, it's getting a little bit difficult now because some of these guys are getting overtaken. Some of the back markers are simply getting shoved out of the way. And it's part of the game, though, isn't it, Dave? You got to make sure that you carve your way past the back markers, not just overtake them willy-nilly.
100%. For as much as we, put the onus on the back markers to be stable, it's on the responsibility of the passing driver to make that pass safely. You cannot treat it like a pool table and just pot the yellow car off into the corner pocket, which is unfortunately what we saw there. Because the thing is, that's going to end up in a penalty, and you've then got to explain to your team how on earth you've got a 5-10 second time penalty, as Julian Broyns gets a penalty there in the number 15. So we're going to have a replay of Giovanni hitting Omar, and I've got to be honest, I think this is going to be some uncomfortable watching here.
Yeah, Omar Khan in the mix there. And here comes, just shunted off the track is Omar Khan. So that was Beamerstein getting shunted off the circuit. Manages to rejoin without much drama, thankfully.
Yeah, that just seemed like a really clumsy mistake into that second chicane there. Obviously, it's not going to be the last talking point we've got over the course of this 6-hour race. And they're all bunched up together here, as we're seeing Giovanni Secchia, and just behind him then you've got Luca Karsten, and again that is going to be the number 230 car just trying to make their way through. So that is Omar Khan in 7th place, just making their way back ahead of this little group. We'll wait for the timing tower to update itself, because what I've also noticed now here, Ernest, is we're on lap 33 for Al Arakenton. We're firmly into the third stop for these drivers now.
Yeah, and also we're seeing that Giovanni Secchia's time is flashing on screen as if he's in the pit. So he's got to complete that lap for that to reset. 1.8 seconds the gap to Luca. The gap now 1.9 and climbing. So Giovanni seems to have separated himself. Cody Sherritt now finds himself in the lead of this race. After all the drama that's been following him around the last couple of laps, Cody Sherritt in the Visceral Esports car finds himself on the top spot for now, with 2 hours having gone by. And in the pits now is Elric Enslin. It seems like these two are the two to watch at this stage. Elric Enslin now dropping down to third place. Bernard Barkhuizen in second. And just as I say that, Elric slips even further down with Jehan up to second position.
It looks like we've got a yellow flag out on circuit. The number 10 actually bringing out that was Josh for GRCC Racing. That looked like it was down on the entry to Indianapolis. He's got it going again though. But while we were mentioning that, Cody Sherritt last time round 3:23.7, new fastest lap of the race. We are really starting to see the pace ratchet up here. So, and that's going to be at the background there. So that is into Indianapolis again. I believe that was actually the number 16 car, the 16th place car, excuse me, of Henry Kotze that brought out that yellow flag there. It is for Quacker Racing. Safe to say that car is in the absolute thick of it today as we get another yellow flag in Sector 3.
Yeah, and Jehan in the pits now, JP Gosling in the pits. And just for some clarity, Jehan is, of course, a member of Delta Negative, Jan Kleinans, and teammates to Chris Stoltz and Jan Colby. So the two of them, Chris Stoltz was the driver we saw early on with that absolute charge of a drive to put them back in contention. Cody Sherritt now leads us off. Henry Kotze here in 16th position further down the field. And then Edward Robertson, look at that, 15th place after that penalty, now finds himself way, way, way down the order. Unfortunately, getting a drive-through and stop-go penalty. Edward Robertson back in the pits now as we go to Josh Joubert in second place. Josh Joubert in second position.
Yeah, taking over the car there for EG Evolved Simulators. What's just a point, actually, we do have a couple of cars that appear as different names there. So we've got what appears as Playsure Racing. They are actually EG Evolved Sims. And that is going to be, let me just double check on the entry list. That's the number 4 car that was also had Alaric Enslin that is behind the wheel of that one. The other car that I noticed that didn't appear on the list, I believe, is Cody Sherritt. He appears as Visceral Esport. That is actually, I believe, 0 Point Racing that are behind the wheel on that one. As a penalty comes in for Jan Hazer.
Yeah, Josh Joubert, of course, teammates to Alaric Enslin. So that is still the number 230 car in second place. They're teamed up with Alaric Enslin is Josh Joubert. So status quo at this stage with Cody Sherritt. Will Cody Sherritt going to the pits on this lap? No, he does not. Continues his run. Almost flawless run through all the drama, all the bumping, all the off-track excursions, some of them not thanks to himself. Cody Sherritt finds himself still in first place with a new best lap time of, can you believe it, 3:22.9.
So this is where we see light fuel loads coming into the mix here, and obviously burning through the tyres here. I wonder if Cody Sherritt is going to decide to possibly try and change tyres, because you wouldn't think that if he's setting these fast laps now that he would be trying to keep onto these tyres, raising the heat, raising the temperature here. Absolutely on a mission. I'd love to see if we could go on board with Cody and just see how aggressive he is pushing that car into the corners, as Omar Khan then gets a penalty as well.
Oh my goodness, Omar Khan gets a penalty, but we are on board with Cody Sherritt. 8,500 RPM, 337, 340 kilometers an hour. The braking zone should come through soon. Nothing slowing this car down. 350 k's an hour, incredibly fast there by Cody Sherritt. So this car, as you say, David, could this be a lighter fuel load? He finds himself in first position. It says 50 liters on the left-hand side. It says he's got 33 laps left of fuel. But Cody Sherritt is absolutely shunting at the moment. And I'm interested to see if his top speed is higher than anybody else's. He's done 350 through that first section and 343 through the second section here. So Cody Sherritt on an absolute tear right now, not holding back at all and driving this car on those rear tires, making sure that slip angle is maximized and making sure to maintain first place between him and Josh Joubert in the Alaric Enslin teamed car in second place. Bernard Barkhuizen now up to third position after that 9th place start. Very well done to them. Andre Soradio gets into 4th place. Jason Farmer in 5th position. Michael de Kock in 6th.
Yeah, as we start another hour, we're at the top of the hour, then 4 hours left to go here, and as you said, Cody Sherritt's still out there absolutely sending it. I think fuel is now going to be a bit of an issue for this car here, because we're on the 33rd lap here of the 1991 configuration of Le Mans. Of course, if you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Mazda Masters 2026, a 35-year celebration of the incredible victory in 1991 at Le Mans with the Mazda 787B. We're doing a 6-hour endurance race in the 787B, or at least the virtual recreation of it. And it is, of course, Ernst Page and myself, David Christie, here with you on comms. And it's been just chaos in the first 2 hours. We knew that it was likely to be a storming start to the race. I did not expect that at all.
I did not expect Cody Sherritt to be doing the kind of lap times that he's doing now, as we now cut to Jason Farmer in 5th place, GSRT. Jason Farmer, one of the quick drivers in that squad. Michael de Kock just behind him. And this looks like a battle that is going to unfold as Michael de Kock and Jason Farmer battle it out for 5th position. And there you see Michael de Kock currently lingering back, 1.3 seconds behind Jason Farmer. Will he be able to catch up? Kitso Magila just behind that. So this could be a three-way battle as one of the cars goes into the pits. Michael ejects from the battle and goes straight into the pits. We go back on board with Josh Joubert in second place, Elric Ensland's teammate. Josh Joubert quite a distance away from first position. And the car in front of him bobbing and weaving, hopefully getting out of the way. And interesting turn of events, we've got Luke Addison on the line. Luke Addison, one of the quicker drivers in this event. Certainly one of the drivers tipped to be one of the potential winners over here. Now, Luke Addison has got a bit of a reputation for being not just extremely quick, but also one of the quickest drivers. He used to race for Genesis. He raced SRO Esports. He's a streamer. So many things to talk about, and he's also known to be someone that's really good with setups. He is teamed up with Tariq Adam and Cody Sherritt, the current leader of this team. Luke Addison, I would love to hear from you. Luke, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How's it
Hello,
going?
how are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Your name precedes you. So I've just listed off all or some of your attributes. But what's it like? First question, what's it like being teamed up with these two drivers? Both of them are shatteringly fast, including yourself, of course. I mean, surely there must be a level of confidence going into this competition.
Yeah. I mean, we not only have been teammates for many events in the past, but we're also really good friends. So it was the natural decision for all of us to just team together. All of us have a lot of setup knowledge, a lot of good teamwork, good vibes. So it's naturally very enjoyable to drive with each other. No, it's not toxic at all. It's just very enjoyable. So yeah, I mean, the race as a whole, we had differences of opinions with the setup. We kind of found a groove with the setup, but the start of the race was a bit weird, especially with the incidents going on and how everything kind of proceeded itself. And then we saw Alti get, Mr. Ensland, get the penalty and the DT. At that stage, we thought, okay, we might as well save some fuel. And then the DT got removed and we went,
so
okay.
Is that what you guys were doing earlier on? Was that a fuel save strategy that you won? Okay.
Yeah, so we did a fuel save strategy at the start. And then we went, okay, do we now take the gamble, because we don't know the difference between the tires and how the tires are going to wear in the second stint versus what it will be just constantly changing. So
and
I
what
thought,
was it
since
like?
we saved, it wasn't great. I can tell you, my front left was 45% left, front right was 49, and my rears was 71 and 74. So you had a non-existent front end with a very alive rear end, so it wasn't the most enjoyable to drive. But considering I committed to the save on the first stint, I thought I might as well do it second stint as well, because if I pushed the second stint, considering I already had dead tires, it was going to make it way worse. So We committed. In the grand scheme of things, probably wasn't the best way forward, but yeah, it happens.
The pace differences we see across the drivers. Why would Cody, for example, be able? What setup was Cody on that he can do 322s?
We all have the exact same setup, and in quali trim, all of us are within half a second of each other. For some reason, when we changed to the race setup, I lost a bit of time in terms of my teammates, where Cody would be relatively the quickest to reek, slightly off, and I'd be 8 to 9 tenths off. It was just a difference of Lyco going in a lower engine mode and essentially setting a target of how much fuel per lap rather than driving to a lap time to save tires.
So you guys are driving to a lap time with the fuel load in mind, and you've now got to manage that to try and get the target time.
Yeah. So yeah, it was just unfortunate. It happens. But yeah, I think from here on out it's just full push and see kind of how things work out. We had unfortunately a little bit of unforeseen damage. Once with I don't know. The game doesn't really tell you. The game doesn't really tell you, hey, you have 50 seconds of damage, 20 seconds of damage. You just see a little icon and you go, what it means, I don't know. Cool. I had a moment in the last chicane where the rear kind of snapped, caught the car, slightly hit the rear left. Didn't seem that bad. And then unfortunately down the straight when Cody was lapping a back marker, I suppose I didn't see him in the mirror. They turned left across and they put him straight in the wall. And that obviously that was a couple of minutes ago with the guy.
I saw that.
Got a stop go. So, but unfortunately we lost.
Don't get David started. Sorry, don't get David started on that. But I'm going to hand you over to David now to continue this conversation. How much time did you lose? Please continue.
I think with my slight moment, I lost, I'd say 3.5 to 4 seconds. I think Cody lost 10 seconds with the damage, with not the damage, but the incident. Because you're going already 290 to 300 k's an hour, and then you get hit in the wall. You're trying to catch the car, and you're re-accelerating from 100 k's an hour. So it wasn't ideal. If someone's talking, I can't hear them.
Sorry, yeah, it would help if it's actually pressed the mute button, but here we go. Look, it's great to speak with you again. David Christie up here in the commentary booth, and obviously no stranger to how devastatingly fast that you three are. The pace that you've got is incredible. How different is this car? Because I'm more used to seeing you in a GT3 machine.
Yeah.
What's it like driving this 787B?
It's interesting. I mean, it's very, very different in terms of the gearing, watching out for not breaking the gearing, breaking the engine in terms of the engine, literally just the downshift, looking at the engine temperatures, just trying to understand how the car works. It's very fast, exceptionally fast in a straight line. It seems a little bit limited in terms of its cornering, how stiff the suspension is or how soft you want to make the suspension. The bumps aren't great. But yeah, completely different car, very enjoyable. I think what was nice is, and a lot of people I think mentioned this, it was really, really nice, and it's a different kind of challenge. So a lot of people have really enjoyed actually driving the car on this old layout and literally just messing around with the setup, having fun with the car, because it's something completely unique, something completely different. So yeah, it's completely been enjoyable to experiment with the setup, see where you can find base, where you can't, what works, what doesn't. And then, yeah, it's been a very, very enjoyable journey so far.
Well, look, on behalf of everyone here at the broadcast team, a huge thank you for that invaluable insight. Best of luck for the remainder of the race. And just very quickly, the win, is that still within your sights today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident in our team. Obviously, anything can happen. It's 6 hours. I back the boys to push as hard as possible. So yeah, we'll try and see if we can recover. But yeah, otherwise, let's see how it goes.
Well, thanks so much for joining us in the chat. It's always great to get insights from one of the quickest men on circuit at the moment, and give us some of those tips and tricks that we have to, as commentators, try and figure out without the info. So thanks so much for chatting to us, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. All the best.
Cheers for now. Well, someone and a team that has not had luck is Delta Negative, consisting of Stoltz, Kleinhans, and Sediman. They were running right up front. At the moment, it looks like they are 11th, if I'm not mistaken, with a best time of 3:24.3 earlier on. Delta Negative team seems to be out of the race. Now, we are waiting for absolute confirmation of that, and they were running right up front earlier on, but it does look like they have fallen all the way down. And we got some news from a producer. It looks like they're out. They managed to get the car going after damage to the engine. They're pushing through, but they are not into the they are out, basically. They're basically running at the back. They're running 11th at the moment, someone that could have been in contention for a podium. They slammed on the anchors before the pit lane at high RPM. The car redlined, and it seems to have caused some damage. So unfortunately, they are right down the order. We got news that they were out, but it does seem to me that they will continue, albeit in 11th position. And there on your screen now is the ailing car of that team. So unfortunate. Delta Negative, one of the teams tipped to be doing super well in this competition. Just their times, 3:24.3, incredibly fast and consistent over the course of the race, but now find themselves in 11th position. They qualified second, but yeah, just absolutely unfortunate indeed. Now, lots more chatting to happen on stream, but off stream, we've got more interviews. David Christie, of course, chatting to our sponsors. And in motorsport, you need three things. You need competitors, you need a racetrack, of course, you need drivers with that racetrack, and then lastly, you need sponsors. And sponsors make the motorsport world go round. And that's why we've got David Christie on the mic to chat some more to one of our sponsors.
Yep, thanks again, Ernest. We're down with Delinda Da Costa, Head of Marketing and Communications at Mazda Southern Africa. And obviously, we're coming up to the halfway point of the race. Firstly, I'll throw you a curveball. How have you been enjoying the action so far?
It has been pretty awesome to watch, I must be honest. And no offense to anyone, but some of those little oopsies, they've been fun to watch.
They really have. And obviously one of the things Mazda's known for is them doing things differently. So how does Mazda Masters reflect that?
Well, I think it's in our DNA. We have a challenger spirit, and we don't like to go down the road that's been traveled by everyone. That is the whole premise of trying to find the little things of wonder in the everyday. So that's what we stand for. And I think doing sim racing in a 787B that won 35 years ago, what better way to do it than in the modern way in a sim race, right? Full experience.
And what I love is you've just segued beautifully into my next question, and that's how does Mazda Masters 2026 connect with that tagline of wonder awaits on the brand?
Yeah, I think that's what the brand stands for. The whole premise is to find those little bits of wonder in the everyday. What does that mean? It means trying to look at the ordinary, but finding the difference. And the intention of the sim racing is actually that was a race that happened in 1991 with an amazing engineering car, and we engineer cars to a feeling. So what better way to experience it other than to bring it to life in a modern way through sim racing, Mazda Masters.
And obviously, you've mentioned that 35 years ago, since 1991 at Le Mans. So why is Mazda celebrating that?
Well, Mazda was one of the only Japanese manufacturers to have won a race like this. 35 years ago, sure, it might be a long time, but it's part of our heritage, it's part of who we are, and it's taking our engineering to the next level. We still believe in creating cars and engineering it to a feeling. We haven't stopped. It is who we are today, and that is something you'll experience in all of our cars today as well. So what better way to do it other than celebrating it consistently?
And I'm going to ask a kind of sneaky question here, but why sim racing and why esports? Could this be a little toe in the water for something deeper for Mazda South Africa?
Well, I think number one, we don't want to do things the same all the time. We want to go down a path that's uncharted. And for us, this is one of our first, and is also one of the first for Metal State. So it's a very exciting collaboration with our sponsors. And I think that's the one reason we really wanted to participate. The second thing is we want to give our consumers and prospective consumers the opportunity to reignite that passion for Mazda again. Because it's all about the technology and the engineering. Mazda hasn't forgotten, but some of our consumers may have. Best way to do it is to actually put it into reality. And to be honest, when you do reality in sim racing, which is the 787B, and you actually race this car, you realize this is not your ordinary kind of car. Mazda's different. It's got a human connection.
Always outrunning the underdog status. That's what I love about Mazda. But again, finally, we've got one of our final interviews for the day. Obviously, to our teams, to our drivers, to our audience out there on the many platforms. Do you have any words for them?
Well, I just think, remember Mazda. We are Mazda for many, many years in South Africa. We're almost over 50 years within the South African context, over 100 years globally. We're in over 143 countries. We're here to stay. We make amazing cars, we make amazing engineering, and we are always looking for ways to make sure that the car and driver are one. And I don't know many other manufacturers who want to do that for our consumers.
Well, a huge thank you. That was, ladies and gentlemen, Deolinda da Costa, Head of Marketing and Communications at Mazda Southern Africa. Ernest, back to you at Race Control.
As the saying goes, Jinba Itai, horse and rider as one, being echoed by Mazda Southern Africa as we cut back to the action now on track. And speaking of on-track action, there's been plenty of that. And just we have to touch on Jehan in currently 11th place. They qualified second, David. They fell all the way back to about 15th position. They went back up to third place and now find themselves back down in 11th position. They are still fighting with an ailing car, and just as we watch the battle for 10th place now, Daniel Kent on your screen at the moment. Oh, that's Daniel Kent in the wall. Daniel Kent ran wide into the wall on our screens as we were watching that battle. He was trying to get to 9th place over there, was Daniel Kent, but Sekia seems to have like a, you know, those magnets when you put negative on negative. Sekia doesn't need to touch you for your car to go flying. That's what I'm seeing at the moment. Sekia is the common denominator in some of the incidents, but he's not actually bumping anybody. Well, what is that about?
What we need to do is just get our camera on him at all time. But we have got another update from one of our drivers. I believe, Ernest, you've got Chris Stoltz from Delta Negative.
Yeah. Chris Stoltz from Delta Negative to chat to us. Now, Chris, you qualified second, you fell down to 15th, went back up to the podium fight, and then now down to 11th. Tell us about this emotional roller coaster that you call sim racing. Chris Stoltz, are you with us? Looks like we don't have Chris Stoltz. We'll just wait for that confirmation. But in the meantime, we're on board with Chris Stoltz's team, Delta Negative, and we're trying to find out if Chris Stoltz will join us shortly. I'm sure he will. These things happen. This is live broadcasting. These things happen. But their team is still in the fight, David. I mean, I thought they were done for. They thought they were done for seemingly. Then all of a sudden we got word that, no, they're going to continue. They're going to try and fight back like they have done earlier on. And as I mentioned over and over, they were second place. Dropped to 15th, back to third, down to 11th. Now currently in 11th place with Jehan behind the wheel.
It's a fickle beast, the endurance gods. It really, really is. But what I'm loving is the fact that we've got 11 drivers still on that lead lap. Now, with just over 3.5 hours left to go, that's exactly what we want to see, because all it takes is one mistake, one wrong move strategy-wise, and we could be getting real pressure getting applied from the course of the rest of the race here.
It's a long lap, 3.5 minutes, but still being on the lead lap also gives you that psychological edge, that psychological wherewithal to know that you're still on the lead lap. But before I go off on a long tangent, I'm going to check if Chris is on the line with us. Chris, are you there? Chris, are you there? Do you hear us? No, Chris seems to have some technical problems. We'll move on from that. In the meantime, we watch his teammate continue the fight, and he's catching up at quite a rate of knots. Look at that. 6 seconds behind the car in front of him, and looks like he's actually now pulling up really close to 10th place. Ooh. As 6 seconds is the gap, and the gap is getting much, much smaller now. 3.2 seconds as he cars past one of the back markers. Flashing lights, a man on a mission, and Sekia is further down the order. That's in 11th place. Sekia's in the pits. So Jehan just now makes his way into 10th place. We got a spinner over there in the grass. Jehan now in 10th place, yellow in sector 1. No surprises there. 5.3 seconds, 5.1 seconds, 5.0 seconds. The gap to Daniel Kent. So that it does tend to yo-yo those gaps. So when the countdown happens like that, it could be because of a corner or complex. But I do think that this man is on a mission with a damaged car or not, Dave.
Yeah, and listen, this is exactly what it's all about. It's about that consistency. It's about that drive. It's about never giving up. You can see a confirmation there on the screen of one of our prizes. That is, of course, the fastest lap from King Price Insurance. 5,000 rand for the single fastest lap time during the live final. And
Cody Sherritt
is going to be Cody Sherritt. I mean, 322.9.
How much she say? 5,000.
5,000.
At this stage, Cody Sherritt is going to leave his home tomorrow morning, go to the ATM machine and draw 5,000 rand just for playing a racing game. Come on, now it doesn't get any better than that. He might also win his fair share of those prize pool for the winners. 30,000 for first place, 15,000 for second place. So Cody Sherritt might be walking away with some fat cash at the end of all of this, but I'm sure they are in it for the win. We spoke to their team earlier on, and Cody Sherritt and his team are in it for the win. But look at that. Andre Saradio in the mix there as well in 4th place. We spoke to them earlier on. It's so great to be able to chat to these drivers whilst they're at home. It makes such a difference to be able to chat to these drivers and get the information from them that we just cannot figure out on our own sometimes. Whew.
Yeah, and that's the key thing here is that as you know, real life commentators and having had experience in real life cars, these are the guys and girls that are the experts. They know what they're talking about. They've been on the front lines through these cars here, and it's just so awesome to get a chat with them and hear what exactly is going on with the 787Bs. But I do believe we do have a replay of that turn 2 incident where we see a car falling off the track. I've got a feeling it might be one of the back markers there.
That was Ethan in 16th place. Just runs wide, touches a rear tire on the dirt, and finds himself spinning round, baby, round, as the song goes. That's got to sting. No thank you.
We should petition to get Ernest to sing that on. Although to be fair, I've heard your singing's really good, so we might get a copyright strike on that one. But yellow flag just briefly came out in sector 2 as we cut back to your race leader then, Josh Joubert in the number 230 car out there in front and absolutely setting fire to the timing screens just now for EG Evolved simulators. And again, they're doing everything that they need to. However, that time coming down, remember it was 44 seconds, it's now 37 seconds to Cody Sherritt. Cody is a man on a mission right now.
Well, just to clue you up, Josh Joubert, teammates with Justin Eloff and Elric Ensslin, 3 of the fastest drivers on this grid as we go on board with Josh. He is not holding back. He looks like he is pushing. His last lap, 3 minutes 25.7. Cody Sherritt's last lap time, 3 minutes 24.2. So you were mentioning that gap. We're watching that gap at the moment live on screen, 34.6 seconds. Let's keep an eye on that. 34 seconds is a big gap. It's jumped up to 35. I think Josh might have got an earful from his teammates saying, you know what, it's time to, in the words of Cole Trickle, drop the hammer. I'm dropping the hammer. Okay, I'm dropping Cody, Josh Joubert, I'm dropping the hammer, guys. And
been 2.5 hours into this race, and that's our first Days of Thunder reference. My goodness.
I know. Come on, we got to do more than that. I'm looking forward to throwing a couple more references in the mix. Maybe a few Talladega Nights references. Not Shake and Bake. That's overused.
I'm on fire.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, to be fair, that's the thing in R Factor 2. You can have the car go on fire. So, yeah.
And we've seen that. We've seen that earlier on where the smoke starts puffing. When the puffing at the back, the smoke starts puffing out the back, and these cars actually do blow engines, gearboxes, differentials, and other parts. And these drivers have to look after these cars. And we've also heard that if you jump the curbs too much, you can get a puncture. We've heard that the last hour of the race, you can get a mechanical failure if you're not treating the car like a lady. As that song also goes. I'll stop now.
The brutal thing about R Factor 2 was there was a bug for many years where if you were using the sequential gears and if you pressed both the gears at the same time, it would drop it into neutral, and then so you would be in fifth, and the only way from your sequential, you'd have to go back in first, so you would instantly blow the engine and your game was done. They've patched it out, but I have seen so many tears before bedtime over that specific bug.
Oh my goodness, I would absolutely lose it if something like that would happen and you're fighting and you're in contention for a potential win. And now, if you look at the bottom of your screen there, you can see the live data, the throttle information, the brake information, the flipping of the throttle, the seamless change from off the brakes onto throttle with almost no overlap. Fourth gear up into fifth gear, and as he hits 9,000 RPM, 290 kilometers an hour so far, 305, 310, 315, 390, 320, 3 and hard on the brakes there. Back on the gas through the S's. This is Josh Joubert leading us off in first place. The gap now still 36 seconds. And we go on board with Josh Joubert. These guys are absolutely on the ragged edge at the moment because it's effectively become a sprint race. Yes, you've got to manage the car, but you're not seconds off the pace. We've got someone, Cody, that was running earlier on 322s on the absolute limit. That's as far as we're going to go. He still managed to do a 349. Josh Joubert's lap is about to come up. Josh has a 323.3. 323.3 does Josh Joubert, and I told you someone is dropping the hammer, and that someone is Josh Joubert.
Yeah, Josh is absolutely cooking right now. If we can actually get full screen on board with him in just a couple of minutes, we'll take you for an actual on-board lap. But as always, it's time to pay the bill. So let us go and check out an ad from our sponsor. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back to live coverage here of the 6 hours here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And I do love that that Mazda advert because it's a little bit passive-aggressive. The feeling will find you, whether you like it or not. But we're on board with Josh Joubert then. So let's stay on board and we'll take you through Circuit de la Sarthe. That is just out of the first chicane. So we've just completed the first quarter of the lap. We are barreling down the Mulsanne straight then, the second section of Mulsanne. Get to a slight kink around about 340 on the speed box there, on the gearbox, and then through the left, then through the right. It really does require concentration that because you need to nail the exit as we do the run down to Mulsanne corner. And of course, this particular layout of the circuit, the 1991 version, much narrower circuit here, but we're on the brakes down into Mulsanne corner again. He's so patient here. Very common. See, like we saw there with Josh Joubert, you just want to put that right foot down and the car will bite you. That's where the rear end steps out here. But again, short shifting, you can hear barely reaching into the 8,000s of the RPM here. We're up in fifth gear on the run down to Indianapolis then. Again, one of the fastest corners of the circuit. This light lift and again onto the brakes through into the left-hander. Then we go down in towards Arnage as well. And This is going to be one of the big overtaking spots here before we run down towards the Porsche curves. This is one of the fastest parts of the circuit. It's a fast left, right, left sweeping sequence, and this is where the driver's mettle, see what I did there, gets tested through the course of this race. Told you, 6 hours of puns. Don't worry, we've got this under control. Through Maison Blanche then, and then we're going to be entering into the Ford chicanes. This was another part, like the first and second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight here. This was brand new for 1991, and again, it was just designed to try and take some of the sting out for that final chicane then. Before, the drivers were just straight lining it. In fact, Josh Joubert into the pits, and that is very, very wide. That could be an issue, actually, because that could give him a little bit of a penalty there.
That could give him penalty, cutting across the track like that. But all of these drivers are trying to maximize that pit lane entry with a little bit of risk added in between as well. I'm sure Josh Joubert's teammates would have held their breath over there to make sure and hope that he makes it through there in one piece. Cody Sherritt currently running in second position, now ready to pounce. The Josh Joubert car is in the pits. Cody just 12 seconds behind at the moment. The countdown happening. He's going to assume that first place, that first position as he crosses the line. But will he be able to keep it as the overlap looms shortly? Cody surely should be pulling in the pits. I mean, he's done a mega stint so far.
Well, we saw a red car coming out of the pits. I think that might have been Josh Joubert coming out of the pits there. No, Josh still in pit lane. You can see there for the EG Simulators car. So EG Evolved Sims in there. I wonder if there's maybe going to be a little bit of a driver change. But again, it takes about 50 seconds to do the fuel. And then it'll probably take about another 30 seconds if they're going to do a tyre change. Which, given how much he was monstering that car around, I think is very, very likely. Some weaving on the Mulsanne Straight. That's always something you'd never like to see. And the thing is that Ashton Engelbrecht, this is not a car he's fighting for position with. I've got a horrible feeling this is a lap car. I'm not sure which lap car it is. It could actually be. In fact, I'll get an idea on that car very, very shortly.
Yeah, 38 seconds behind the car in front of him, Ashton Engelbrecht. So he's got a long way to fight before he finds and happens upon the next car, Hendrik Kotze, in 12th position. Now we're looking at Samuel Vilakazi. We saw earlier on Samuel having some issues. He's in 17th position, but still in the fight. Best time of 3:32, so a little bit off the pace of the faster guys. And Ashton Engelbrecht, the best time of 3:27, so about 5 seconds in it over the course of a lap. So Samuel Vilakazi.
Penalty for Josh Joubert.
Oh my goodness, we saw it happen earlier on. We commented on it. I wasn't sure that would be worthy of a penalty, but it was pretty blatant depending on what the stewards allowed. And there you go. All of a sudden, the entire story has upended itself. Josh Joubert has got a penalty.
Now, again, all we see is that he's got one. We'll have to figure out from race control and from the stewards exactly how long that penalty is. And we'll figure that out in just a couple of seconds. But here we go then. Samuel Vilakazi there. Contact again. I'm sorry. Nah, that is the second time that there's been unneeded contact from a lapped car on someone that he is not fighting. I know I earned the reputation of being a grumpy old man, but what is going on here?
Samuel Vilakazi is going to have to keep it together and make sure that he stays out of trouble. But seemingly, trouble comes looking for him. Now, just to clue you up on Josh Joubert. Josh Joubert is teammates with Justin Elof and Elric Ensland. So I'm sure many of you guys out there know this already, but these are two of the quickest guys out there at the moment. Josh Joubert is in contention for a win, and now all of a sudden, with a penalty, does this mean that he hasn't served the penalty yet, which means he's going to have to go back in now and serve that penalty, and then we will see the true position of Josh Joubert, currently 44 seconds behind second place man Bernard Barkhuizen, who in turn is 44.2 seconds behind first place man. Of course, remember there are 3 times 10,000 Rand tire vouchers sponsored by Tiger Wheel and Tire. And this goes to the top 3 drivers. 10,000 Rand prize and tire voucher sponsored by Tiger Wheel and Tire. freaking believable, David. I'm thinking, I would be thinking, okay, do I want those Michelin Sports, or am I just going to get another set of wheels for my car? What do you think?
I think take both. 30,000 rand in cash for the winning team, plus up to 30,000 rand in tyre vouchers for title, wheel, and tyre. I mean, it's not a bad day at the office. I certainly wouldn't be too unhappy at that. So there we go. Bernhard Barkhausen in second place. What? For Olaf Racing, they've been under the radar for the majority of the day in that car.
Yeah, Bernhard Barkhausen in second position at the moment, keeping their noses clean. That's what it's all about, and making sure that you complete those laps one after the next. Of course, it's possible to do a hot lap, but this is not hot lap, hot stint racing. This is the 6-hour endurance. Of course, this is the Mazda Masters 2026 Sim Racing Championship, powered by Mazda Southern Africa, and of course our associate sponsors. We've got Ignition TV, Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank, Tiger Wheel and Tire, Engine Extreme, King Price Insurance, and VAPS HCB, making it all possible.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for giveaway question number 2. This is your chance at home to get yourself a 500 Rand Steam voucher just for taking part. Head over to the Metal State Twitch channel and get involved. Twitch.tv/Metal State. Giveaway question number 2 is this. What was the approximate red line of the Mazda 787B? What was the approximate red line of the Mazda 787B? I know this because I found it and the car went and blew up. But get your answers over into Twitch and get your hands on a 500 Rand voucher for Steam. And there's also some nice sales on the Steam at the moment, so have fun.
Oh yeah, lots of that happening. And when it comes to the answer to that question, David, let's talk about that. Let's not give it away though. But interestingly, that RPM limit was adjusted based on qualifying trim, based on race trim, based on fuel saving, and of course, based on the fact that in-game, this car does not have an RPM limiter either. So you can rev the absolute out of this car and take it to about whatever RPM you want. I'm not going to mention any numbers because that would be giving it away. But just the sound of this car, and if you've ever driven or been close to a rotary engine at full song, it is truly one of the most glorious sounds in all of automotion. Oh, Cody Shedit with a big move through the S's. David.
Oh, that was heart and mouth. You could hear the intake of breath, never mind the variable intake on the 787B engine. That was a big intake from myself there. I have a horrible feeling that might have been the 171 of Samuel Volkazi that got in that. However, he was quite obviously trying his best to move out of the way, but Cody Shedit then in that. I mean, how poetic is this? That 55 renowned liveried Mazda up in the lead. Time to get the marketing team on this and get some screenshots.
Yeah. Cody Shedit is an absolute machine at the moment. An absolute machine at the moment. That Cody Shedit, I think, is the man to watch. His last time was a 324.6 on the limit, overtaking cars left and right. I think he's the man to watch at this stage. Can he hold it together? No mistakes, no major mistakes, no penalties. Josh Joubert, of course, getting that penalty earlier on. And Brandon Kruger now in third place in the number 9 car, the car that qualified 9th from Olaf Racing is Brandon Kruger. So the drivers are also now shuffling around quite a bit. They're changing drivers in the pit lane. And Brandon Kruger, part of Bernhard Barkhausen's team. They've only got 2 drivers in that team, David Christie. Brandon, an AC champion, LMU champion, and used to be head of eSports team Omnius, So he is incredibly fast. We'll be seeing some pumping lap times from him. Brandon Kruger on your screen right now as we head into Omnius Gaming Sim Racing Division. Brandon Kruger. Let's see how he does, currently in third position.
Now I'm trying to get an idea on that car behind him because that is not on the same lap, so he doesn't have to worry about this car that's behind them just now. But the key thing with this, as the number 230 comes in, so that's another pit stop there for Josh Hubert. So I think maybe he's serving that penalty.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the penalty. Let's check the clock. 15 seconds spent in the pit so far. And I mean, that's so much time to lose, David, and such an unfortunate turn of events as he now makes his way back out of the pit lane. So a stop and go, a quick stop and go, maybe a 5 second, we couldn't really tell, but possibly a 5 second pit stop. Yeah, I just got confirmation. 5 second stop and go in the Trident car over there, the 230 car, as he goes towards Dunlop and starts yet another lap, albeit this time quite a bit slower than before.
Yeah, and this really sets the cat amongst the pigeons with the strategy for that number 230 car.
Yep.
And again, it makes it so difficult to try and come back here. And this is something to watch out for. And watch Josh Hubert on this next 2 laps here, because the psychology this does to you as a driver, you're absolutely furious. He obviously isn't going to feel like he deserved that. He's going to feel like that was unfair. But watch how aggressive he is going to be throwing that car around. We are going to be hearing actually from one of his teammates in the EG Evolved Simulators team, Alric Enslin, who did the qualifying time 3:22.6. He'll be popping in for a chat with us very soon. So huge thanks to our team behind the scenes production team at Metal State for getting all of these driver interviews. And you said it again, Ernest, earlier on, just to be able to chat to these drivers gives us that insight, gives us that,
what a privilege.
that knowledge.
What a privilege. And they say pressure is a privilege. And I tell you what, these guys are certainly feeling the pressure right now. And I'd love to hear from Alaric Enslin how the pressure has built up in that team. I'm very keen to see how Alaric Enslin is doing and where his mind's at the moment. So I look forward to hearing from him. He will be joining us very shortly. And again, I just absolutely love the ability to chat to drivers like they do in V8 supercars in Australia, chatting to drivers live on the grid during qualifying in the race. Alaric Enslin, of course, an absolute superstar when it comes to sim racing, pace, and achievements. Project Vapor on your screen at the moment. So Andre Seradio behind the wheel, and the team behind them is closing on him, fighting for 4th place. These two teams have been rivals for many, many years in the sim racing space. Jason Farmer representing his squad. In front of him, Andre Seradio flying his flag, the standard bearer for his team. Now the two of them find themselves sharing the same piece of tarmac, but there can be only one place between the two of them, and who is going to take it? This battle is about to ensue between Project Vapor and GSRT. Just 1 second between them, and time is counting down. David, here we go.
Yeah, I'm also noticing that our leader's still in pit lane, but we'll keep an eye on that as we go to the second chicane then. And that really, the closing speed just gives you an idea on that picture-in-picture you can see on the front there of the number 6 car for GSRT. That is, of course, going to be JP Goslet that is behind the wheel of that 6th place car. And a little bit further forward, actually in 5th position, is going to be, you've got also Jason Farmer in there as well. Sorry, excuse me. So that is, Jason Farmer and Andre Serodio. We heard from Andre a little earlier on about how excited he was to be getting into the car. But again, he's just taking his time to settle in. At the moment, he's about a second behind the pace of that GSRT car.
Yeah, I think Andre Serodio had solid pace earlier on, but I do think when it comes to the tire degradation, the performance of the car, the fuel load, etc., I think that's affected him. And maybe Jason Farmer's on a different... all Jason Farmer needs to be is 1 or 2 laps different from him on the strategy, and that would make him a bit faster. So now the gap still maintaining at 1 second. Andre Seradio clearly has a reason to try and stay ahead, and maybe he will be able to do that. The gap now 0.8 of a second.
Now, I'm just noticing as well, even with that penalty, Josh Hubert going back up to the lead of the race there for EG Evolved Sims, as Cody Sherratt has a long pit stop. I don't believe it was unnecessarily long. I think he was just filling up with fuel, getting tyres, possibly even making a chip in any damage, that minor damage that was done to that car. But that lap time will come down, that gap will come down. It's down to 16 seconds between the top two right now, as we're still watching this battle for 4th and 5th. This is the closest fight that we've got on track. And for those of you out there at home looking at this and thinking, oh, I've got 3 hours left, it's all fizzled out, I promise you, for whatever reason, this always happens, right? I guarantee you. Make a note of this, make a note of how spaced out everyone is, then come back with an hour to go, and I promise we'll have some absolute chaos to ensue on that one. So it looks like entries have closed for the second giveaway. We'll be announcing the winner of that second giveaway very, very shortly. If you missed out, don't worry, we've got another 6 giveaways to go over on the Metal State Twitch channel. So just head over to twitch.tv/Metal State to be in with a chance of winning. Obviously, we're going out on a wide range of channels. I know that Ignition TV have got us on there as well. Is that a short work made of Samuel Vilkazi just making their way? Is that Samuel or is that Ethan McD that's in there as well? But decides to have no part of that, thankfully, down into the first of the 2 chicanes here at Mulsanne.
Jason Farmer now on board with him. Andres Rodio in his sights. He is in 5th place at the moment. The car's all over the place. 45 laps completed. His fuel got 50 liters by the looks of things. So, yeah, it looks like this car is very, very loose at the moment, but also very, very fast. Look at the slipstream effect. Look at that time dropping from 4/10 to 3/10. Hard on the brakes. He keeps the inside line, nurses the car down there. I think this car is on tenterhooks at the moment when it comes to the grip available, and I think the same can be said for Jason Saradio as we watch them fly by down that long Mulsanne straight. Back on board now, Jason Farmer on the right hand side of your screen. 320 kilometers an hour in the slipstream. This is the overtaking opportunity, or is it? Is he going to try and look down the inside? He thinks better of it as they make their way fast into the right hand. He's run wide. Jason Farmer comes in too hot. Does not lose that much time, though, but is now down at 1.6 seconds. That could have ended in disaster. It just shows you the closing speed with the slipstream under braking in these cars is not easy. And now Jason Saradio getting pressurized from behind by one of the back markers, or at least, yeah, Jason Farmer getting pressurized by one of the back markers now. That is not good for him. He's going to want to try and get away from that car. As you see that car losing it, he's down the inside. Jason Farmer almost gets taken out by a back marker. That is such a typical move, as in that section we spoke about it earlier on. It's so tricky, that complex of corners, and that's exactly what can go wrong. But Jason Farmer playing rock'em, sock'em, dodge'em over there, and does well to avoid a major incident.
It's unfortunately the 171 that was involved in that. I think that was actually Ethan McD that was behind the wheel of that at the time. And again, the thing is that, you know, it all started from going way too deep into that corner. In fact, I believe we've got a replay. We'll bring it up and go picture in picture with it. So let's have a look what happened. It all stemmed from going too deep.
Samuel, our friend Samuel Vilakazi, unfortunately getting a bit of a name for himself, way too fast into the section, and it's lost. It's completely lost, because once you touch the grass in a braking zone like that, David, I mean, there's just not enough grip as he parks it across the circuit. Dad over here, Uncle David, not happy about that one. I need a cool room. Once you're on the grass like that, it's done. It's absolutely done. As I normally don't point out when my teammate leaves the commentary desk, but this time David, in a huff, walks away, throws down the laptop, storms out of the casting room, but now decides better of it and comes back to join me again. David, welcome back.
It was a hydration break, like in the World Cup. It was a very quick hydration break. Okay, I liked it. It's lies. Don't listen to them. Okay, I promise. Okay, it's not actually.
What was the crashing sound we heard in the background there?
That was me crashing into the wall. That's.
That was Vilakazi. That was Vilakazi crashing into the wall, technically. So, we've got someone very special in the room. Before I go off on one of my introductory tangents, I'm just going to ask the question. Elric Enslin, are you with us? See what I mean?
I'm glad you did.
I'm so glad I did. And again, folks, unfortunately, this is out of our hands when it comes to... We've all had that situation when you're trying to Skype someone and you see them talking but their mic is muted or something like that. This is... for all Elric's talents behind the wheel, clearly his microphone work needs a little bit of work. But hopefully we can get Elric on the line pretty soon. Josh Joubert in first position, back again in first place. I suspect Josh has got a pit stop in hand coming shortly. And 11.1 seconds the gap to Cody Shedder, who is... That gap is dropping so fast. Cody Shedder is climbing into that gap and lead so fast. 10.3 seconds at the moment. But I suspect it'll be under 10 seconds very, very soon.
Yep, and there you go, 3:23 last lap there from Cody Shedder. Absolutely on fire just now. We have to say a big congratulations to Mike VXR in Twitch chat, who has won our second giveaway and wins 500 Rand Steam voucher. We've given you details on how to claim your prize, Mike, so congratulations, and keep your eyes out for question number 3 coming very, very soon. And I'm just going to see, because I'm hearing that we might have Alaric in soon, but we're just trying to resolve the issue with that. Until then, we've got to come to terms with the fact that we're almost halfway. How have we gone 3 hours?
Yeah, unbelievable, totally bananas. I mean, we're going to be getting the update from our team over here and on your screen as to what the standings are, what currently has been happening. A couple of replays I'm hoping will pop up later on. Lots and lots of action so far. Josh Joubert now just 9.2 seconds ahead, screaming past the camera over there. And now on your screen you can see current track temperature, the air temperature as well. Josh Joubert in the lead. His best time 3:23.3. That's a team's best time. Behind him 9.1 seconds with the time dropping. Cody Shedder in second place. Cody Shedder, of course, one of the quickest out there at the moment, and pole qualifier at the start of this race. Brandon Kruger in third position, currently in the time with a time of 3:26, his fastest time. Look at that, third position man with times 4 seconds a lap slower than second place man when it comes to ultimate pace. And that just shows you it's about attrition, it's about consistency, it's about endurance, not necessarily about out and out lap times. Fourth place, Andre Seradio. We've watched them carve their way through. We've watched him and his teammate do so well. Jason Palmer was keeping him honest early on. Oretile was comfortable in third place early on, but unfortunately has now fallen back to sixth. I think he's going to try and claw it back. He was, as far as I could see, and I might be off on this one, a little bit faster than his teammate. JP Goslet in 7th position at the moment. Kyle Williams in 8th place. And 9th place, the team that is definitely, I think so far, has got the Fighting Spirit Award, is Jehan in 9th place. They qualified right up front, fell all the way down to 15th, went back to the top 3, and now in 9th place, and still fighting as hard as they can, with Nico Quintal making up the top 10.
Yeah, and one of the final cars actually on the lead lap as well. So in fact, we do just have 10 cars on that lead lap. So that is going to become pivotal towards the end of the race here, and they're all separated by probably about 100 seconds. In fact, 200 seconds from the leader back to Nico Quintal. So that is the best part of 3 minutes here. So great to get that update here as we go picture in picture. So let's have a look at this, because this is the fight, if I'm not mistaken, for P4 and P5 right now, because this is getting very, very close indeed. Jason Farmer chasing down hunting down Andre Sorodio. And here we go. This is going to be getting very, very spicy indeed. Gets a slipstream, gets the toe, moves to the inside, says thank you very much. Andre Sorodio tries to keep on the outside, but again, maybe thinking patience is the better part of valor here.
Yeah, indeed. This is all about patience. You'd rather wait an extra half a lap. You've got 3 more hours to make a potential move. But it's easy, though, to get caught up in the mindset of just need to get past this guy so I can get to the next guy. As we see puff of smoke coming out there. It looks like tire smoke, I think. Oh, is that locked brakes? Okay, tire smoke. And yeah, I think we've now gone through the list of competitors. We can cut back to full screen. Get a closer look at some of this action. Jason Farmer, currently the car we are monitoring. And Jason Farmer now finds himself in 4th place. And we knew that Jason Farmer was the push driver in that team. We knew that he would get in that car, start trying to make his way through the field. Started in 6th place. Started in 6th. Now he's here.
Well, the great thing is that you mentioned about some of the prizes being given away, and we don't really have any say on the prizes given out. It's our team behind the scenes on that. So we can talk freely on what we've got, or what we think anyway. My nomination for one of the awards, Mazda Challenger Spirit Awards, at this point, has to surely be that #1 team of Cody Sherritt. I mean, it's a bit difficult to look past that car when they got driven into the wall and still for a chance of the lead of the race right now. So it's, you know, doing a fantastic effort on that. But we're still watching Jason Farmer. That gap between second and the leader right now is just 6.6 seconds. The last time 3:22.823 from Cody Sherritt in that 0-point racing machine, and this is going to boil over very, very shortly indeed. But as I said, here at Le Mans, the virtual recreation of the 1991 Le Mans circuit, 6 hours of the Mazda Masters 2026 almost reaches a crescendo of its halfway point.
Banner Jabeg gets a penalty. Banner Jabeg gets a penalty. We'll get some more information about that shortly. But the person that I want to speak to right now is none other than Elric Ensslin. Let's try again. Elric, are you there?
Hi there, gents. How you doing?
Finally, he's here. He has arrived, the man of the moment. Elric Ensslin, so many questions, so little time. Well, in fact, we've got 3 hours and 1 minute to talk. So, I mean, if you're not doing anything, I'm keen to chat. Quick one from my side. You guys got a penalty earlier on.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind as a teammate when that happened?
I mean, it's part of racing. Obviously, there's a tiny bit of frustration, but I can't be angry at my teammates. They've been doing a fantastic job. I mean, it's 2 guys that have never raced on R-Factor 2 before. Like, they only got the simulator because of this event. So they are brand new, don't really know how things work. And so far, they're doing really well. So
well, you're leading the race, so that can't be too bad. It can't be too terrible if you're leading the flippant race at this stage, halfway through. So strategies overlapping. I'm sure you're also watching the screen closely, as are we. There's a 5-second gap between you guys and second place at this stage. What is this expected? What goes through your mind when these overtakes are about to take place? Is this part of the strategy? Are you racing for position, or are you just doing your strategy and seeing where it pans out?
Yeah, right now it's extremely difficult to say where we actually lie. Cody's team and our team are completely different strategies right now, so it's really up in the air. Obviously, we're still aiming for the win, but right now it's just trying to get it to the end. More than happy with the P2. We came into the weekend not really that fast, but 30 minutes before the race, we had a miracle happen with our setup. And
what do you mean?
I can't go into details, but we figured something out. And we've been flying.
That.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay, well, I mean, well, you can tell me off air later, and I'll tell everybody else once we're done talking.
Yeah, no, I'll share it after the race.
Okay, cool. Just teasing, but it's so interesting. So there are trade secrets amongst the teams.
100%. Yeah. I think you could see it with the qualifying laps as well before the race. I mean, Cody's team, they were absolutely flying with the qualifying laps, doing 3:19s. And we were like gobsmacked, not knowing where they did get those times.
Yeah.
I think we kind of
it's a
understand
terrible
now.
feeling when you're going into a race and there's just time on the table and you're not sure why.
Exactly. Yeah. So luckily we figured something out. I don't know if it's the same thing that Cody and them are doing, but so far it's working.
done.
It's going to be a close race to the end.
Oh, I can see that. Well done for figuring it out. Well done for running in the top 2. I look forward to this battle that's about to unfold now, and well done for supporting your teammates even through mistakes. As you said, they haven't played the sim often, so we got to have a little bit of grace with one another. We win together, we lose together, as they say. So thanks for the chat, and I hope to see you guys winning together in the near future.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Alaric Ensslin, ladies and gentlemen, one of the quickest men on a sim, that is for sure, and flanked by his teammates currently in first position. Early on, we saw them getting a penalty, David. Unfortunately, that penalty cost them, but they're still in it with a fight. 4.5 seconds ahead at the moment. But I don't think that's going to last very much longer. They are on separate strategies, and that time is dropping because Cody Shedid is on an absolute tear at the moment and tearing through that time difference as we speak. 3.6 seconds the gap now. Brandon Kruger, a full minute and a half behind. Andres Seradio in the pits behind that. Jason Farmer right behind him, who will, I'm sure, assume that position in fourth place pretty soon as we go back on board once again with Josh Chabert in the lead. Cody Shedid has just lost 3 seconds there, Dave. 3 seconds, Cody Shedid, and it looks like Cody Shedid has made a mistake. Hopefully, we can get that. Hopefully, we can get that replay, and I'm hoping that that will be the case. Cody Shedid, 3 seconds. He's still quick. But Cody Shedid made a big mistake. He's still going to come back. I think he's going to come back, but man, that is not ideal from Cody Shedid. Not at this stage of the race, David. He has to be perfect, basically. Or maybe he does it. Maybe he's got time in hand. Maybe the strategy allows for these types of mistakes. 3 seconds, though. 3 seconds is a lot. Here comes the replay, Dave.
So let's have a look at what happened, because it was on the entry to the four chicanes then. So he's going down through the gears then, too much speed, that's all it is. Just absolutely hops over, and he slows down to avoid a penalty. That's what it is there.
Done.
So he's
Very
clever driving. What's interesting on that as well is that gap, the lap before that one, 3.2 seconds was the gap. He was 2.1 seconds faster than the leader, as that is Andre Seradio getting absolutely hounded by Jason Farmer. That gap was up to 6 seconds. It's back down to 4.4 now.
We've been talking about Jason Farmer's pace. We've been talking about his resilience. We've been talking about his willingness to hunt down his opponents. And Andre Seradio now finds himself in the crosshairs with the visor down for Jason Farmer, locked and loaded, target fixed. Andre Seradio in front of him in the Project Vapor car. These two, we've been told, have had rivalries on the track for many, many seasons, and now once again that storyline continues here at Le Mans as these two Mazdas battle it out. Andre Seradio just half a second back, Jason Farmer. But as we've seen many, many times before, David, here comes the straight and here comes the slipstream.
Yeah, that's going to be very wide through Tetra Rouge there for Andre Seradio. He gets it, but that was a really bad exit, loses a lot of speed there. Jason Farmer now is going to be able to go into the slipstream as we come along Mulsanne. This is what you were saying. Does he want to make a move now? I don't think you do. You just pressure the driver in front, stay in the slipstream, and then make your move on the exit of the second Mulsanne chicane.
Of the second Mulsanne straight chicane, because this one over here, look, I might disagree with you on that one, because if you make the overtake on the first one, oh, that was close. If you make the overtake on the first one, you get re-overtaken on the second one, and then you get the opportunity on the third one. Should you just wait for the third one? I don't know, but he's taking your strategy, Dave. He's taking your strategy. Let's see how it pans out. David Christie's strategy for overtaking down the Mulsanne is now in full effect. Let's see if it pans out. Could Andre Seradio come back with the re-overtake? momentarily. I don't know. Let's find out.
I don't think so. I think that Andre is maybe fuel saving a little bit here. He's in this tow, he's in the slipstream, and this is a great chance to remind you that we have got 5,000 Rand going to the driver of the day. Oh, that's an award sponsored by VAP's HCV, Heavy Commercial Vehicle Insurance, for the backbone of the country. But we're on board then.
Delta Negative, I think, surely should be in the running for that driver of the day so far. Jason Farmer might be someone in that mix as well. Cody Shedder, certainly for just pure pace, but if Cody keeps going the way he's going now, he's going to get a check either way. What's written on that check, we're going to find out at the end of the day. But, big oversteer moment there from Andres Serradio. He's not giving up, Dave.
It really, really isn't. And again, just really wanting to try and hold with it. This is where I think it's fuel saving, because he's pushing that car, but it's only while he's in the slipstream. I think now he's lost the slipstream of Jason Farmer. He's going to drift back naturally because he's going to a different number, I think, than the car in front. But what we also have to say is happy halfway point, everyone. We are officially 3 hours in to the 6-hour race. Again, if you've just joined us this afternoon, a very warm welcome wherever you're watching today. This is the Mazda Masters 2026 Sim Racing Championship. Terence Page and David Christie taking you through all of the action. And now we are coming down to the moments that matter here. 2 hours 53. And here is a rundown of where we stand 51 laps into the race, Ernest.
Oh, I love that moments that matter. The Mazda moments that matter. Here we go. Josh Joubert, 51 laps down. Cody Shedder, 51 laps in the books. Brandon Kruger, all drivers on the same lead lap. Jason Farmer just crosses the line there. He might now be on that 51 lap mark. Andres Serradio also. I think a lot of these guys will be now crossing onto that 51 lap threshold. But man, this means we're effectively looking at about a 100 lap race at this stage on a circuit that's 3.5 minutes long. That is 6 hours of long driving. And so far, so good for the Mazda Masters 2026. We had a restart, the red flag restart earlier on, which put a hold on the event. But as soon as that was sorted, the flag dropped and the nonsense stopped. And now it's time to go racing as these drivers, 50 laps in, are halfway through what has been so far, frankly, epic event. Not just for the pomp and circumstance around the event, but just the sheer driving skill demonstrated on screen, David, with cars that are clearly very, very difficult to drive.
Cars that are very difficult, drivers that are exceptionally talented here. And I say again here, anyone in the top 5 could still win this race, because Cody Sherritt now got that gap back down to 3.1 seconds. Do you honestly think that Josh Joubert is going to give that position over lightly? I just see sparks, I see fireworks between those two. And yeah, this is just awesome stuff to watch here. As we said, 2 hours and 50 minutes left to go. And it is indeed EG Evolved Sims who are pushing the envelope right now. In fact, actually, the lead's changed. What's happened to Josh Joubert?
Josh Joubert is in the pits at the moment. In the pits at the moment. If you look on the other screen over there, you'll see currently in the pits. Cody Shedder retakes the lead, and look at that. Cody Shedder is back on a tear, and you can just see the attitude of the car as he squirms and the car writhes through some of those corners, just on the limit of adhesion on those. I think those are 335 section rear tires, if I'm not mistaken. Just huge rear slick tires, and Cody Shedder just leaning on them, trying to get the most out of that visceral esports car through the chicane. He goes, your leader, halfway through, 2 hours 50 to go, and Cody Shedder is the man in front at the moment.
Yep, certainly is. And while we've got this kind of break in the activity, now we can kind of have a little bit more of a look now at why we're doing this event. Of course, 35 years since the incredible victory at Le Mans. As I said, nobody really gave Mazda a chance going into that race there. They were kind of looked down on and dismissed. But what a performance it really was from the three drivers as part of Le Mans there. You know, you've got the likes of Bertrand Gachot, who were driving that car. You've then got, again, just thinking back through that, Gachot is one of the drivers that you normally would associate with F1, and then he made his move over into prototype racing. And then obviously you had the likes of, I've just drawn a complete blank there, the English racing driver. I'll come back to that in a second.
Johnny Herbert.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Broke his legs back in 1988.
Can you believe that?
Never race again.
Can you believe that?
To be told you'd potentially never race a car again and come back and then go and win Le Mans, that is an absolutely sensational.
Just the human spirit is just phenomenal. We see it demonstrated in motorsport all the time. Martin Brundle himself breaking and shattering his clutch leg, which made it so difficult for him to race the manual cars back in the day. So we've got a replay of someone that sped in the pit lane, which of course is a punishable offense. This is what speeding in the pit lane looks like, folks. 59 kilometers an hour, 59.
Too early. Yeah.
Oh, too early.
Actions in it.
Oh man, that's got to sting. That's got to sting. That's got to sting. So we've got one DNF so far, and unfortunately someone is out of this race at this stage, and we're just waiting for confirmation on who that someone is.
I think it's one of the teammates for the 171. I think it was Ethan McKee.
Oh man, what a pity. Would be the first DNF. They are currently 9 laps down, so it's more than likely is them. More than likely is them. But yeah, what a pity. It's always a shame to see that happening. And David, I've just pulled up this document over here. We spoke about tires early on. Tire management. We've got the tires on screen at the moment now with Visceral Esports, Cody Shedder running the softs, and Brandon Kruger running the endurance, with Jason Farmer also running the endurance. So that speed disparity that we're seeing over here, Visceral, Cody Shedder with a 326 on his last lap though, only 1 second faster, but that will fluctuate with the ebbs and flows of the tires as the tires decide to wear or putting new tires, etc. But just got some clarity on the team. It was the TGN Racing Simulators S2 that retired. TGN Racing Simulators S2 that retired. And that is Ethan McDougall. You are correct in saying so. That was Ethan that unfortunately is out of the race.
So I was confused because he was showing us in the 171, but I did get a message through to say that it was that S2 thing that came up. Finally, now that I've actually had the sense to bring up the notes, it was Johnny Herbert, Volker Weidler, and Bertrand Gachot who were in the number 5 in the 1991 Le Mans. But Ernest, I think it's time we pay some bills again, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's time. Let's do that. Back to the action with Mazda Masters 2026. My name is Ernest Page. 3 hours in, David. I'm starting to get my name wrong. My name is Ernest Page. This is David Christie to my right, and in front of you on your screen is the leader of this race, Cody Shedder. Qualified on pole, started on pole, is now currently running in first position. Cody Shedder on the limit, pushing that car and leaning on that car. We've got another replay coming in. A big incident from earlier on your screen right now. You'll see Brady over there in 16th place. Oh, spinning out and parking it on the racing line. So lucky. And there's the incident.
That's a shame. Yeah.
It just shows you, I mean, he was safe until he wasn't. And yeah, unfortunately, these types of mistakes can cost you. 16th position at the moment for him. Brady on soft tires. His last time was a 6-minute 18, and currently 4 laps down on the leaders. So way down the order is Brady. Cody Shedid though, not so much. First place by 95 seconds. That's 1.5 minutes or thereabouts. The number 230, Elric Enslen, and his team are currently in 3rd place. And behind them, just 3 seconds back, is the TGN Racing Simulators A3. So let's jump on board there. I'd love to see what's happening with Jochen and JP Goslet over there. We've got a 3-second gap between JP Goslet and Justin Eloff. So that's JP Goslet, Justin Eloff. Justin Eloff currently driving in the 230 car. Elric Enslen. Oh, that did not sound good. I heard a little bit of wheel spin there. I had either there was wheel spin or there was clutch slip. But that was wheel spin, just confirmed wheel spin. So Justin Eloff leaning on this car. Maybe the tires are ice cold, but definitely some wheel spin. Let's watch him as he exits. Short shifting this time. So he short shifted that last one. So clearly struggling with getting those tires warmed up enough, struggling to get heat into those tires to make sure they put the power down. As we now go on board with him, the gap 4.2 seconds. Maybe it's stabilized a little bit. 340 kilometers an hour, it goes quiet inside the car. Justin Eloff in 3rd place, grabbing that apex perfectly, but running a little bit shallow there. Would have thought he might have wanted to go out a little bit wider. Oh, big correction on the exit there. So I'm not sure if he's pushing as hard as his teammates were, because maybe he's just getting used to the car at this stage. But it does seem to me like he's going a little bit easy at this stage, trying to get that car turned in. Oh! Car slipping and sliding. The car, it seems a little bit sketchy inside here. I'm interested to see if he's able to maintain the pace, is Justin Eloff. Lots of short shifting there. And on the top right of your screen, a little bit of trivia for you guys. In 1985, South African Motor Corporation, Samcor, was founded to bring South African some of Mazda's most iconic vehicles of the year. A Mazda 323, 626, of course the Sting, I drove one of those lately, and the B2 2200 Bucky. And of course that B series Bucky, I drove one of those to school in my matric year. Was one of the best years of my life. I got very lucky. There was this, I was part of a lift club, and this guy had the sickest Mazda B series Bucky, color coded everything, and somehow I managed to end up with my driver's license in matric, and this guy found out I was getting my license, and he asked me if I wanted to drive the Bucky to school. I said of course. And I drove to school for a couple of months. It was flipping awesome until my parents found out and they told me I couldn't drive it anymore. But up until that point, that Mazda brought me and my friends some of the best memories in matric. So thanks for that, Mazda. Oh, you guys won. Back to the action, though. Justin Eloff in 2nd position. He came out of the pits. We've just got confirmation. The car was a little bit skittish on that pit lap. He just managed to do a 327. Cody Shedid on a 322.4. Cody Shedid wants to go home with that cash. That's for sure. 322.438 on your screen. Brandon Joubert in 13th position. On your screen now, just behind Josh in 12th place. So this is the battle for 12th on your screen right now. Battles taking place all over the place. Isn't that right, David?
It really is. And we're really not that far off of qualifying pace right now. 3:19 was the fastest lap that they did in the qualifying times. Cody Shedid there, 3:22.438, and he is just setting the cat amongst the pigeons. But I did love that there, and I think that possibly is going to be another thing for us. Hashtag Mazda memories, and it's amazing how many of those core memories we associate with cars, and specifically your ones with the Mazda. And I guess one man that maybe has more memories than most for Mazda is Storytime Kids. Again, part of the education and all the research that I did, Yojiro Terada who is otherwise known as Mr. Le Mans, taken part in Le Mans 29 times, and the majority of those times a privateer for Mazda.
Wow.
Bringing his own car, and he actually raced in '91 alongside the other two factory efforts in an older version of the 787, and the fact that he was in 29 times, but he's never been a factory works driver, and was with Mazda Speed, M2 Mazda, and private Mazda entries for most of that career, and that was all the way up in 2008. Born in 1947. For me, what I love, that is the very definition
someone's
of
in the
Mazda.
wall. I apologize, there's someone's in the wall. Josh was in the wall there with his Mazda. But yeah, he seems to have recovered, slipped down a position to Van der Jabeur. But he seems to have recovered, Josh. But yeah, that unfortunately lost that battle to himself. But yeah, you were saying, competing as a privateer at this level must be insanely expensive and difficult. You just don't have factory support, or at least not factory. You just don't have the support that the factory teams have.
I think he would have still had the connections though. So what his backstory is, he ran a Mazda dealership over in Japan. He used his own money to buy the cars, ship them over to France, and then race them. So he was like the absolute living spirit of that privateer car. That looked very, very close for Josh at the back of Werner Joubert there. But just finishing off that story there, I mean, that is the whole thing. It's about taking someone that on paper has no right to perform as well as they do. And that's what we're seeing here today. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit of that spirit going through all of these drivers today.
Yep. Certainly these two fighting it out for position. Van der Jabeur in 12th place. Josh, 0.8 of a second just behind. Sight set for Josh in that 10 car. He started in 10th position. Van der started in 13th. So they are fighting in similar positions to what they started. But early on we saw Josh coming up behind Van der Jabeur. Closing speed was a little high there. I do think Van der was a little bit slow through those S's. So let's see if that plays out in the coming moments. Of course, a little bit more trivia for you guys on top there. Mazda operates major production facilities in Hiroshima, as the Americans say, Hiroshima, Ofu, Japan, along with the addition of additional plants in Thailand, USA, and Mexico, showing Mazda's global commitment to craftsmanship, innovation, and of course, quality. And it's important to try and remember some of this because those questions in the Twitch stream might pertain to some of these statements. David Christie.
Yes, not that we're giving you subtle hints
No.
or nudges or anything like that.
Not in the least.
I've never really been known for my subtleties on that one. And listen, we've still got plenty to talk about over the history of Mazda over the next 2.5 hours. We'll also kind of have a little chat about Mazda Speed as well, who are the motorsport arm of Mazda. And
such a cool name as well.
Well, it was through them. It was through the research for them. I never knew that there used to be an 84-hour endurance race at Nürburgring. 84 hours!
That seems like a terrible idea.
And Mazda won on their first competitive entry, the Mazda Cosmos Sport back in 1968. I mean, that's
the legendary Cosmos. What a beautiful car. I've actually seen one of those in the flesh. It's flippin' stunning, that thing, eh? Wow.
They don't make them like they used to. I'm telling
you.
The
proportions,
so nice.
The proportions of some of those sports cars, those first sports cars, where the beam counters didn't get a say in what the car looked like. The car was just supposed to look good. The car was, you know what I mean? It was designed for design's sake.
And I've never heard that term before. Move it over here, beam counter.
Yeah, we know it while you're in South Africa. But yeah, designed for design's sake and not designed for any other reason. And we don't see that as often these days. There's always a reason to change it, to be sort of less emboldened to try something new. And cars like the Cosmos really embody the design ethos of just make it look pretty, for goodness sakes.
Oh, that was air and a half there for Jehan in that number 2 machine. Absolutely Clark here at Dunlop Curve there. And Delta Negative almost watching the whole airline here today.
Delta Negative, unbelievable. One of the comeback stories of the day for sure. Delta Negative, I mean, gee whiz, these guys really have proved that they have what it takes, the spirit of competition. I got the message at 6:24 that Delta Negative was out. I got the message at 6:24. Then I immediately got another message after that. They've decided to continue. They're going to keep pushing on. And look at this, a top 8 position. And no sign of slowing down at this stage. He's on the limit. He is on the ragged edge right now. 11 seconds behind. You think so?
Yeah, that was a big puff of smoke coming from the centre of the car there. And I've got a feeling that he's thrown that car in too much. Remember, they had gearbox damage from going into the pits too hot and rattling down the gears. That's what they're living with, and I'm absolutely positive that that was a big puff of smoke coming out from the centre of the car there.
Well, let's keep watching. 11 seconds down at the moment from 7th place. And 7th place is currently in the pits, looks like it. It does look like 7th place is in the pits. So let's see if they're able to catch up. I mean, then the 11-second delta doesn't make any sense, but either way, he is in 8th place, chasing down 7th position. Michael de Kock. In front of Michael is Jeff Leroux and Andre Seradio, and the gap in front to first place between Tariq Adam, who's now out on track for the first time today. Tariq Adam is probably going to be putting one mega stint going into the latter half of this race. 6.5 seconds ahead of Justin Eloff. Justin Eloff will make sure that that gap does not stay that big. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, certainly pushing as hard as he possibly can. But as we said, this is now whittling down the time rapidly. We're seriously quickly approaching 2.5 hours left to go. Let's have a look at a replay then on that car. Let's see if my hunch was right. It may be that it was tire smoke. I'm absolutely positive it came from the centre of the engine. But let's have a look here then. So he's on the exit through the chicanes. He's already... that might be tire smoke.
That could have been
the
the tyre.
yeah.
Could have been the tyre. Yeah. Could have been some
so
inside, as the Japanese drivers call it, in-lift, where the inside wheel gets a little bit high, the differential spins the inside wheel a little bit faster, and maybe a puff of smoke gets generated. Who knows? But we'll be keeping a close eye on that car to try and make sure that he makes it through to the end. Tariq Adam now with a 6.2 second gap. His last time was 3:32. Let's see if he's managed to get things up to speed and up to temperature. Tariq Adam, all eyes on him at the moment. See if he will cross the line, going ever so slightly faster than 3:32. Now, his time now is a 5:40, so that's his pit lane time. So his pit out time is 5 minutes 40, so this is his first lap after his pit stop. That 3:20, that earlier time was his teammates' time, so Tariq Adam now is the man to watch to see if that gap will get larger or smaller. Just under 6 seconds now between him and Justin Eloff. Delta Negative in 7th position now, climbing back up the order. They've told us that they're going to drive it. It either breaks or they finish. That's a good philosophy to have, David.
It really is, and we've got a saying: send it or bend it. That's exactly what you have to do in this situation.
Look, I've done my fair share of bending it in real life. It's not always a good idea to send it.
But did you send it in the first place?
I did send it, though. I did.
Lad, that's all that matters.
And then I bent it. So, yeah, that is true. One can do many things whilst sending it, but you don't want to bend it. And I tell you what, though, if these guys have already got damage on the car, so there's nothing for them to lose now. They're going to park it, or they're going to send it, and they've decided to do the latter, and here they come, flying down the straight over there. We get on board with Delta Negative.
But then on the exit of the seconds of the Mulsanne chicanes, and rattling up through the gearbox, then this is on the run down to Mulsanne Corner, the double apex right-hander. It sweeps to the right, and then you're onto the brakes as well. You can hear how quickly he's lifting, and oh, that is very early on the downshift. And again, you can hear that R26B rotary engine screaming in protest at how
Decent.
early it's being downshifted here as it makes its way back up as well here.
He doesn't seem to be going any easy on the car, is Jehan. So clearly, as you said, send it or bend it. 8,700 RPM into the braking zone on the downshift. His downshifts are a lot more conservative, I think. I do think his downshifts might be a bit more conservative. Maybe a better thing, I mean, on certain cars, it does pay. Oh, that was not. on certain cars, it does pay to shift down slightly later. I know the BMWs that we race in Cape Town, it pays to wait a bit later on the downshift. You let the brakes do the work that the brakes are supposed to do. And people often say you want to use engine braking, but that's not always the best idea. So, Jehan having to figure out whether or not he should be using the brakes hard. He is absolutely on the pace. And again, let's see what the last time is for Tariq Adam as he now goes on to complete his lap quite shortly. And I've got Johan is the name. I apologize. Then we've got a bit of a glitch on the screen in our documents here. And that is Johan van der Merwe. I hate getting names wrong, David. Your name is David, right?
Welcome to my life, my friends. I do it for a living. It's fine, don't worry about it. What I did notice actually was 10th place there, Michael bringing a yellow flag out at Sector 3. I think that was into Indianapolis, but he's got going again. I think possibly just sending that car a little bit too much. I mean,
jeez,
what was it we said earlier about mechanical sympathy? I think
there's none of that. There is none of that happening here today. 325 for Tariq Adam in first position. A 326 for Justin Eloff in second place. So Tariq Adam managing to eke out another second on Justin Eloff. And let's see if Tariq can catch up. You're pointing at something on a screen here, David. What am I?
Oh, sorry, it's just a yellow flag came out in Sector 1. I think that was, again, Michael de Kock. Absolutely sending it through the Dunlop curves there. So anytime we see the yellow flag pop up on the banner, I'm instantly over to the track map trying to ID exactly what car is involved with that. So again, he's just sending that car for as much as he possibly can. Something here at the battle for first and second position then, because Justin Eloff is trying to bring that gap down a little bit, but last lap there, 1 second between the two of them there. So we're watching into that second chicane. Big puff of smoke there from one of the cars just in front as well. And well, let's see if this actually happens or not.
So I've just got the list of awards and their details, but before we do that, let's just talk about the Mazda CX-60, which was introduced into South Africa in 2023, an absolutely gorgeous car. And that engine, the Takumi 3.3 turbo diesel mild hybrid electric vehicle in 2024, that engine is an absolute gem. I do enjoy when Mazda makes good engines like the 3.3, bringing Mazda's biggest SUV yet with first to market technologies and premium craftsmanship. Now back to those special awards. BAPS is giving the Driver of the Day award for 5,000 Rand, awarded to the standout individual driver in the event based on overall skill, pace, consistency and impact throughout the 6-hour endurance. There's best overtake as well by BAPS HCV, King Price Insurance fastest lap, King Price Insurance consistency award for 2,500 Rand, and King Price Insurance as the Challenger Spirit Award for 2,500 Rand. Now, you can, as the audience, get involved. We will ask our Twitch audience who they feel is the best for each award. And then myself and you, David, will have a bit of a discussion and then come to our conclusions thanks to our audience interaction. So, it's 2.5 hours to go before we have to have that conversation, but just getting everybody ready. So head on over to Twitch if you want to start putting in those nominations.
That's far too much responsibility, I think, for myself to be involved in on that one, but I'm loving it. Also, just a shout out, giveaway time number 3 is ready to go over on the Metal State Twitch twitch.tv/metalstake. Get yourself over there. We are about to drop question number 3, which is, what type of engine did the Mazda 787B use? What type of engine did the Mazda 787B use? Get your answers into chat. Get yourself entered in with a chance to win 500 Rand in Steam vouchers. Plenty to go on there. What I will say, please be careful with the spelling on this one, because our auto mod might trip you up. So, be careful. It's all good. It's all good. We're friends here. Don't worry about it. 2 hours, 24 minutes left to go in this Mazda Masters 2026, the inaugural running of our 6-hour special event here designed to celebrate the 35th anniversary of that iconic 1991 victory at Le Mans for the Le Mans 787B and the wonderful 26B engine that used what kind of engine, chat? Let's hear it in Twitch chat. You can get yourself into that competition. So, back to the fight for P5 and P6 just now. This is Project Vapor versus GSRT, and as we heard, this is a bit of a grudge match that has been going on for some time now. 3.2 seconds, just the gap between 5th and 6th place just now. Jeff LaRue chasing down Andre Soroggio, and again we got some valuable insight chatting to Andre earlier on. He was hyped, he was ready to go in this car, and of course they've had their fair share of misadventure and luck not going their way in that car, but he is absolutely sending it for everything that he is worth, and he's about 1 second faster as yet again we get a yellow flag in Sector 2 and we get another caller into the pits. That's TGN Racing Simulators A1. That was a car we saw earlier being piloted by Urutile Motsuagoselli, and he is possibly going to be jumping back into the car. In fact, look at that, as if I actually know what I'm talking about. There he appears on screen as well.
Should I call you David Copperfield? Because you've just made him appear out of nowhere. And Urutile has shown some incredible pace. Earlier on, he was running top 3 consistently. And now, all of a sudden, he finds himself quite far down the order, or further down the order. Let's hope they can fight their way back. But David, so far, let's do a quick recap between the two of us. I mean, this has been, so far, a very memorable 3.5 hours of racing. The first hour was just spectacular. That first hour looked like a 60-minute sprint race.
It really, really did. And never mind the first hour, the first 25 minutes, I think it aged about 12 years just watching that part of the race. But listen, this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted the drama, we wanted the intrigue, we wanted the storylines. And we've got 2 hours and 20 minutes left, and we still have no idea who is actually going to come out on top. We've got some contenders, and they're in a great position. But ladies and gentlemen, please, please, please do not count your chickens. As someone who has been through many, many endurance races, I have seen this too many times where you've got clear favourite with 2 hours left to go. And I've seen it even on the final lap. I've seen it even with 10 minutes to go, 15, 20 minutes to go. Anything can happen. And unfortunately, I've seen it happen too many times to even remotely get excited yet.
Yeah. Johan Kleinans on your screen there, and LMU champion and Pro-Am champion, ACC as well. LMU is primary sim that he takes part in. But getting back to what you were saying, David, yes, the first hour and a half, half an hour certainly was action-packed. But now, as we discussed earlier on, we're seeing the overlap. Now, usually in endurance racing, if everybody's on the same strategy, it can be a little bit boring because you watch the guys pit at the same time, especially with shorter endurance races where there's only really one window, oftentimes a 2-hour or a 3-hour. But once you throw in a 6-hour and you've got multiple drivers, multiple teams, some teams with 2, some teams with 3, you all of a sudden have a situation where the overlap takes place and you don't know what happens until the final flag drops. Because if you time that overlap correctly, it means that you will be able to complete your stint without having to stop before the flag drops. If you time it incorrectly, it could mean that you might have to do a splash and dash right on the line. We've seen it happen just last week in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. We saw one of the drivers, I think it could have been Reddick. Actually, no, it wasn't Reddick. One of the drivers in the Sprint Cup Series it was Bell, have to pit on the last couple of laps. So it can happen to anybody. And speaking of happening to anybody, Seradio is unfortunately starting to feel the pressure a little bit. We heard from a producer who was watching on board that he's been fluffing some of the gear shifts. So let's go on board with Andre Seradio. And as he feels the pressure from Jeff LaRue over there. And as I was mentioning, just to close my statement, you run out of fuel in the last couple of laps, David, it's a problem.
Yeah, and I'm listening to these downshifts again. That's sending the car up to the 9,000 RPM range here. And that is, again, not what you want. That car again, that doesn't sound
it's
amazing. Yeah, that's. I've got to be honest, I really don't have a good feeling about this. Purely because not only does it put the engine under extra strain, but how often do you see it where the engine actually, or the wheels lock up when you downshift too early, especially on the entry to corner. So we're on the Mulsanne straight, we've just gone through Tetra Rouge here, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Let's listen to how he goes into this first chicane. He'll lift, dab onto the brakes, but it's how quickly he dives down into fourth gear.
Right on pace at 9.6. Right on pace with 350 kilometers an hour. And Andre Seradio starting to feel the pressure a little bit, but managing to keep that gap at 2 seconds quite comfortably so far. So we've got an interview lined up, and my good friend David Christie will be chatting to Stoltz. Stoltz, of course, from, I think, the team that is doing one of the best jobs at the moment. That is Delta Negative. Stoltz and his team were right up front earlier on, Dave. They were competing and qualified right up ahead, found themselves all the way down the order in 15th position, went back up to 3rd place, and then now fell back to 11th. And fighting again, Delta Negative. Watch out for them. Johan behind the wheel at the moment, currently in 6th place. David, over to you.
Well, I'm a little bit apprehensive to do this, but let's bring into the commentary box Chris Stoltz. Good afternoon, Chris. Can you hear me down there?
I can hear you.
Yeah, mate. Right, talk us through that opening stint, because obviously we saw you facing a wall into lap one there. Not the best start.
No, I mean, a little bit unlucky, to be honest. I think we got a decent initial getaway. Coming into the first corner, just tried to play it safe. And then on the exits, I got a bit compromised fighting with Luke, and I got hit in the rear by Enslan, I think it was. So spun around, dropped down to 11th place, but we've now faced fighting our way back.
And what a fight back it has been. Obviously, you've got one of your teammates in the car, Johan van der Merwe, in the behind the wheel just now. Talk us through what it's been like in the conversation, because I'm presuming all you guys are on voice chat right now, and how have you been able to talk yourselves down from that opening lap?
I mean, to be honest, after the first stint, when I came into the pits for the first time, we were second already. So the first stint, all things considered, was okay. Obviously, it was a big loss at the start, but to be second by the end of my first stint, it wasn't too bad. Handed over the car to my teammates, and things were going pretty well. But then when he had his first pit stop, we actually had a game crash, so we lost 2 minutes with that as well. We dropped back down to 10th, and look, our pace is strong. I'm going to be getting into the car soon for the last 3 stints, probably triple stinting. We'll see what we can do, and hopefully we can find our way back to the podium.
P6 at the moment, obviously there's still a lot that could be happening in this final 2 hours of the race. Is it cloud pipe dreams to think possibly trying to fight for a podium, or are we just taking whatever we can get right now?
I mean, the pace is strong, so part of me wants to say yes. It's a very big gap that we have to close. So we're just gonna take it lap by lap and push. And yeah, we've had our fair share of bad luck. So hopefully that's done, and then we'll see what we can do.
Well, a huge thanks for coming and chatting to us in the commentary tower. Best of luck to the rest of the team at Delta Negative, Chris, and we will hopefully speak to you at the end of the race.
Thanks.
So there we go then, Chris Stoltzen, and again, I've got to be honest, sounding quite positive towards the end of the race there.
Well, you should, because they've done it before on the same day. They've got a proven track record of coming back. And that track record is all of 4 hours long. You know what I mean? They've done it in this current race, so they know that they can do it. They've done it before. The mindset now is, guys, let's lock down. Let's do our best, regardless of the outcome. And with something like this, all you can do is your absolute best. Leave it all out there on the table and see what happens. And I think they've got what it takes to be able to claw their way back. Now, whether they're going to be able to claw their way back to a third place, that's another conversation altogether. But with endurance racing, as I said earlier, anything can happen. It usually does. And all you can do is literally let it all hang out and see what happens. So kudos to them. Kudos to them. And I think that they deserve their flowers for what has been, in my opinion, the standout performance of the race so far. My producer's chuckling in my ear for some of my statements, but these are all PG statements as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think we're about 2 hours away from seeing the fruits of the labour for Delta Negative. And yeah, we'll certainly see on that one. Let's give you a recap just now of what we know for sure. And that is going to be Tariq Adams still in the lead for the leading team just now. 0 Point Racing ahead of EG Evolved Sims in second place. That's Justin Elof behind 15 seconds now. That gap is massively opening up. Brandon Kruger is in third place for a team that have flown under the radar today. Olaf Racing, excuse me, in third position there. We'll see if they've got any big things to do at the moment. 100 seconds behind second place just now. Then behind them, Andre Sorodio has weathered the storm a little bit. He is desperately trying to fend off Jeff LaRue, who is fighting for 4th and 5th position just now. So it's Project Paper in a dogfight, a straight-out dogfight with GSRT. Jeff LaRue hunting him down for that one. And then Johan van der Merwe, as we just spoke to Chris Stoltz there from Delta Negative, up into P6 on that remarkable recovery drive after it all went wrong in lap number 1. Kyle Williams in 7th position for the TGN's Racing Simulators S3. Nico Quintal is in 8th there for TGN Racing Simulators A4. Mikhail de Kock for TGN Racing Simulators A3. And then Kitso Machida in A1 as well for 10th position. That rounds out your top 10 with 2 hours, 10 minutes to go.
Well, 105 years ago, Mazda Motor Corporation was founded on January 30th to be exact. Well, Mazda Southern Africa, marked 11 years operating as a local entity. Lots and lots of Mazda memories, I'm sure, in the crowd, and more Mazda memories getting created as we speak. And this, of course, is the Mazda Masters 2026 Sim Racing Championship. Nico Quintal on your screen at the moment. Michael de Kock right behind him. That is less than a second that separates these guys right now. And who will come out victorious? Here is the battle on your screen right now. They've got a back marker that they need to dispatch of. He gets out of the way and, in so doing, almost takes them both out. That was a little bit too close for comfort, but the battle continues now onto the section that takes us onto the main straight. This, of course, after the Dunlop chicane, is the S's, then Tetra Rouge, and then onto the Mulzaan, where we see them heading towards now the speeds here in excess of 350 kilometers an hour. Most of the faster guys touching on that 350 kilometer an hour barrier. Will these guys do the same? Slipstream, of course, coming into play as we hop on board your top right-hand side of your screen. You can see the car chasing. going well over 350 kilometers an hour, 355.56. Just nibbling on the rev limiter there at 356 kilometers an hour. The car in front has lost it. The car in front has lost it. Nico has made a big mistake, handing over the position to Michael de Kock. Michael de Kock slots into 8th place. Nico now in 9th position. But is it over? We've seen the position shuffle around many times over, thanks to the slipstream effect, of course, on the back straight. Will it make a difference now, though? We're going to the second of the 2 chicanes. This one called a kink, though. It's, I think it's a bit more than a kink. The Mulsanne kink. And now towards the final corner on the straight, which takes us into the forest. Michael de Kock having extended his lead to 1.2 seconds. Nico Quintal. Whew, the downshifts are mega as the guys go into that final corner. And I think Michael has extended enough of a lead at this stage to be comfortable with a 1.5 second gap. Tariq Adam showing his pace. He did a 3:23 early on. He did a 3:24 just now. And the gap between him and Brandon Kruger seems stable, at least for now. Justin Eloff in 3rd place on your screen at the moment. And it looks like Justin Eloff is getting a little bit of pressure from Jeff Leroux. Now, the battle for 3rd place on your screen at the moment. Justin just came out of the pit lane on cold tires, he is. Jeff Leroux with a 1.2 second deficit at this stage. And now is his opportunity to try and capitalize on that deficit, the tire deficit at this stage. Justin still struggling to get those tires up to temperature. We jump on board with Jeff Leroux. Jeff Leroux hunting down the car in front, and now he does seem to be within striking distance, getting some of that slipstream, get the draft, as the Americans say. Jeff Leroux in 4th position. Flop behind, gets the slip into the braking zone. That's close enough for now. All he needs to do is make sure that he can line up the next corner. We saw David chatting about this earlier, that the next corner is the one you want to get, and this could be it. This is for a podium position. Goes defensive. Does Justin. Sells in the dummy. Does Jeff. Will it work? Down towards the braking zone they go. Over the crest. We look back now at Justin Eloff. Jeff has done enough. Jeff has done enough to take the position. Goes into 3rd place and starts eking out a bit of a gap at this stage of the stint. But of course, anything can change as the fuel levels fall. The grip decreases and the time counts down. David Christie, we just saw an overtake for 3rd place there. Jeff Leroux snatching 3rd place from Justin Eloff. But I don't think this will be the last time we'll see a shuffling of position.
I don't think it's going to take too long because, of course, Justin's on those soft tyres and Jeff is still on those endurance tyres, which is a question that I've kind of been wanting to ask for the past sort of half an hour. What's the point in the endurance tyres? Because when we can see the soft tyres can last a full 10, 11 laps here at the pace that they're able to do consistently, like for that we saw with Cody Sherritt, absolutely lighting it with the 323s and 324s going in, and then you can just go into the pits, and then, you know, yes, you've got to stay an extra 30 seconds to get tyres on, but you've already made that by the 5 seconds or 4 seconds lap faster you are anyway.
Yeah, I think what I'd love to hear from one of the front runners, especially someone like Brandon Kruger, is on those endurance tires. We saw them even testing them during the practice, during the qualifying. We then heard the drivers complaining about the fact that the soft tires are maybe a little too soft or maybe get used up a little too quickly. But now all of a sudden we see lots of drivers. Oh, Justin Eloff trying to avoid a penalty over there. We can see the guys conceding the corner as we drive beneath the Dunlop blimp up ahead. Of course, Dunlop, a huge fixture in motorsport, specifically in South African motorsport as well, and at this iconic circuit. Justin Eloff for the spin off. Justin Eloff spins it off, and are those tires starting to go off? He's made 2 mistakes now in the course of half a lap. Justin Elof having just snatched that position. The car in front of him, having just lost that position, the car in front of him went into the pits. He managed to get that position back. And I think he might have messed up to the point now that he will have lost that position once things equal out later on after the pit stop. So Justin Elof making a bit of a mistake there, but keeping it out of the wall, most importantly. I think there's something to be said for spinning out, but not spinning it completely into the wall. So Justin Elof lives to fight another corner, as Coach Claudio Piazzamuso likes to say. On your screen now, you can see 1991, the Mazda 787B became the first Japanese manufacturer car to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans overall, making history as the only rotary-powered car to ever achieve that victory. Of course, we saw this year another Japanese manufacturer won Le Mans, and such an iconic event, a trophy that I'm sure everybody, drivers, teams, mechanics, manufacturers want to have on the mantle. And once you're etched in history, it's forever, isn't it?
It really is. And the thing is that it's such an iconic race, and it's such an important race to win. It really is the kind of who's who of sports car racing. Obviously in America you've got IMSA, which has a big feeding impact into the choices that happen into Le Mans, of course. But also Pookie ZA in chat, in Twitch chat, asking the real important questions here. When are we going to get Mazda MX-5 Cup racing at Le Mans? We need to have it. Right. I've went the entire race without talking about my beloved MX-5 Cup racing. How has that even happened? Well, let's have a quick look.
Well, I know for a fact that if everything goes well today, which it currently is, maybe, who knows? Maybe next year we might see some tweaks. Oh, got a spin off there into the wall. That's one of the cars further back in the field. It's not Justin Elof. There goes Justin Elof. So we got that replay of Justin Elof's mistake earlier on as well. So let's have a look at that, because that was a mistake that could have been very costly. Into fourth gear, down into third, turns it in a little bit late, then touches the sand, manages to recover. Back into first gear, off we go again, like nothing happened. In motorsport, there's a saying that one uses after an incident, and that is next. Got to focus on the next corner, the next brake marker, the next gear shift. No point in dwelling on the past for our man over there, Justin Elof. Tariq Adam is on a huge push at the moment. Getting it sideways there is Tariq Adam with a 323.6 his previous lap. Tariq Adam trying to separate himself from Brandon Kruger, and we've been told by our producer, at least our production team, that Tariq Adam is on a push section at the moment. He's on a push lap, a push stint to make sure that he tries to separate himself from Justin Elof in second position. Now, Elof is a full 160 seconds behind, but that could change with one pit stop, one drive-through, one penalty, one mistake. Tariq Adam trying to make sure that gap and any sort of reason for that gap to close is mitigated.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, now we're getting to the point where it all matters. Now we have to cross your T's and dot your I's. It's all about lap after lap after lap. And into the pits then comes Tariq Adam. As you said, rightly pointed out, that was the big push for the in-lap to get that pit done and dusted, as that is Olaf Racing, who come out of pit lane. They're on their outlap just now. That hands back to second place then for EG Evolved Sims. And talking of EG Evolved, let's have a look at their seconds. The second spin that we saw earlier on. I think it was the 171. It is the 171.
That's Brady over there in 16th place, heading down the straight into the first chicane. Oh, that's a bit hot. Manages to collect it up. Manages a big drift and tries to save it on the power, but unfortunately gets it onto the marbles there, onto the gravel trap.
That's the first chicane. So we saw that car again, punting it into the wall at Indianapolis. I'm fairly sure that's two spins.
There are multiple 171 cars, so there is a car with the number 171, but there's another car with the sticker 171 on it. So, I mean, it probably was him, but I'm not gonna say it for sure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm now jumping on to the chat. to see what you guys are saying in the chats there. Lekker Kwacha 2, says Leanne Kruger. Go Josh, says Keegan Kruger. Go Kyle. And the Beamer style, Wankel Dorito power. Come on, Kyle, push it, says Beamer Stein. Beamer Stein, of course, one of the drivers in Omar Khan. One of the drivers in there. Lekker, JP, and Michelle. What's the giveaway site, please, says Richard.
Contact further down. Sorry about that, Ernest, but that was looked
important.
like back marker getting involved with one of the TGN Racing Simulator teams. That was the 10th place number 8 car. I think that was Omar Khan that was involved in that one. It is indeed Omar Khan. And
we were just speaking about him.
Yeah.
We were just speaking about him in comments.
Oh,
so just to answer one quick question there. Oh, but I see this is action all around over here happening right now. To get to the competition element, go to the Metal State Twitch page and you will be able to enter our competitions there. For all those watching on the stream, go to Metal State Twitch. That is it for me. Let's get back to the action. Daniel Kent and Omar Khan, just 0.2 of a second apart. Omar Khan really trying to get that position, isn't he?
He absolutely is fighting tooth and nail for that. I was trying to ID that car because obviously Daniel Kent on an Omar Khan on an outlap at the moment, so pushing as hard as they possibly can. But again, that gap's starting to go out. And another important point, we've now just got 2 hours left to go, less than 2 hours left to go in this race. It's blown by. Just wait till it gets to 60 minutes to go, and then in a blink of an eye, it's all going to be over.
Are there team orders in place here for these two guys? I'd love to know if there are team orders in place for these two guys, because they, the two of them are both from TGN Racing Simulators, so it doesn't look like anybody's pulling any punches here. This looks like a full-on street brawl, and not it's not sparring, that's for sure.
No, 100%. And we wondered if there was going to be. So let's have a look at the replay then of that incident between the two of them. I wonder if it was more clumsiness than anything else. So this is on board then with Dan Kent into that right-hander. Two of them having the same incident at the same corner.
Yeah. So a bit of a sympathy spin there from Daniel Kent. So Daniel Kent was actually behind. Omar Khan went off. Daniel Kent gets the overtake, and Omar Khan's able to get it back. So this is always interesting to see the mental dynamic of having lost the position and then also trying to gain it back now. Dan, I understand that, David, I understand there's something happening in Twitch.
Yep, that's right. We've got our third winner then. Mickey Fuji 10, congratulations on winning our third giveaway of the day. As always, get in touch with our Twitch moderator team and claim your 500 Rand Steam voucher. More on the way to come, more on the way of action, because here comes Omar Khan chasing down Daniel Kent, and this is on the run down, I believe, to the Mulsanne corner. It's going to be to the right-hander. No, this is to the second chicane.
This is to the kink.
Here we go then.
This is the corner you always talk about, the overtake being made possible. They're going in super quick, both of them. And Daniel Kent, I think, had the advantage going in there. Even on the inside line, Daniel Kent seemed to have the speed advantage there. And here comes Omar Khan coming back at him. Lots of opportunities to overtake in these high-speed cars with so much downforce and so much air resistance if there's no car in front of them. But as soon as you plonk a car in front of one of these cars, they go 5 kilometers an hour or thereabouts faster. Great driving from Omar Khan. Omar Khan recently, Beamer Stein, as he's known, recently podiumed at an international event, online international event. So wanting to get a solid result here today, again, no doubt.
100%. And what I've just noticed now, this is a 3-car fight that we're watching here, because Michael de Kock is just 3 seconds up the road from Daniel Kent as well here. So this is going to bubble over very nicely. Also, keep an eye in the next half an hour. 4th, 5th and 6th position are all separated by less than 8 seconds just now. That gap is closing as well. Remember what we said about 2 hours ago, that those gaps, those big, multi-second gaps, 10, 15, 20 seconds, they've all squeezed down. But this is Omar's first lap on his push lap.
Daniel.
And then Michael as well, yeah.
Daniel's on a new set of tires, so his car should come to its own now, and Daniel just leading off there. as we go on board and watch how sketchy this section is on the ragged edge. These guys are just touching curb to curb, apex to apex, corner to corner, trying to line up the next one. They're touching the grass, a little bit of an abrupt lift off the power there, but now towards the final complex of corners and back on again to start another lap. We've seen many guys make mistakes here, just coming in a little too hot, so fast. And look at that, he can't get any closer. Daniel Kent really doing a great job.
Absolutely is, and again, it's all about patience, getting back onto that throttle. The oversteer potential when you're back onto the power is so devastating in this 787B here. Puff of the grass there from Daniel Kent just in front, again, taking every single millimetre that's allowed by the game, by the stewards just now, and this is really bubbling over very, very nicely indeed as they come through the Dunlop curves then through in towards the first half of the circuit. And what I love is this run through here through Tetra Rouge and coming back onto the Mulsanne straight. Let's listen to Omar Khan again, straight flat out through that right hander here, up through the gears.
Let's take a step back and let the cars do the talking for a bit and just listen to these cars and hear what they sound like down this incredible straight. Nothing quite like the sound of a rotary engine. You can enjoy those downshifts. But David, you pointed out something quite interesting. There's a 3-second spread between those two guys. There's a 3-second spread between the guys on your screen at the moment. We've got Omar Khan in 10th position, Daniel Kent in 9th place, and Michael de Kock right in front of him in 8th position. These three guys are heading into a battle. I think Michael, he's in for a surprise because these two guys are barreling down on him, that's for sure. They've got similar pace, but I think they're a lot faster than Michael at this stage, with a gap now just 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, and again, you were asking about the question of, is it going to be team orders for TGN? I think at this stage in the race, no, because now it's every driver for themselves, every team for themselves here, especially hanging out the tail. I'm pretty sure I can hear the Teriyaki boys in the background doing a Tokyo drift out of that corner there. But my goodness me, that just shows, even at this stage of the race here, Ernest, how difficult these cars are to control. We had a few questions in from our audience out there on Twitch and on YouTube saying, are they just doing this for the camera? Is it really that difficult to drive this car?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
On any sim, when you've got that much slip angle, and we know that R-Factor has got a lot of slip angle built in, but in any situation where you're coming out that sideways on the exit of a corner, remember these tires are from 1991. These aren't new spec tires. These are cross-ply radial, full slicks more than likely. Not the best in tire technology. The last 15 years or so, tire technology has taken a massive leap forward with companies like Dunlop, of course, as we saw Michelin also with their new technology for road car tires. So these guys are running on, yes, wide tires, but not the most grippy stuff. This, of course, is the 787B on your screen right now, powered by the R26B4 rotary engine, producing around 700 horsepower, revving up to 9,000 RPM. David, before we get back to that battle over there, I mean, I'm sure this sets you off on a little tangent, doesn't it? All the trivia that could come from this statement.
It really did, because like I said, it was the amount of research that you can go down and the rabbit hole you can go down as someone that didn't really consider themselves a techie person about the cars, and you know, I just call what I see on screen, and then you start looking into it, and that's actually really, really interesting. You know, when there's so much stuff that goes into the event and going into these cars behind the scene. I mean, the one that I loved, right, and this is proper geeky stuff, 1992, there was an SAE engineering document released by the team at Mazda that went through, and I was showing you this off
Jeez,
air earlier on.
amazing.
And it is so much data that's and showing you like diagrams of torque ratios and how the engine manifold worked and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, this is actually really, really interesting to know that the big amount of effort that went in from the team at Mazda Speed, years, if not
10 years.
decades,
10
rotary
years.
understanding to go into that. It's just incredible. And what blows my mind as well is the fact that the engine that won this, right, it's not just one engine, it's two engines bolted together. It's two separate R13 engines to make the R26, and then obviously this was the B variant to make it slightly different for 1991. How does that even work?
The engineering was frankly incredible. The composite materials used were the stuff that used on the spaceship, the most cutting edge technology. They had the chassis development done in the UK by some of the best in the world. TWR technicians were involved, Tom Walkinshaw and those guys with legendary motorsport names that have had many successes, but just an incredible piece of engineering. And now these drivers get to experience some of that on R Factor 2 in this competition, with all at stake as now. Omar Khan back, similarly positioned early on, same part of the track. They are back at it. Omar Khan has closed that gap and he's trying to go for the overtake. Can he pull it off on a section? We've seen things turn to disaster. Omar Khan down the inside, down the outside goes Daniel Kent. Daniel Kent touches the dirt, almost loses it, but manages to keep the position. Omar Khan now still one position back, slotted in behind him, thinks better of it, has to take pause over there because it's just not worth it.
Tonight on Seconds from Disaster, that was Daniel Kent right there. What a move to hold around the outside and keep on to that. Thing is, look, we know Omar Khan has got the pace, especially coming through the Ford chicanes here. He's going to be
does.
right onto the back.
He seems to have caught up a little bit. His exit's not the best there, but he did seem to have caught up a little bit there. The gap now 0.8 of a second. I think that's one of the closer battles we have on screen at the moment. Daniel Kent still in 9th place. Michael de Kock up ahead, 2.7 seconds, but these two are still fighting. And just look at the gap that Omar gets. Omar gets given a gap. He gets given a huge gap, and then all of a sudden he starts to fight back, gets close enough to striking distance, and then isn't able to execute the overtake. I think a little bit more patience. Oh, Daniel Kent makes a mistake. And just as I say that, Daniel Kent makes a mistake, and it's all over. It's all over. Omar Khan gets the position and makes it look easy. Daniel Kent runs wide on Mulzan corner on Tetra Rouge over there. Runs wide. Does Daniel Kent. The pressure got too much, and maybe that's what Omar Khan was doing, just applying pressure and kind of poking the bear for an extended period of time until something's got to give.
And unfortunately, that is one of my weaknesses as well, is putting me under pressure. Cars in your rear view mirror, I fold like a cheap suit. It's very quick, it's very brutal to see what happens. The thing is, all it takes is a mistake, and at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal because he's got the car on track. There didn't seem to be any damage came out of that. We've still got an hour and 45 minutes left to go. Now, the thing I am going to turn your attention to, and is bubbling away very, very nicely, Brandon Kruger for Olaf Racing in P3 has brought that gap down. Now, Alan Kensland is just out of the pits now, but that gap has been swaying between 2.5 and 3 seconds. I think that this could be a position, a second position for Olaf Racing outright on track.
How is that even possible? I think the tyre discussion that we were having earlier on might very well be playing out right in front of our very eyes. They are on the endurance tyres at the moment. Elric Ensland, Tariq Adam, both on the soft tyres right now. 3rd and 4th place on the endurance tyres. And maybe the overlap is playing in their favour as Brandon Kruger now just 3 seconds behind. Less. It's dropped down to 2.6 seconds. Our one screen is slightly delayed, it seems. And we're going to watch the replay now of Daniel Kent making that mistake on Tetra Rouge as he goes through third gear, the sweeping right-hander up ahead now, fourth gear, misses the apex, runs completely wide, grabs some dirt, and is just lucky to miss the wall. And there go. Oh, no! He hits the wall afterwards. And there goes Omar Khan. I wasn't aware that he hit the wall after the incident. I thought he'd actually missed it. But here now, Ellery Ensslin behind the wheel, 2.6 second gap, and the gap suddenly starting to increase. Ellery Enslin's the kind of driver that if he needs to lay down the gauntlet, he can. And I think with those tires, once you come out to the pits, there might be a slight disadvantage to the endurance tires. But I think once the tires get up to speed, you can do your push laps, because clearly it's a game of tortoise and hare, isn't it?
It appears to be, because it's kind of going one way, then it's coming back the other. Sector 2 seems to be where Brandon Kruger is losing quite a bit of the time there. He's gaining it up in Sector 1 and Sector 3, but again, we'll see how that one all pans out. Also noticing into the pits as well is the number 3 car. That is going to be Kito Maia for TGN Racing Simulators A1, just taking over the car from Oratile Motsuegasile. I'm interested to see how they would, because they were quite far up, and now they're dropping down like a stone with quite a lengthy pit stop.
Yeah, Oratile and his team, unfortunately, not where they were earlier. Currently running 10th is Kitso Majila in the car that qualified in 3rd position, and now back with Elric Ensslin. That gap over 3 seconds once more, 3.3 seconds to be exact. Brandon Kruger just behind on those endurance tires, and I think what we're going to see, David, is we got to wait till the next pit stop. I think if Elric Ensslin pits in the next pit window for them, whatever that window is, I think we might see Brandon Kruger and his team leapfrog them, because if they don't have to change tires every time, even though they put fuel in, that might shorten their stops quite substantially compared to our second place driver at the moment, Elric Ensslin.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they're on par now. Lap times there, 3:26.3 for Alric Ensslin. As we go back to this fight, then here comes Omar Khan again into chicane number 2. Daniel Kent shuts the door.
But Daniel Kent made a big mistake early on, hit the wall, lost the position, and now all of a sudden back in front of Omar Khan. And I thought Daniel Kent had the pace on Omar earlier on, but clearly he's got something in hand as we hop on board with Beamer Stein, as he's known. Omar Khan, all the way from Cape Town in 9th position, into the very hard braking zone. That is late on the brakes for both of them, and again, they've sucked each other into a sympathetic mistake.
They absolutely have, and again, how many times do we see that? Now, also saying that the number 10 car, that is the GRCC Racing, that's got Josh behind the wheel, has just got a penalty as well. But also a note here, you can hear the engine. Unlike traditional engines, that 787B's rotary engine, it uses rotors, so like little triangles, little Doritos as you lovingly call them, instead of pistons that go up and down, giving it a unique sound and character that became legendary. Now, here's another point on this as well, something that we spoke about on air and we haven't brought up yet. When you drive a normal car at speed, right, there's a vibration, there's a movement to that engine. That's why it's got to be, secured in place, because it's wanting to move all over the place and shake the car all about. You don't get that with a rotor engine. You don't get that with a rotary engine. There is no... I just got distracted by a huge puff smoke on the screen. But there's none of that engine movement. There's none of that vibration. It's one solid mass, which makes it an absolute dream to handle.
Yeah, which means it doesn't unsettle the car with all the explosions that take place inside internal combustion engine, of course. The legendary Wankel engine found in cars like the RX-7, RX-8, and many others from the Mazda stable. Mad Mike, of course, in Australia, still flying the flag. I had the pleasure of talking to him about these engines a couple of years ago, and he's still... Was he New Zealand or was he Australia? I might be wrong. I think I'm sure it was Australia.
New Zealand. I thought it was New Zealand.
Okay, well, let's hear what people say in the comments. But he was saying, I think now that I think about it, I think it might be New Zealand. He was saying that where they're from, they've got so... We've heard so many times that from people that, in South Africa, the guys struggle to build competition Wankel engines, but they use them all the time wherever Mad Mike is from. So a big standard bearer for the rotary engine, Isham Domingo, now coming into the picture in 5th position. Chasing Jeff Leroux, finds himself in 4th. 3 seconds the gap now, and visually on screen, it does look like that gap is getting much, much smaller. And yeah, there we go. 3.1 seconds to Jeff Leroux is Isham Domingo. He's probably got a back marker in front of him. Just got a dispatch of that back marker, and he can get within striking distance, within earshot, within overtaking distance of Jeff Leroux, who's currently running in 4th place. And off goes the back marker. Off goes the back marker in the Ifani car. The gap now 4.8 seconds. Unfortunately, Isham Domingo had to back down there a little bit. Obviously, it's better to avoid contact in a situation like that rather than trying to squeeze out the last little bit.
You were mentioning about the iconic rotary engine. Did you know that it turns 60 next year?
Wow.
1967 marked the first car with a rotary engine in it. The Cosmo Sport 110S, twin rotor engine, just under a litre capacity. But that means that next year, a very, very special year for the rotary engine.
Indeed, just as this year is a very special year for this rotary powered car on your screen today. Jeff Leroux, Isham Domingo battling it out, 4.4 seconds between them. And the gap between 2nd and 3rd now, 3.2 seconds. We look at the lap times there. Alric Ensland with a lap time of 3:26.2. So extending the gap because Brandon Kruger did a 3:26.7. So half a second the gap extended earlier on between those two. Between these two, though, 4.6 seconds so far is the gap between 7th and 8th, 4.5 seconds. So we got 3 solid battles taking place here. One for 2nd and 3rd, the other for 4th and 5th. So we've got a replay coming onto the screen shortly. And there's so much action happening around the screen. We got Charles McGregor over here. Charles McGregor earlier on. Oh, we saw him. Yeah. Oh, we saw him running wide. He was being overtaken, and there goes the car that was overtaking him. That was Isham Domingo, I think it was. Yeah, it was Isham Domingo. It was Isham Domingo that was overtaking him there. And yeah, that's what happens when you got a faster car coming up towards you. It's so easy to make a mistake in that situation.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The problem with that as well is that's now some big damage. That was a heavy hit on the right-hand side there. That car's going to be living with that. As deep into the corner is the yellow car of Omar Khan, and that's going to be. Sorry, that was Omar Khan actually. So that was a lap behind. So that's why that wasn't for position there. So Isham Domingo chasing down Jeff Leroux, really got the bit between his teeth, and again we're seeing all these gaps starting to come down here. Alric Ensland 2 minutes behind your race leader right now, and Brandon Kruger, that gap's starting to go up even more now, so 3.7 seconds. So the excitement, the hope, the thoughts that we had of getting a battle for 2nd place might have been a little bit misplaced, but again, still just over an hour and a half to go. And do you know what? We haven't even done our 4th giveaway yet, so we need to get a move on with those.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of giveaways still taking place. You want to get onto those, go to the Metal State Twitch account, because that is where the broadcast is also showing, as well as the Ignition broadcast stream, as we go back and check out what's happening here. You got this, Dad, and he's either his Jeff or his dad is Jeff. No, Dad is Jeff. That would be Junior Leroux. Mad Mike is from New Zealand, says Keegan Kruger. Thanks for that, Keegan. I was pretty sure of that. Thank you for that. Come on, Ashton. Push, push, push. Almost P12. So let's look at P12. Let's show some love to the guys further down the order and see what Ashton is up to over there in P12. We've got Charles McGregor at the moment down in P12. Charles McGregor from Quagga Racing. Let's see, Charles McGregor is teammates with Jacques Liebert Mankies and Hannes Kruger. That's Charles McGregor on screen, but Joubert lost position earlier on, so we got a replay of that coming on screen right now. There's Werner Joubert in 11th place.
So it was Werner that just overcooked it going into that right-hander. We saw him there losing that position, but that was Isham Domingo that went past him there. So obviously,
so that would have been he would have been a lap down, at least. Yeah, he would have been a lap down at least. So Isham Domingo, as you mentioned, on a hard charge. He is absolutely going for it, is Isham Domingo. I'd love to check out his quick laps at the moment. His last lap was a 3:26.000 on the money. His fastest time is 3:24.9, so he is well within just over 1.1 seconds of his quickest time. Chris Stoltz back behind the wheel. Chris Stoltz back behind the wheel. Delta negative in 6th position. He is going to be going for it. His last time for Chris Stoltz is a 3:23.5. His best time is a 3:23.4. Chris Stoltz is the man to watch. We heard that he might double stint going into the final phase of this race. With an hour and a half to go, Chris Stoltz could be the last man behind the wheel of that car, which means that his focus and attention is now firmly on every car standing in his way for that podium position. The tires for Chris Stoltz at the moment, softs. In front of him, Isham Domingo knows that he's got all to play for. Now, Isham Domingo is on his own hunt at the moment, but he too is being hunted down, it seems.
But the crucial factor for this that I think may play a factor towards the end of the race, Chris Stoltz now a lap down to Tariq Adam, so he is now one of the leading cars that is a lap down. I think it's going to be short time before Isham Domingo goes down as well. Just 5 seconds just 50 seconds up the road there as well. And the thing is, 2 hours ago we were all excited because we had 10 cars still on the lead lap. Now we're down to 5, and it's just showing you how quickly that list rattles down.
Yeah. Well, interesting fact that Chris's qualifying time was a 3:20. So he has got some serious pace underfoot. Pace that could see him go to the front of this pack quite easily. So Chris Stoltz, I think he's the guy to watch at this stage for sure, because I think that he could maybe find himself in a podium position. He's got to go for it though. He's got to go for it.
So, Ernest, questions. 90 minutes left to go. We have to bring up then the awards that we've got on offer for today, and what you think and what we think of who could possibly get this. Driver of the day, £5,000 prize from VAPS HCD Insurance, going to the standout individual driver, skill, pace, consistency, impact across the 6 hours. So many drivers eligible for this one. I don't even know where to begin.
I don't know where to begin either. I think we should begin with getting suggestions from the people on Twitch, because I would love to know who they think are their drivers of the day. And try not to be too biased, guys. Don't vote for your dad. You know who I'm talking to over here.
Well, it's Father's Day, so you know. Worse things to happen.
Are we looking at the stream over here? Is Josh still out there? Someone's requested that we show Josh on screen. Can we show Josh some love? Can we show Josh some love? There we go. Josh is on screen at the moment. And as you can see on the top there, a little bit of trivia for you. 787B became famous not only for winning Le Mans, but for its unforgettable high-revving rotary engine sound. But it's one of the most recognizable sounds in motorsport. Let's hop on board with Josh and hear what that engine sounds like. And we're going to take a lap with Josh and let the engine do the talk. love when we can be interactive with the people in chat. So, there you go. There's your on board with Josh. John Reineke. Hope you enjoyed that. There's a couple of positions shuffling around. Vanderjubé and Charles McGregor just swapped positions recently, and we heard now that Charles McGregor might have an issue. So let's have a look and see what Charles McGregor is up to before we cut back to some of the battles that's happening further down the circuit. There goes Josh. Nice one, Josh. And there is Charles McGregor. Now this is Charles McGregor from earlier on, and oh my goodness me! Oh my goodness me, Charles McGregor. And who was the other car that he took out over there? Oh, Vanderjubé and Charles McGregor. Can we watch that again on full screen, please? Vanderjubé and Charles McGregor. Vander is in the yellow car. Charles Hubert is in the white. Charles McGregor, I apologize. Vanderjubé in the yellow car. Charles McGregor in the white car. Charles McGregor now clearly has a problem, because that was quite the hit, and I'd really like to see that again as we now follow Josh, who's not got much love on the stream lately, but getting plenty love now, that's for sure. So let's see if we can watch that replay once again. I'd love to see what happened there, because flip, man, Ishan Domingo gets a penalty as well. So we'll get to that in a moment. And here comes the slow motion replay. We got Vanderjubé in front over there. That is McGregor coming through. This is going into Indianapolis at the moment, it looks like. And Vanderjubé in the yellow car, right in front, followed by Charles McGregor. Charles McGregor, super late on the brakes, realizes he's made a mistake, tries to avoid contact, but at this stage, Van is already turning in. They collide at tremendous speed. And Vanderjubé gets forced wide. He's going towards the wall. Nothing he can do at this stage. You can see those back wheels locked up in the air. And when you're flying, you're not stopping. So Vanderjubé finds himself going towards the Armco, and so does Charles McGregor. Both of them, I'm sure, suffering severe damage. A little bit of frustration shown after this by Vanderjubé as he bumps Charles McGregor. But that is what happened early on, in case you missed it. On board now with Vanderjubé. Now, you've got to wonder, is there any damage on this car? Surely there must be. And is he able to pick up the pace once again? Oh, car seems so skittish. So sketchy. And one of my favorite words that Jeremy Clarkson uses, recalcitrant. It doesn't behave the way you want it to. It's disobedient, and this car seemingly is behaving in that manner. After a hit like that, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And of course, shout out to Jeremy Clarkson. Hopefully he gets well soon. We wish him a speedy recovery. Thanks for the memories, Jezza. There goes Vanderjubé. That was a big crash. That was a huge crash. And I'm glad we got to see that one on replay. But the guys aren't heading into the pits. Michael de Kock, 5 seconds ahead of Daniel Kent. Vanderjubé and Charles McGregor still fighting it out. Charles on a hard charge here. Charles on a hard charge. But Charles was the cause of that incident earlier on. So, you know, it's all fair in love and war. As we go on board with both of them. Looking back now from Werner's perspective at the bottom. Charles Hubert's POV on the top. And this is where that slipstream effect comes into play. Let's watch the speed. 350, usually the VMAX. With a slipstream, I've seen 355 in places. And are those the leaders coming through in the background? Looks like it. It's always interesting when the leaders happen upon a battle like this. That is Tariq Adam. Hopefully he can stay out of trouble here. Tariq Adam's going to try and thread the needle at this stage. Try and weave his way past. You got to let the driver in front know that you are coming with a faster car. You got to be decisive with your moves. As we go on board with Tariq Adam. There goes the Ipani car. Tariq Adams certainly is very decisive with that move over there. With just 1 hour and 23 minutes to go. Finds himself in the lead of this race on those soft tires as he now comes up behind the car we saw battling earlier on, Banner Jabir. The gap now a little bit bigger between the two of them, Banner and Charles. Tariq finds himself in the middle of that sandwich. Banner runs wide. Banner runs wide. But early on, we saw that Isham Domingo got a penalty. Isham Domingo got a penalty. I'm trying to figure out what that penalty was for. I'd love to know if our producers can help us out with that one, because that was quite a moment of circumstance over there, a moment of consequence over there. And not as dramatic as one would have thought, just simply exceeding track limits. I mean, these things happen, especially when you're on the limit like this. And someone that is on the limit now is our lead man, Tariq Adam. Brandon Kruger in the pits at the moment. So interestingly, Brandon Kruger seems to be in the pits at the moment. He's running on the endurance tires, which means that if he pits now, maybe if they do a tire change now, they might run all the way to the end. Chris Stoltz up for his award as man of the match, trying to thread his way past, makes an aggressive overtaking maneuver over there. That's Chris Stoltz. Chris Stoltz now finds himself in fourth position. Fourth position, ladies and gentlemen. This is the team that started in second. This is the team that went down to 15th, fought their way back to third, back down to 11th, and all of a sudden in fourth place. Now, Charles McGregor unfortunately moved out of the way there, touched the track limits and scored himself a penalty for doing so. So Daniel Kent getting a penalty as well. Daniel Kent and Charles McGregor getting penalties. The stewards handing out penalties like knickknacks at the moment. Daniel was speeding. Not sure where he was speeding though. Yeah, I thought you were meant to speed in this sim, but clearly not everywhere. Clearly not everywhere. Must have been speeding out the pits. Just got confirmation. Speeding in the pits. Obviously not allowed. And the pit exit, I think, is one of those places where the drivers are caught speeding because they think that they're safe, but clearly not. And here we see Daniel Kent on your screen right now. Chris Stoltz in the pits. Brandon in the pits. Tariq Adam in the pits as well. Elric Ensler now coming with the overlap. And let's see if we can get on board. Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Elric Ensler on board with him. Quite a long ways away from the pit lane. So I don't think he's going to be able to have enough in hand to be able to get past. But that gap is closing. I do think, though, that Tariq Adams might be out the pits pretty soon. Both of these cars are on the same tire setup. Both of these cars on softs. As we now look at Tariq Adams still parked in the pits. Interesting turn of events. Can we please get back to that shot for Tariq Adam? That's a fantastic shot of him. Let's wait with him while he sits in the pit lane. Tariq Adam on the right of your screen over there. Tariq Adam was on the right of your screen over there. Elric Ensler now chasing down Adam. Can he do it? There we go. Can he do it?
Static.
He's still static. Still static. And still waiting. But for how much longer?
This is well longer than a fuel and tyres pit stop. It's usually about 130, 140 for tyres.
This could be to take him through to the end. And ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a new leader. Elric Ensler has taken the lead of this race. But it's not over yet. Still some pit stops need to take place. And there he goes. Luke Addison gets behind the wheel. The man with the speed and the prowess behind the wheel. Set up ability. We spoke to him early on. Luke Addison slots in behind the wheel and takes to the circuit in second position. Brandon Kruger in third place. Jeff Leroux in fourth. Kitso Magila finds himself in fifth place. Look at that. Isham Domingo in sixth. So a lot of names shuffling around here, David, as this race starts to play out.
Yeah, this is setting itself up so nicely. for the final stint. And here we go then, an hour and 20 minutes left to go in this race, and we have got, by my calculations, just one more pit stop after this current range of pit stops here. So once we see Alaric Enslin come in, we're going to have one more after this, probably with about 35 minutes to go, 37 minutes to go, and then all hell is going to break loose. Everything is off of the table right now. But this is very clever driving right now from the EG Evolved Sims driver of Alaric Enslin, currently behind one of the drivers there, Isham Domingo, going through there. Right, here we go. While we've got that, we've got a replay coming up, and our producer has been very, very vague, deliberately vague, just says he wants our direct reactions to what we're about to see. Chat, join us with this. Let's have a look at this together. So this is on the entry into turn one. So this is the curbs. Oh, now I saw that. I didn't realise it was such a jump over the curbs. So that's your new race leader of Alaric Enslin sending it over the Dunlop curbs there. So again, dust getting kicked up there. That is okay. But again, just shows how much they are absolutely wanting this right now. So EG Evolved Sims in the lead of this race with just an hour and 17 minutes left to go here. Chased down by Luke Addison. That pace is going to be absolutely scintillating. We know Luke can set fire to that 787B Mazda, and I've got no doubt that he absolutely will. But Alaric Enslin is providing an unwitting tow as well for the number 7 car. Now, the number 7 car is the Project Vapor car, and that is Isham Domingo, who did have a penalty come through for him. I think just broken a little bit at the slipstream there, as we saw another penalty coming through for Charles McGregor, and I've got no doubt that that was very likely for the contact that that came on. Now, again, one of the teams that I have to speak about, yet again, Brandon Kruger in the Olaf Racing up into P3 right now. What an effort it has been for that team right now. So let's take you through with an hour and 15 minutes left to go then. It is EG Evolved Sims in the lead of the race with Alaric Enslin currently behind the wheel. Luke Addison is in P2, 26.5 seconds behind there just now for 0 Point Racing. Olaf Racing in third position, that's Jeff LaRue. Behind the wheel of that one. And then Kitso Magia has got himself into 5th position there, and just behind in the TGN Racing Simulators A1 car. They were the biggest outfit in terms of the amount of teams that they had there. TGN now have 4 cars in the top 10. In P6 is going to be Isham Domingo. We just said about that driver there. Into the pits, they'll drop in a little bit for Project Vapor. Then you've got JP Goslet in, no, you don't, you've got, Chris Stolt in the Delta Negative car. One of the cars of the race for one of our many prizes. I think that one has to go for the Mazda Challenger Award, just purely because of the effort and the comeback story that that car has endured. See a little bit of trivia up top right there. The famous orange and green livery of the 787B has become one of the most iconic racing designs in motorsport history. The number of times I've seen that skin, that livery, replicated in games with an online designer, it just stands out. That renowned livery, of course, renowned, world famous Japanese fashion manufacturer, fashion brand, joined on board with Mazda for the 91 season. And meanwhile, that was like candy from a baby there onto Luke Addison. So that was the Delta Negative car that just went flying past them. So presumably a little bit of saving possibly going on for Luke Addison, unless my eyes just completely deceived me there. It's going to hand itself back over very, very quickly though down this Mulsanne straight. Maybe that was a little bit of a clever one-upsmanship there from Luke Addison just to get the toe of the car in front, save a little bit of fuel where possible, and try and maximise the speed and performance of that car. We were taking you down the list. We got as far as P6. P7, as we said, into the pits is the Project Vapor car of Isham Domingo. P8 is going to be JP Goslet in the number 5 TGN Racing Simulators A3 car. Omar Khan, Beaverstein, is in then P number 9 for the TGN Racing Simulators S3 outfit. Rounding out top 10 is going to be Daniel Kent. Dan Kent in the number 11 TGN Racing Simulators A4 outfit. There is confirmation then. Luke Addison absolutely supping the toe of the car in front, trying to get the slipstream and pushing that car for as much as they possibly can here, because the more that they do that, the more fuel that they save going into this race as well. We get a brief yellow flag, and unfortunately, I mean, these yellow flags, as Hian Hazer gets another penalty down there in P17, unfortunately. But again, for as difficult a day as it has been for those drivers outside the top 15, they're still here. They're still taking part, and they are still just quietly doing their thing. I think absolutely credit where it's due. That has to be acknowledged on that one.
Yep, it all is about resilience, perseverance, staying power, staying in the game. So easy to give up, so easy to walk away, so easy to say, you know what, I've done what I could, but it's over for me, so might as well just go home. But I don't think that's going to be the case for these drivers here tonight. They're going to stick it out, make it to the flag, because there is something to be said for taking it to the checkered flag, isn't there?
There really, really is, and this is what I found, having been lucky enough to take part in like a long endurance race, and this is what you'll have found as well with your experience of endurance race. It's all fun and games until it gets to that final hour, and then suddenly this weird thing happens where the entire paddock, the entire field now just supports everyone else. We want to see all of the cars making it across the line. It's about getting to that checkered flag.
Now, 100%. Isham Domingo with an 18-second gap behind 6th place. Just look at the gaps there now. Some of them are over 15, 20 seconds, but they're certainly not laps at a time. You've got an 18-second gap there. You've got a 7-second gap. You've got a 30-second gap, 22-second gap. Well, we also heard that Delta Negative has suffered a disconnect. I mean, those guys have had a terrible day, all things considered, but they are still fighting. Chris Stoltz out there at the moment. Chris Stoltz, one of the quickest drivers overall, just did a 3:23. He managed to get a 3:20 in qualifying. He just did his fastest lap, 3:23.1. That's almost up there with Luke Addison and the rest of the guys doing 3:22. So I'm super keen to see how he does as we count down, because he's got nothing to lose at this stage.
Absolutely, and the whole point of it is that it's what we heard earlier on from one of our interviews as well with one of our sponsors. There was the fact that it's all about risk management, and going back to having a think about that, it's so true. How many times have we seen it literally just being a choice of what the drivers want to do, are they going to send the car in, do they want to? And it was when Chamonix said that from VAPS HCV Insurance, you have to be measured. You have to be so very, very measured whenever you're just wanting to make a move, because otherwise it's just not going to happen.
Exactly. It's those split-second decisions that cost you, isn't it? It's the decision that you make when you make a mistake, and then all of a sudden you realize that mistake was made because of a bad decision. There was a sequence of events that took place, and in that sequence of events, certain bad decisions were made. So, yeah, it's important to make good decisions all the time. And again, another NASCAR reference, often said before the race, you'll hear the crew chief say, let's make good decisions. So, very important there. But speaking of good decisions, we've got one of the drivers from Delta Negative on the line with us right now. I mean, Delta Negative has got an incredible story to tell from this weekend. I've been down the road. I've spoken about how you guys have gone up and down the order today. And I understand we got Mr. Kleinans. Is that you on the line with us?
Yes.
Hello.
Good evening. Thanks.
Hello. Yeah, nice to chat to you. I understand you guys have had quite the day today.
It's been rough. I can tell you that much. Frustrating, but we're doing our best. We're pushing, doing what we can. We're here to fight. So
Now I can see that. I can see that. The gap at the moment, 59 seconds. But at the moment, the last lap, you were about 2.7 seconds faster than your opponents. There's still an hour left to go. Can I ask you, how many stops do you guys have left? And it's up to you if you don't want to mention that.
honestly, should just be the one. Chris is in full send mode, so I believe it's just the one, and we're done.
One and done. One and done in the final hour. We are all watching with bated breath. So far, so good. But surely there was a moment where you guys considered not continuing. Tell me about that.
Yeah, look, truthfully, I did my first stint, got in the car, went well. And just as the pit finishes, I had a disconnect, which is always disheartening to say that when you're in these long races, especially when you're in a good position and have high hopes. But I told Chris, just head down. You know what? Let's just go for it. Full send.
I apologize there. We got a bit of an incident on screen at the moment. I've just got to pause you there. I'm just going to pause you there for a second.
Yeah,
We got an incident on screen. I think you saw that. Is that your car that we're watching at the moment? Was that your car that we're watching at the moment? Oh my goodness me! And yeah, that was Chris Stoltz, and you're tangling with one of the back markers. But looks like we're all good. Whew, let's continue.
Yeah.
Let's continue the conversation. Let's take a breath. Let's continue the conversation. So your car is still out there. Your driver's pushing hard, and it's difficult to navigate. But you were saying you got disconnected, and then at which point did you guys say, as the song goes, the Bryan Adams song goes, screw it, let's do it? At which point did you guys say that you're going to continue?
Honestly, I get back in and I'm just like, I am just going to send it. I've got nothing to lose. What happens, happens, And
well, before I let you go,
go
ahead.
It's we find ourselves now in a fairly good position, so
yeah.
I'm happy with what we've done. It's not where we could have been, but if anything, we've shown that we can fight back, that we have the pace, and
so
at least we can respect ourselves.
Well, you can. You certainly can hold your heads high. And is it Johan Kleinans? Because I think I've got a typo in my notes here. Is Johan Kleinans? Is that correct?
It's Johan, yeah. So
okay, cool. I'll make it
differently, but
oh, so it is Johan. Okay, cool. So Johan, I'm going to keep you on the line. Let's watch that replay of that super close call. We're going to see if we can get in slow motion as well, maybe. But gee whiz, that was a little too close for comfort. But you can walk away from this replay knowing that everything turned out okay. But I do want to enjoy it with you. So let's see what happens over here. This is Chris Stoltz behind the wheel, coming up towards one of the back markers. And they're going into the left-hander. Go on board now, side by side. So far, so good. I mean, everything's cool so far, right? No problems here. Yeah. But apparently 2 into 1 does not go. Oh, and on the left of the screen, we got another big incident. And Chris Stoltz is your teammate got into another incident as well on the live screen as well.
No.
So we're gonna have to watch the replay. I think the slow-mo replay is a little bit far back, so it's taking a little bit longer than I expected. But we're getting to the turning point now, and this is where it all goes south, isn't it? You guys turn in, and the inside driver decides that he wants to turn in as well. Now, the back markers should have better etiquette around these situations because you guys are trying to battle for position. But unfortunately, I mean, Uncle David over here is throwing a fit because he doesn't like that at all.
Who is it?
And here comes the move. Here comes the move. Down the inside. Oh, over the curves. Okay, so it was the curves. Let's blame the curves. And then, bang. Just like that. Luckily, door-to-door, which is kind of best case scenario for a collision like that. The load gets spread evenly across the side of the car. But with that being said, you guys continue to fight. Let's watch that other replay and we'll say goodbye to you from now. Johan, thanks so much for your time. Good luck and well done to your team. Fantastic show of resilience. You guys really showed that you've got that spirit, that fighting spirit inside you all. Well done. Well, there goes Chris Stoltz now. After multiple close calls in 2 laps, 2 close calls in as many laps, Chris Stoltz now finds himself holding his breath, trying to make sure that he can finish this. Oh, gets a big time sideways there, touches the dirt with that right rear. But yeah, still manages to maintain control. Chris Stoltz with the drive of his life. All he's got to do is, as they say, keep it on the island, David.
Yeah, I've calmed down. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. We're all good here. But yeah, look, this is it. It's now about getting to the end. It's all very well being able to absolutely send it. The thing is, Chris is now just going to be even more empowered now. He's going to be even more angry and frustrated at what's going on. So he's going to send it even harder now. And I kind of don't blame him. I'm kind of really, really curious to see.
They've got nothing to lose.
No.
They've got nothing to lose, and it's one of those situations where you fought back so hard. You were running in a position where you were basically counted out. The team decided, you know what? The team decided it's over, and then the team decided to rally back, and he now finds himself spearheading that movement. He is, I think Chris Stoltz will be the name that gets mentioned with this comeback that this team has put together. But obviously it's a team effort, so well done to all 3 of the drivers. And as you can see on screen, the 787B winning the 1991 Le Mans was not just about being fast. In fact, the car wasn't the fastest car there. And also, another little tidbit was that the car was actually detuned for the race so that they could save fuel. And thanks to strategy, teamwork, driver consistency, the same qualities that are being tested in the Masters, the Mazda Masters 2026 that we see from that team that was on your screen earlier on was being shown in 1991 as it's being shown today. Brandon Kruger, Olaf Racing. A team that really has flown under the radar, now solidly in 3rd position. Jeff Leroux will have something to say about that. But the distance to next is 9.8 seconds. How did we end up here?
Yeah, and the thing is that over the course of that stint as well, it is still very, very possible. Although now it goes up to over 10, so maybe tone that one back in. We'll maybe pull that in a little bit here.
The speed isn't there, Dave. If you look at their last lap time, 327.3. The last lap time of Elric is going to be a 324.5, and it's just they're just not fast enough. But that's what they're not supposed to be. They're doing it differently, and they are doing it with trying to come up with a strategy that's going to work. As Elric Ensslin goes into the pits now. Elric Ensslin just went into the pits. So what does this mean for Brandon Kruger? As we hit the 1 hour mark. We've hit the 1 hour mark. David Christie, 5 hours ago, who'd have thought that we'd have 1 hour left? Why do you look so confused, David Christie?
I'm just trying to figure out, purely because haven't we already recently seen Elric Ensslin into the pits? Wasn't he in like 10-15 minutes ago? Because then we were saying about he was. So because we were saying, oh, there's one more stop to go. So he can't go to the end at this pit stop here. So I'm trying to figure out what on earth has just... What is this? Is this a strategy thing? I mean, he's only done 3 stops. This will be his 4th stop that he's going in for now. But... no, sorry, 5 stops. So this is out of sequence. This is not a strategy thing. I'm trying to scratch my head on this. I don't know what has happened to Elric. Maybe under fuel. Maybe he's trying something different. But he now has to come in again.
Shoo! 2nd place through the pits 5 times. It is on our screen now. We can see there the stops: 3 for Luke Addison, 5 for Elric Ensslin. Brandon Kruger with 3 stops as well. Jeff Leroux with 4. Same as Chris Stoltz, Isham Domingo, 6. So some of those stops have obviously been unscheduled, but some of those stops were planned. Now, what was the Elric Ensland plan earlier on? The gap now, he's back on a 324.
Yeah,
so
I was just the way to say it. He's still 14 seconds ahead.
yeah, so there was
so-
clearly something up with the screen early on because it said that he was in the pits. I apologize if that was not the case, but on our screen over here, it did show that he was in the pits. It seemingly is not the case. So let's see what the comments have to say. Keegan Kruger says, "Go Josh, push, push." Josh and Ashton, the best GRCC sim racers. Julian had a solid lap. JP Goslet doesn't have a penalty. What's the time mean? I'm not too sure about that one. So, okay, Richard asking questions. Richard, you need to be more clear with your questions. You've been asking weird questions all along. So let's get back to some of the other questions over here and statements. Joshy Boy. Someone says Joshy Boy is handsome. I wonder what that's all about, but I'll leave that to the comments. Best Overtake Award. 5,000 Rand. That overtake going around the outside in the Porsche curves. Aren't those called the Craner curves now? Are those? No. I think there's something else. Isn't that Donington?
Craner curves,
Is
yeah,
that Donington?
that's Craner
That's
curves
Donington.
are Donington, yeah.
I apologize. Yeah, Porsche curves. So, it's that last hour, the last hour haze.
How are we here? 57 minutes left to go. I told you.
Crazy.
It's just
crazy. So, my point being that I think that overtake that we saw is probably the best overtake we've seen. But I'd love to know what you guys think out there. So head over to Metal State. Talk about those prizes. KLM Pace. I've already mentioned you today. We are Pace. It was so cool to see your name on the entry list, but I'm not sure if I saw you competing after that. Kalen Mawa, of course, having won the Gran Turismo competition, having competed overseas, representing South Africa. We're looking at the comments now in the Twitch stream. Ricky Fuji says, 5 hours later, enjoyed every moment. What a captivating race this was. Moment should be rephrased to moments because it's been fun. Indeed it has, guys. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being part of this. Justin Fay, okay, what has been your favorite moments? Justin's asking the questions. Justin asks also, do you think they're playing it safe on fuel? There's so many different strategies that could be at play. The only way to really get the information is to find out. But we've got an on-track battle now. Omar Khan once again in the thick of things. Omar Khan has been finding himself fighting all day long with his teammates as well. We got JP Goslet in the other TGN racing car, and Omar Khan just 4 tenths of a second behind. Somebody's got a penalty. I just missed that on screen. So somebody just got a penalty there, and that was Samuel gets a penalty once again. So unsurprisingly, unfortunately, Samuel gets a penalty.
perhaps unsurprising to say that. But this battle for 7th and 8th position, this is scintillating stuff. JP Goslet right now for TGN Racing Simulators A3, defended against Omar Khan for TGN Racing Simulators S3, and this is just building up so very, very nicely. And that looks like another penalty for Samuel Vilakazi.
Oops. And I tell you what, when it comes to sponsorship in motorsport, it really does make the world go round. That's why we were showing love to our sponsors earlier on. Whether we like it or not, you watch any form of top flight motorsport, there's always going to be sponsor ads, sponsor billboards, conversations with sponsors, because it's because of the sponsors that we can go racing. And I think TGN Racing coming on board with these guys to support all of these teams is just fantastic for the drivers. It's great for the stream. Omar Khan, although Omar's not going to walk away with a top 3 position, he's the guy that's been fighting with everybody. That's not necessarily a good thing. Maybe it's his personality. But Omar Khan has been swinging fists at everybody that's come within a car length of his car. And doing it, from what I've seen, for the most part, fairly. I mean, there have been a couple of run-ins here and there, but he hasn't just tried to banzai overtake everybody and just barge them out the way. So, well done to TGN Racing Simulators for coming on board with these guys and giving them the opportunity to compete and making it easier for the guys to compete. because the TGN name is flying high in these battles, and Omar Khan certainly is giving the pressure to JP Gosling down into Dunlop. Doesn't make it stick though.
That was so close. Omar Khan almost trying to get that position there from JP Gosling. Gosling, I think,
Sticks the
had
nose.
the measure of it. Yeah, just put it, the nose of that car, the rear end of that car, exactly where it needed to be here. But Omar Khan absolutely has the pace. As we're going through Tetra Rouge, through that right-hander with 50 minutes left to go here, I think all the chips are in the basket of Omar Khan right now because he has got the pace. But does he have the tenacity to send it again? It's not here. This isn't it right now. Coming down the back straight here, it's going to have to be out of that second chicane.
Happen. I got a feeling something's about to take place here. You can see it building as the clock ticks down. Just 52 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Omar Khan would be infinitely aware of that stat as well. He surely wants to get at least one more position under his, just 60 seconds the gap to 7th place. Omar Khan looking good so far. Further up the field, we see a 22-second gap between 3rd and 2nd. Alrik Ensslin with 5 stops so far. And it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. A big mistake from the car in front. A big mistake from the car in front of Omar Khan. And this puts Omar Khan well within contention once again. Loving the camera work over here from our producer. Making sure we got eyes on at all times. Omar Khan, 8th position. JP Gosling in 7th place. Here comes the overtake now, surely. Oh, Omar Khan thinks better of it. Well done to him. Well done to him. It's such a tricky spot to overtake here on the way now through the Multan corner towards Indianapolis. And again, a sequence of tricky spots to make a move stick. You can try it. You might pull it off. You might be a hero. But it all might also end in tears. So
it really is. No, I was just about to say, as we get through Indianapolis as well, through the right-hander, and then down through the gears, and then we're going through into the complex at Arnage here. This right-hander coming up is the prime opportunity. But for me, Omar Khan just isn't close enough right now.
Not close enough. He's not. He's just not close enough at this stage. No. And the exit wasn't his best either. I think the JP car got a decent exit out of that corner. Whew, the sound of these cars. Gotta say, they definitely got the sound right in off factor. It sounds almost Formula One-esque, doesn't it? It's as close to a Formula One sounding engine you're gonna get. All things considered.
Is, and they just scream at that high attack ratio all the time. There's no off switch for them. There's no quiet button.
Yeah, there's no respite for that engine, that's for sure. It's a high RPM or no RPM. And you mentioned, interestingly, in your notes, we saw the torque curve of these cars and how late it comes in. And it's smooth after that, but under 4,000 RPM, there's no party there. The party's all above 4,500 RPM. And look at that. Omar so quick through the chicane. We saw earlier on he's fighting that car. We saw earlier on he tried to stick a nose in by Dunlop. Will he do it again as they make their way now towards Dunlop? And Omar Khan, all to play for with that extra position potentially on the table.
Again, all the pressure coming on the board here from Omar Khan at the moment. JP really having to hold on as much as he possibly can here from JP Gosling here. This is sensational action that we've got. We did say that this was going to give us more action towards the end, and we were not kidding. As there we go, 15 minutes remaining in the 2026 Mazda Masters. This has been a 6-hour race, and it all boils down to a 1-hour sprint race. It's Luke Addison in the lead for 0 Point Racing. Then you've got Alrik Ensslin in second place for EG of Paul Stems. But we cut back to the action on screen because here comes Omar Khan, gets the run. There's a little bit of a wiggle there. There's contact onto the brakes. There's contact. They're both off.
Omar Khan almost into the wall. That is not good. And JP gets the better of that interaction. I'd love to see a replay of that one because who was at fault there? The cameraman. JP slowing down. JP just slowed down. No. Doesn't look like it. No, that was someone else. Oh, yes, he did. JP slowed down. JP gave the position back.
Well, he had to avoid the so it was behind the car on the left-hand side there. avoid the chicane there as well. So I think JP's,
JP would have had to slow down for a penalty. That's what happened there. So Omar gets the position, but that's not the way he would have wanted it, I'm sure. With a little bit of damage to boot as well. Let's see if we can get that replay up. It doesn't have to be slow motion. I just want to see who's at fault there, because it looked a bit 50-50 from our vantage point, but we couldn't see exactly what happened. I think they just got a little too close for comfort and they ended up touching. New best lap for Chris Stoltz. Chris Stoltz with a 3:21.908. Chris Stoltz put some money in the bank. Here we go. Here comes the replay. Let's see what happens. Side by side they go. Oh!
I think it's on JP. I'll be honest. JP was on the right-hand side. Now, I don't think he deliberately meant to turn left. I think the tyres just sort of over-rotated on the brakes. And the car, maybe it was unbalanced, but he was on the right-hand side. He's maybe trying to straighten up the corner.
I do think he was creeping across, but also, if we could watch it again, maybe a different angle, I think also Omar was potentially cutting across to the right-hand side, because I don't want to say who I think is at fault, but either way, both of them came off second best, and that was a lot of damage, big impact for both of them. Luckily, no one went into the wall after, because that would have been absolutely disastrous. Both of them are now watching.
Quite impressive to crash in a straight, though. That's some points for that one.
One of the fastest parts of the circuit, no less.
And on the braking point as well, going into that first of the chicanes, that was a wild moment. I think, again, just from memory here, I think that if it looked like it was JP that moved more, JP Goslet that moved more over to the left-hand side. But it may very well be that Omar can. I tell you what, the stewards are going to be looking very, very closely at that instant. But we have to talk, with 45 minutes left to go, Luke Addison almost cutting the engine off. That's how deep we are coasting and saving right now.
Well, Luke Addison finds himself with his last lap of 3:25. He's got about 96 seconds now in hand. Behind that, Brandon Kruger in the number 9 car. Brandon Kruger and his team really did a fantastic job to get themselves to a podium position. Listen to that. That is fuel saving.
Coast, if we can go on board with Luke Addison,
that is lift and coast.
Lifting coast.
He's on a proper fuel saving strategy at this stage. So they're probably trying to make it through to the last phase. Put some fuel in. Let's go on board with Luke. And also we can check his fuel level as well if we get the in-car cam. Because I would so we're first gonna at the in-car, and look at this. On your right-hand side, you can see the incident.
So, I mean, Omar's over to the left. It's fractional, to be fair. Withdraw my previous statement. It feels more just like one of those things that really didn't need to happen, but when it's coming up to a breaking point,
I think
nothing
they
JP can do at that point.
I think they didn't need to be as close to each other. They didn't need to be that close to each other. Well, anyways, back to the action now. 8,000 RPM, and this is on board with your leader, Luke Addison, who we suspect could be on a massive fuel saving, as Chris Stoltz once again sets the fastest lap of the race and secures himself the bag by doing so. Chris Stoltz certainly challenging convention, and as did the 787B, proved that a different approach could beat established racing giants in and on motorsport's biggest stage. Someone that's doing the same, I think, is Olaf Racing, Brandon Kruger at the moment, running on those endurance tires. So let's see if they can use a different approach to put them on the top of that podium, possibly at this stage, third place on the podium. Not too shabby considering that they started all the way down in 9th position. Now, back on board with JP Goslet. JP Goslet just 3 seconds behind Omar Khan. And Omar Khan getting the best of that previous situation. It does seem to me like these cars are quite tough. I've seen guys do very, very quick lap times with cars that were and had taken a little bit of damage. So I don't think that the damage is that severe. We've spoken to some of the guys that does show on screen, but it doesn't tell you exactly what percentile damage you're looking at as Jeff LaRue heads into the pits.
Yep, here we go then as Roslet as well takes that position back then from Omar Khan. And there we go then, Omar Khan into pit lane. Brief yellow flag comes out at the final couple of corners here. But it is, as we said, Luke Addison out in charge now, 95 seconds. But Chris Stoll, 3:21.674. That's an absolutely absurd time
at this
coming in
stage of the race as well. They've done well into probably 70, 80 laps at this stage. And Chris Stoltz is the fastest man out there for the entire event so far. 5 seconds a lap, 4.5 seconds or thereabouts, faster than the car in front. At 4.5 seconds a lap, 3 minutes a lap, you're looking at about 10 laps left. That would put Chris Stoltz literally within striking distance of third place if all things stay equal. So Chris Stoltz trying to catch, that car is slippy, trying to catch up 48 seconds at 5 or 4.5 seconds a lap. That is, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. And Chris Stoltz is going to make sure of that. Delta negative, looking positive at the moment.
They are really pushing as much as they can.
Is
with
quick.
42 minutes left to go
But wide,
in the race here.
It's so difficult to not run wide through those Porsche curves because you just want to take a slightly bigger bite of that apple. And if you do, the consequences are so dire. And we see, into the pits he goes. Chris Stoltz in the pits. So fast into the pit lane as well. On the limit through the pit lane entrance is Chris Stoltz. And now comes the pit limiter. Bang. Onto the pit limiter. Chris Stoltz on the money in every way at the moment. He has to be perfect at this stage. Let's see
really,
what the pit
really
stop
does.
looks like. Let's stay on board with Chris Stoltz and see if we can have a split screen and just check how long this pit stop takes, because this is really going to be quite important. They are currently running third place. Chris Stoltz is in third position. Luke Addison's in first place. Where is Brandon Kruger at the moment?
Right beside him in pit lane. So Kruger's in pit lane. That's why he got that third position, because he just overtook him in pit lane.
So this could be a race to the finish, or is there a splash and dash in the future for these two guys? What do you think? What do you guys think? I'm asking my producer over here. Could it be a splash and dash? Could it be the last stop? Elric Ensland finds himself in second place, 95 seconds behind. Luke Addison leads us off still. Chris Stoltz in third place. Brandon Kruger in the pits with him in third position. Elric Ensland. Last stop is what we're hearing. Could be the call. Could that be the final pit stop for both of these guys? The tension is palpable. Never has it been so tense watching a car park. Bernard Barkhuizen jumps in. Bernard Barkhuizen leaves the pits. Bernard Barkhuizen has left the pits. He is still on the endurance tire. It's now coming through to lap Bernard Barkhuizen. Delta negative also back on the road. And the gap now down to 10 seconds. Now, I do think with the tire choice that Chris Stoltz has gone for, which is the softs, I do think that he will be much, much faster than Bernard Barkhuizen. So let's hop on board with Chris Stoltz. But the gap now is 26 seconds. It's a big gap. It was 40 seconds early on. Sorry, Chris Stoltz, I apologize. Chris Stoltz. Jason Farmer is also back in contention now all of a sudden. We knew Jason Farmer was quick, but the gap was over 40 seconds. Yeah, the gap is extending. So I think Stoltz is basically ready to go till the end. I think Stoltz might be ready to go to the end. And now the top two positions are still up for grabs. But when it comes to third, fourth, and fifth, Oretile now finds himself back in the fight. So all of a sudden, Chris Stoltz is fighting for podium position, but so is Bernard Barkhuizen, and so is Jason Palmer, so is Oretile.
Yeah, so that was say a very, very long pit stop there for Chris Stoltz. He gets out again here. Now, we're thinking that we can go to the ends, and I'm just trying to figure out the timings on that, because if it's 3:24 to 3:27 a lap, let's say, on a slow lap, and we can do 11 to 12 laps on that fuel here, I'll be honest, I think it's a little bit closer than everybody's making out right now. It's especially when we've got one more lap for the top four, at the very least. I mean, we'll see. We'll wait and see. I mean, they might get a lap back on the lap back on Lucas when he comes into the pits, but I think this is far closer than we realise at this moment in time. So we'll wait and see to see if that is going to be a splash and dash towards the end.
I think you might be onto something there, David Christie, because as we mentioned, we don't know which one of these teams are going to be running through to the end. We don't know which one of these teams could have a splash and dash or a full pit stop. And I've just got some information coming through.
While you go and check that out, Mazda's 1991 Le Mans win, of course, made it the first Japanese manufacturer to win the race overall, and it remains the only victory by a Japanese marque before the modern era of hybrid prototype. So that is some hell of a legacy to leave behind.
Very interesting little tidbit over there indeed. Thanks for that, David. Now, we were talking about which one of these teams have pulled up. It looks like most of the guys went for a full stop. Stoltz did a 2-minute 2 pit stop for tires, fuel, and they're going through to the end, it seems. So at least we know that Stoltz has done that. Luke Addison now finds himself in the pit lane. His last lap, even going to the pits, was a 3:24, so he was full sending on that final lap now. So Luke Addison, with just 36 minutes to go, will more than likely also do a full stop. Elric Enslen heading towards Luke Addison through the what looks like the Porsche curves. So almost coming to the end of the lap now. He should be passing the pit lane very, very soon. But when will he go into the pit lane as he makes his way past the back marker? The back marker has to yield, and he does. Elric Enslen, is he going to the pits? Yes. Oh, no, he's not. Elric Enslen is on a tear of a lap at the moment. This is going to be a quick one, I think, even with that traffic, as Elric Enslen snatches the lead. Does a 3:23.6. Now, we heard that maybe Elric Enslen is not going to pit again. So what does that mean? Does that mean that they have secured the win at this stage? Luke Addison is still in the pits. Luke Addison is still in the pits.
He's just left now, so he's just got himself. Actually, no. He's still shown as slowing down. So, okay, that's a long time that Luke's been into pit lane. That's obviously going to potentially allow Bernhard Parkhausen to catch back up here. I'll be honest, that intel about Elric Enslen not needing to pit, I'm not sure how, because remember we got mixed up.
I'm not sure either.
Already pit.
I'm not sure either.
I just don't think it is.
I'm not sure either, because we don't know what exactly these guys are planning. But what we do know is that Tariq Adam is and was in the pits, and yeah, he's more than likely will be going to the end. So let's see if Tariq Adam can take it all the way to the end. Elric Enslen, I'm sure, will have a pit. They've got 65 seconds in hand, though, does Elric Enslen. So maybe a splash and dash. Maybe keeps the same tires. Maybe a splash and dash. I don't know. Let's see. Bernhard Parkhausen in third position. I think the battle. So we've got basically two battles happening in the front of the field now. We've got the battle for first and second, and then we've got the battle for third. And the third place battle could go to Bernhard, Jason Oretile, or Chris Stoltz at this stage. Now, Bernhard, though, was in contention for second place at one stage, but I don't think that's in the realm of reality at the moment, unless the top two guys, potentially Enslen, has at least one more stop. So, Chris Stoltz in sixth place at the moment, started in second, fell all the way down, back in the fight. This is certainly the team that has shown the most resilience. We're on board with him now in sixth position. Chris Stoltz right behind Oratile in 5th place. This is a battle for position, so Oratile will be fighting hard. Oratile, we saw, started in 3rd position, held 3rd position for quite some time, but then unfortunately fell off the pace as some of the other cars got a little bit faster. Now Oratile finds himself back in the top 5, and certainly, I'm sure, not willing to give up that 5th position. Chris Stoltz, though, will have something to say about that.
He absolutely will. Another person that's going to have something to say is Ula in Twitch chat, who has been our most recent giveaway winner. Congratulations on winning a 500 Rand Steam voucher. We've got a couple more to go in the final half an hour. They're going to be quick and fast, so get yourself over to twitch.tv/metalstake. Get yourself in with the chance of winning. And not long left to go, half an hour left to go. And while we've got that, a chance to say a huge thank you to our partners here for the tournament: Ignition TV, to Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank, to Tiger Wheel and Tyre, to Engine Extreme, to King Price Insurance, and to VAT HCV. Huge thank you for all of their support, for all of the extra that they've given us in terms of the prizes, and just going above and beyond, which is, here at Mazda, it's exactly what we like to do. Down into the final couple of corners, though, Chris Stoltz, this guy needs to be checked. That thing has got an Exocet missile for an engine, never mind the R26B. It is lightning fast.
Oh, the fact that it's still so fast at this stage after the punishment that engine's been put through. Chris Stoltz now slotting in behind Oratile over there. He's going for it. Elric Ensslin is in the pits. The storyline continues. The twists and turns that we've seen unfold over the last couple of hours continues as Elric Ensslin finds himself in the pits, and here comes Tariq Adam, someone that seemingly does not have another pit stop to do. And Tariq Adam, ladies and gentlemen, takes the lead once again. They've done 3 stops so far. Can and will that be enough? Elric Ensslin in 2nd place. What will happen with Bernard Barkhuizen, and how far behind is Bernard Barkhuizen?
I'm just trying to figure that one out. I think he's about 100 seconds.
100 seconds, so 1.5 minutes behind. But Bernard Barkhuizen, because of that tyre strategy, might find himself with tyres to go through to the end. Here comes Tariq Adam now, your leader, coming up to some traffic. Is that a car without a nose cone? Yes, it is. Damage taken still to this point by some of our back markers over there. It looks like Samuel Balakizi.
I think that's Ashton. I think that's Ashton Engelbrecht, because he's just been overtaken by Giovanni Secchia.
So that's Ashton Engelbrecht and Giovanni. They are actually in a battle for position.
Oh! Right in front of the race leader as well. That is not what you want to see.
Oh, and the race leader taking a little bit of extra risk over there. I didn't like that at all. I'm sure his spotters are telling him to just take it easy. Let's get it over the line. It's all about getting it over the line. The last half an hour looms. Here we go. It's the last 30 minutes of the Mazda Masters 2026, ladies and gentlemen. And we are heading into the final stages of what has been a frankly incredible feat by all of these drivers over here, making sure that we are quite well entertained, making sure the driving standards are exceptionally high, except a couple of people that you might want to point out, David Christie, but I'll leave that to you. And then, of course, the overtakes, the moves, as we see right now on our screen. The attrition, the fightbacks, the comebacks, the storylines, all threaded together to make for one exciting 6-hour race, the inaugural Mazda Masters 6-hour Sim Racing Championship 2026. And now just 30 minutes left, David Christie.
Yep, and of course, 35 years later, the spirit of the Mazda 787B continues through new generations of racers, including today's competitors taking part in the 2026, and you've got to say, inaugural Mazda Masters 6-hour Endurance Challenge. It's been an absolute pleasure. Chris Stoltz is literally sending it to within an inch of his life. That was in song. I promise if we cut back to the cameras, you would have saw me acting out that scene in interpretive dance for Chris Stoltz. He is just sending it. 30 minutes left to go. And I'll be honest, every single one of these drivers has kept us thoroughly entertained today here.
Well, Chris Stoltz just has to keep it on the black stuff at this stage, but he's chosen to push to the end. So he is now 24 seconds within striking distance of Jason Farmer. He's quite easily dispatched of Oretile, which now puts him in 5th position. Jason Farmer, of course, in 4th place. Bernard Barkhuizen in 3rd position, just a further 28 seconds ahead of Jason Farmer, and Barkhuizen 73 seconds himself behind Elric Ensslin. I don't think he's going to be able to close that 70-plus second gap between him and 2nd place, but a 3rd place finish for Bernard Barkhuizen, I'm sure that is a solid result for that team. Starting in 9th place just 5.5 hours ago.
100%. Absolutely no complaints from me on that one. You saw just very briefly top left of the graphic screen there, yellow flag in sector 2. That was Samuel Villacese bringing it out again, unfortunately. That looks like it was down at Indianapolis on the run down first there, and then it looks like he's had a second moment going into Arnage. So again, at this point, 27 minutes now, you know, all we want is for them to get that car home safely. We want as many finishers of this race as we possibly can. But again, I'm wondering now. I'm looking at fuel strategy. I'm looking at how many cars can actually survive to the end of this race without a splash and dash. I'll be honest. I think Tariq Adam and maybe Bernhard Barkhuizen can get through it. I know for a fact Tariq can do it, but I think Barkhuizen might be the only one who doesn't need a splash and dash right now in that top 5.
Well, we do have the technology, so let's ask our producer nicely if he will go on board and show us what Tariq Adams' fuel load looks like at this stage. I'd love to be able to see if we could potentially get a glimpse of that fuel load. But before that, let's check out the replay of the man that lost his nose. It's not figurative if you actually lost the nose of the car, is it? It's literal.
I know a couple of cosmetic surgeons, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. We can fix it.
Let's see what happened over there. It's not often that these cars lose body panels. Looks like Dunlop. Yes, it is. Oh, Duns wide and bang! Oh! It was Ashton Engelbrecht. You're right. That was Ashton Engelbrecht. And in front of him, smoke everywhere. But Ashton Engelbrecht, that's the first time we've seen damage that severe on a car. So that was a massive shunt. And it's so interesting when a car loses control like that and just spears towards. It's kind of the worst kind of accident because the trajectory has changed and there's not much you can do about it. But yeah, let's go see on board with Tariq Adam. Let's start with the front. Tariq Adam, I'd love to see what his fuel load looks like from in car. And so I don't think it can't be 91. Okay, there's 91.7 laps left. I don't think we're getting an actual fuel load here, so probably not. The fuel load looks like it says 50 liters over there, but it's not changing. So now we can't use this information, so that is not accurate.
Probably a good thing.
Probably a good thing.
Probably a good thing. Otherwise, you'd have all the competitors.
So those are laps.
As well.
This is what we were discussing before, and that could be an option, but clearly not. So back to the action then. Tariq Adam, we'll have to wait and see. And we don't know if he's going to need to stop again. David, what do you think? We've got Tariq Adam in front, Elric Ensslin, Bernard Barkhuizen. Barkhuizen might take it all the way through to the end. I think if anybody can, it could be him.
Yeah, Tariq Adam definitely will be able to, because he came in 36 minutes left to go. It's everybody that's above 37 and a half minutes, I think that's where they're going to have problems. Unless they're doing, insane lifting posts. It doesn't matter for anyone underneath like P7. And I say that with the greatest respect, but they're one lap down. So as soon as your race leader goes across the line, they can just bring it in and it's done. And they won't lose any positions, for instance, on that one. So
I think Tariq Adam is short shifting like crazy at the moment. Let's check the RPMs over there. Let's check the RPMs on the straight. Okay, that was 9,000. I saw him shift at 8.6 early on. Okay, this is 5th gear, so it's not going to matter. But I thought for sure he was in some spaces. He's just not taking it all the way to 9K RPM. Off 349. Tariq Adam putting on a bit of a masterclass here. Some very precise driving at this stage. Making sure the car stays balanced on exit. Looking after the car. 8-8 on that shift over there. So I think Tariq Adam is doing what he needs to do to get this car to the stop. They've only done 3 stops. That doesn't make any sense. If you think about it, that doesn't make any sense for Tariq Adam on soft tires to only have done 3 stops. David Christie, what are we seeing here?
I don't think it's updated properly. There's obviously a bug in the overlay because that car has done more than 3 pit stops in a 6-hour race. So I think it's just it's just not updated properly.
Imagine so.
Sometimes the data doesn't transfer over properly. So yeah.
Well, interesting either way. Doesn't matter how many stops he's done. He's in the lead by 49 seconds at this stage. Elric Enslin in 3rd place, and Tariq Adam even looking as relaxed as he's looking right now, still doing 3 minutes 23. He looks so calm. It doesn't seem as strained as someone, for example, as Chris Stoltz, that's trying to push the limits. Chris Stoltz last lap there, 3:26. So Chris Stoltz now dropping some pace there. Still got a 26-second gap, and Jason Farmer holding fort with a 3:25.836 his last lap. So the two of them still separated by 25 seconds. That's Jason Farmer and 5th place man Chris Stoltz. 25 seconds between them. But I think it's all down to pit stops now. We can only but wait now and see which one of these guys decides to do what.
So here's the key factor with that. Again, it's another risk factor. Again, you've got to go into pit lane. Again, you've got to trust in yourself to get that breakdown properly so you don't get a speeding penalty for in pit lane. You've got to trust yourself that you don't accidentally take off the pit limiter too early coming out of pit lane. This could all change. Any of these top 5 spots, apart from P1 right now, are up for grabs at the moment. So potentially this could all change. The other one that I'm watching is Nico Quintal for TGN Racing Simulators A4, down in 9th position, and potentially going to be able to head up into P7.
So we've got 3 retirements: Quagga Racing 2, Syndicate 397, and TGN Racing Simulators S2. Unfortunately, it's a part of motor racing. Unfortunately, cars do break, whether virtual or otherwise. And yeah, it's sad to see these guys making their way out. S2, that was Ethan McDougall and Edward Robertson. Edward finding himself, Edward's S3. So yeah, that was Ethan McDougall. Ethan McDougall finding himself, unfortunately, in a retirement early on. What a unfortunate turn of events. Quagga Racing 2, that's Hannes Kruger out of the race. And then Syndicate 397, Julian Brains and Modipane out of that race. And Vilakazi gets a warning for driving standards. I'm sure you might agree with that one.
Sorry, what was that? It's a wonderful day we've had today here. Beautiful weather outside, by the way. Also, by the way, I'm taking advantage of this because this will be the only time in our collective career together that I get to correct you on a name. It's McDougall.
What did I say? What did I say? McDougall. Yeah. But it's spelled McDougall.
Well,
is that you guys? Is that how you guys say it in where you from? Ireland, eh?
Wow.
Isn't that an Irish name?
like that. 20 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to be looking for a new commentator for the remainder of this 20 minutes here.
It's getting spicy in here.
Oh man, listen, what a pleasure, Ernest. We have just been spoilt today with all of the action that we've had on here. It's just been an absolute joy to be part of this project.
Yeah, an absolute joy. And just looking through the comments over here, the guys are still cheering each other on. Go Enslin is the is Richard still complaining about something? Keegan Kruger says, yes, Ashton, P12, well done, keep going. But what a incredible... Oh, that was a bit close there. Nico Quintal still keeping our hearts racing. But thanks, guys, for the interaction. Thanks, guys, for all the comments and just keeping us busy over here. We've loved every moment of it. It's been Jeez, man, 6 hours has never gone so quick. It's been really fun to watch, but the racing's been good, and that to me is everything else is just sugar and spice and all things nice. But when it comes to the meat and potatoes of it all, it comes down to how good the racing is, isn't it?
It really, really does. And the thing is, you can have all of the bells and whistles on sim racing, on esports, and it's the actual racing. It's the actual action that happens out there on track, and we've been spoiled for choice for everything that's out there. And joining us all day, a huge thank you to everybody that is out there on all of the channels on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you're watching, especially on the Metal State Twitch, because a huge congratulations to Pookie ZA, our 6th giveaway winner, and we are just absolutely rapid firing through these now. We've already got question 7 up for you, so the next giveaway question is already live, and I think we'll probably get number 8 out there as well. Question number 7 is, what does Mazda's Challenger Spirit represent? What does Mazda's Challenger Spirit represent? Answers on the Metal State Twitch. Let us know, and you can win yourself 500 Rand Steam voucher on that giveaway. But we are rapidly counting down the minutes now. We're within 20 minutes. We're nearly within the final current, with 15 minutes to go.
Well, 17.3 is the time left. 17 minutes 30 seconds or there's about is what is left on the clock. Nico Quintal, the man currently on camera, in 9th position. TG and Racing Simulators A4 is the team. He's 10 seconds behind the next competitor, so he is fighting for 8th position. Kyle Williams just 10 seconds up the road. The rest of the field now pretty much settled in. But I do think that in the last 15 minutes, someone is going to have to stop, and that's going to change things, because we need something now. We need some spice over here. We need something to happen. I want some drama as we head into the final few minutes. And I don't want to see anybody running out of fuel, but I wouldn't mind seeing 1 or 2 pit stops now to ruffle some feathers and turn things a little bit topsy-turvy at this stage. 16 minutes left, 50-second gap between the front runners. As we go on board now with Tariq Adam, Alaric Enslin, your 2nd place man on your screen at the moment. Bernard Barkhuizen in 3rd position, 83 seconds further back. Jason Farmer in 4th place, Chris Stoltz in 5th position. So, there we go. There's Chris Stoltz in 5th place, still pushing the limits, still doing 325s. Behind him, Arth doing 323s. Behind that, Michael de Kock doing 324. So there's still a little bit of pace in hand for some of these cars.
Yeah, that was proper rallycross action going on there for Chris Stoltz there for Delta Negative. And I mean, we've waxed lyrical about the tenacity of this team. Again, all the awards are kind of up for grabs and things like that. But for me, I mean, that has to be one of the key contenders for the Challenger Award. Just the guts to keep going and to not only get a top 10 finish out of when everything seemed lost, to get a top 5 out of this potentially. Yeah, that's going to be huge. That is providing they don't have to go into the pits. If they have to go into the pits, they're going to lose at least one
then
position.
It's all over. Then the dream is over, that's for sure. If anybody goes into the pits now, the dream is basically over, because all of them have settled into their positions. And let's see if they do need to stop. Hopefully not. 15 minutes to go. And I feel like, I mean, I hate to say this, David Christie, but I think we're all just waiting to see what's going to happen at this stage. And either way, it presents a certain element of drama to the ending of this race. That's maybe not a wheel-to-wheel element, but certainly an element of drama that means that it's anybody's game depending on fuel load at this stage. Jason Farmer there in 4th position. Jason Farmer, really one of the surprises of this event as well. There's so many surprises in this event. Jason Farmer, part of GSRT, partnered up with Jeffrey LaRue. He has been racing overseas with ERA, and let's see if he can hold it together for 4th place today. Let's see. Go, Jason.
Well, while we keep our eye on that one, also a huge congratulations to Johan 53X, 7th giveaway winner of the day. And again, we've got one more left to do. So somehow, despite only having given away 4 or 3 by the first half of the race, we've now got through the rest of them in the final hour. So great to see. And there we go, the first blink has been done. Michael de Kock then goes into pit lane for TGN Racing Simulators A3. He is the first car to blink, takes on field, and that's not a splash and dash. That car has just come to a stop, so we'll need, given we've got 15 minutes left, that's going to be at least 20 seconds of fuel he's going to have to take on board.
So, Michael de Kock dropping down from 7th place to 8th position now. Nico Quintal should get past any moment, and he does. Further back is Oratile, who dropped all the way down to 10th. So Oratile would have put it at some stage as well. We might have missed that. So Oratile was right in the mix, but then now finds himself in 9th position. I don't think that's the last of the pit stops. I think there's more pit stops to come. And I think we're all watching the top 5 to see what will happen there, because that is going to be pit stops of absolute consequence if it does happen.
And that's Michael de Kock just leaving pit lane now. So he's been stationary for a good 40 seconds there. So it looks like he's taken on a full tank of fuel. Maybe he just didn't realise to take the fuel tank off.
I do think even a 40-second pit stop is still quite short. We've seen 1 minute 20s and up early on. But
that was tyres as well. Or even a driver swap, because there's a minimum time added for the driver swaps as well.
Yeah, so that it was a relatively quick pit stop, but certainly taken him out of that fight further up the field. He only lost a couple of positions though, and Giovanni Secchia is way, way, way down the road. So Michael de Kock still looking good. Oratile 8 seconds ahead. Michael de Kock's gonna have to push. Tariq Adam still leads us off. Elric Enslin in 2nd place. Still Bernard Barkhuizen in 3rd position.
Tariq Adam, though, really showing how it's done for 0 Point Racing. It's just been an exemplary drive. Gutted, obviously, that we didn't get the big heavyweight duking out fight between them and EG Evolved Sims, but we certainly had it earlier on in the day. My goodness me, what an effort it has been, but still it's not over. Still, there is 11.5 minutes left to go. Anything can still happen, but again, we just have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on this, because if, as you mentioned earlier on, who is going to blink? That's the question. Tariq Adam, we could look silly at the end of this and all of them could just stay out and that would be the end of that. But with 10 minutes to go, it's not that I have a suspicion that someone's going to come in, but there we go. Musa in the pits, number 7 car, 7th place qualifier, now in 6th place, which means Carl Williams, Nico Quintal, Oratile, and possibly Michael de Kock as well could go up 1 position each. So far, we got asked about the best overtake now recently, and in my mind, I still think it's that overtake through the S's that was just simply spectacular. It's a difficult place to do so. It's even more difficult to make it stick, but he pulled it off, and I think that was for battle for first as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I think, was that not the Project Vapor car? Because it was one of the red and white ones, but it wasn't Muath. It was one of his teammates. I'm absolutely sure, but we'll double check. Muath Musa still in pit lane as we speak there. I absolutely agree with you. As we hit 10 minutes left to go in this 6-hour race here, it was very early on into the race. I think it was on lap 6 or something, lap 5 or lap 6, and it was just, you know, they were attacking and very, very close and just sent it right round to the outside.
So we just got to confirm if that was the Andres Radio overtake. Don't forget, guys, you can chime in and jump in for these awards, as many of you are doing so in the chat on the Metal State Twitch account. Thanks so much for all the comments, guys. You guys have been fantastic. Ulula, I see, still commenting after that win as well. Most consistent team, GSRT is her vote. Driver of the day, Jeff Leroux. Best overtake, Jeff Leroux, most consistent. I think Jeff Leroux's got some fans over there. So nothing wrong with voting for your own driver, but try and keep it as impartial as possible, I think. Or not. Moat Musa on screen at the moment for Project Vapor. Still no signs of pitting for anybody else. Oretile was not able to get past, and neither was Michael de Kock. So I think that pit stop was quite quick as we get some more information coming through regarding the winners and special awards. Mike did a 1 minute 12 pit stop earlier on, so that was a fairly quick stop, I think. And our next giveaway winner. One more to go. We got 7th giveaway winner, and I'm gonna hand this over to our man over there because you are our winner giver, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that my official title? Yeah, that's Johan 53X. So that's the 7th out of 8. So we have a DNF because we've got a car running out of fuel in the last couple of.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so that's Syndicate 397.
7 minutes from the end. No fuel. Oh my goodness! Running out of fuel is a terrible, terrible thing to have happen. Gian Geyser finds himself running out of petrol. Jeez, man, these petrol prices are killing us, eh? They really are. So,
I've got a feeling that I've just figured out who our overtake of the day was. I think it was Alaric Enslin, and it was on lap 1.
I think it was for the lead.
Yep, right there, round the outside.
Oh,
just watching the YouTube replay of that there, and that's exactly
the
who
way
it
he
was.
closed the door as well was just mega.
That itch has been scratched because it was bugging me trying to remember who that was, but there we
Thank
go.
you for jumping on top of that.
Yeah.
Thank you for jumping on top of that.
So,
speaking of Alaric
6
Enslin,
minutes.
6 minutes to go. 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Alaric Enslin. And so far, I'm not sure if there are going to be any more pit stops, David Christie, but I certainly am watching with hawk eyes at the moment, trying to see if that will be the case.
I think we're going to have at least one. I think we're going to have at least one on this. So
Nico Quintal in the pits, number 8.
Yeah, there we go.
8th position man, Nico Quintal into the pits. So we've got 6 minutes left, and these cars don't make it very far with this fuel load that they have, with the tires that they have. So I'm not sure if any of these cars will make it to the end with 6 minutes to go. 10 laps remaining or thereabouts.
This is the great thing for us as commentators. So I know that we spend the past 6 hours giving you the idea that we know what we're talking about, but when it comes down to the final 5 minutes, right, we're in the realm of the gods here. We are looking into our crystal ball, and we're hearing tanks only. Now we're hearing tanks only last 9 laps, but we're watching on. That doesn't tie up with what I've seen because it was like 11 laps at least that they've been able to. Oh, there we go.
Jason Farmer in the pits. Jason Farmer in the pits. That was to be a little bit expected, though. It's Bernard Barkhuis and Chris Stoltz, Alaric Enslin, and Tariq Adams that we're now waiting for. Jason Farmer in the pits. Jason Farmer will more than likely lose that position. A splash and dash for Jason Farmer. We've got 5 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is go time now for the final 5 minutes of the Mazda Masters 2026 Sim Racing Championship. My name is Ernest Page, joined by David Christie and our entire production team that you will never meet, but they are awesome. Just trust me on that one. It is the final 5 minutes of this spectacular competition, and Alaric Enslin fighting hard with Tariq Adam, Bernard in 3rd position, Barkhuis, and that is Chris Stoltz in 4th, and Jason Farmer in 5th place, but in the pits. So now we wait for those final pit stops. Who else is going to pit, and who else is going to have this deck shuffled in the final 5 minutes?
Yep, 0 Point Racing still on course to take history here with the inaugural running of the Mazda Masters here in 2026, a 35-year anniversary celebration of that win at 1991 in Le Mans in the iconic Mazda 787B that we are replicating here today. And I tell you what, I think we couldn't have thrown a bigger party in its honour. 4 minutes left to go here, and it is, as I said, 0 Point Racing from EG Evolved Sims. Then again, Olaf Racing to get onto the podium. We've said it time and time again, they've flown under the radar here. However, that's if they can hold out. Again, Delta Negative. What a story for them. Quite possibly driver of the day for Chris Stoltz, and quite possibly getting the award for the spirit of the day as well, because they really, really have pushed.
Yeah, Chris Stoltz and his team certainly deserve the award for whatever that was. Showing heart, showing courage, showing determination, doing things differently. Whichever award goes their way, I'll be satisfied with that, because they've done it the way it should be done, and they've pushed on through to the end. With just 3 minutes to go, that's about a lap, just under a lap left. Chris Stoltz still out there, all the drivers out there except Kyle Williams in the pits right now, and Chris Stoltz making his way towards the finish line. I think Tariq Adam will and might be starting his last lap pretty soon. Let's hop on board with Tariq Adam and see how he's doing, because wherever Tariq Adam crosses the finish line, if he's got less than 3 minutes to go before the end, I don't think so. I think Tariq Adam might add an extra lap to this. It's going to be interesting to watch as we watch Tariq Adam on board, your leader of this race so far. He's just got to make it through to the finish line, and as you can see there, that fuel gauge is not showing us what we want to see. So Tariq Adam making it to the end of this stint is really now in the hands of the racing gods, and let's see if he does do so. He's not fuel saving at this stage, he's going flat out at this stage, and Tariq Adam leads off this race. His teammates will be sitting in the pit lane, watching on, waiting, holding their breath as Tariq tries to complete this for Visceral Esports. Tariq Adam, Luke Addison, Cody Sherritt, his teammates. Let's see how he does. And in the pits goes Bernard Barkhuizen. In the pits goes Bernard Barkhuizen with just 2 minutes to go. With just 2 minutes to go, Chris Stoltz could take that third position. What a turn of events, David Christie.
Chat, I want an absolute riot if that happens. Chris Stoltz, the absolute push, the absolute charge right now with 1 minute 34 left to go in this race here. The absolute unthinkable has happened, except I kind of did say it. But there we go. But I didn't.
Here comes Bernard. Bernard is out of the pits. It's a splash and dash. They're going to meet each other on the main straight. Of course, Bernard has to wait until he can put his foot down, try not to get a penalty out of the pit lane. So far, Stoltz is in third position, and Bernard now has to chase him down with just 1 lap left. This could be the last lap. This could be the second last lap. And I think it's pertinent for us to jump on board with our leader, Tariq Adam, to see if that is the case. Tariq Adam with 1 minute left.
Tariq's in the pits!
Oh my God, who's in the pits? Tariq's in the pits. Tariq's in the pits.
Absolute cinema.
51 seconds to go. 51 seconds to go, David Christie. And Tariq Adam is in the pits. Now, we are on board with Tariq Adam.
Yeah, he's good.
Elric Enslin is making his way through. Elric Enslin with a couple of corners to go. This is the race for the lead, but I don't think Enslin will have enough. Enslin will be pushing to the absolute limit. We see panels laying on the side of the road. Here comes Enslin.
Yeah, it's done. That gap is 20 seconds, so I think that Tariq Adam can breathe a sigh of relief. Can he stay out though? Can Alaric Enslin stay to the end? Because remember, if they run out of fuel, it's a DNF. They lose the position that they've got. This is just... There you go, 6 hours is in the boot, so this is the last lap for Tariq Adam.
This is the last lap. Tariq Adam pushing the limits. 20 seconds in the bag. Chris Stoltz, your third place man. Just 3 seconds between Chris Stoltz and Bernard Barkhuizen. Let's see if we can jump on board with third and fourth place. Tariq Adam flashing the lights. Get out the way. It's time to go. Let's finish this, says Tariq Adams and his teammates. Chris Stoltz in third position. Bernard Barkhuizen just behind 3 seconds. He's in the rear view, but how far back? Further back, we've got Jason Farmer, but it's the battle for third place that we're watching right now. It's closing down that gap. 2.7 seconds at the moment. Just 2.7 seconds in it for Glory on that podium position. Will Barkhuizen, after having that third place for so long, David, be able to get it back?
Oh my goodness me, to come down to the final lap. This is just unbelievable storytelling right now. What you have to think though is delta negative. It's a rags to riches story over and over and over again. And we're seeing it play out in real time here with just 1 lap left to go here at Circuit de la Sarre. But it's all been about this team here. 0 Point Racing have been absolutely on top ever since they got moved on EG Evolved Sims.
Yeah, Visceral Esports, though, the team to watch right now in first position. Tariq Adam, the man behind the wheel. His team will be watching on, hoping, waiting, praying for that finish line. The last couple of corners are ahead of the man himself. Visceral Esports leads us all, but let's not forget Elric Enslen coming to within striking distance on the final lap. Chris Stoltz, that drags to Rich's story you mentioned earlier on, has extended the lead now in third place to 3.2 seconds. So he has got a slightly more comfortable buffer between him and fourth position. But here it is, David Christie. The final couple of corners are upon us, and Tariq Adam might just have what it takes to be the inaugural Mazda Masters 2026.
Oh! Chris Stoltz into the pits!
Oh, Chris Stoltz is in the pits, but why? But why? But why?
Oh,
Chris
man,
Stoltz throws it away
devastating.
on the death. There's Chris Stoltz, and Chris Stoltz now in fourth place and maybe slipping even further away. And our production team have got their hands raised in the air, shouting, why? And Chris Stoltz, the fairy tale is over. The fairy tale for Chris Stoltz is over. But it's not over for one man and his team. Tariq Adam comes through now, through the final complex of corners. He's about to take the flag. His team, Luke Addison, Cody Shedett, will be watching on. Tariq Adam is the man, and his team that wins the inaugural Mazda Masters 2026 title. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for what has been a stellar performance from Tariq Adam and the team at Visceral Esports. He's the man that takes the flag, but it's a team effort, that's for sure. And across the line comes Elric Enslen. Into the pits goes Elric Enslen. Elric Enslen is pitting on the last lap. Is this going to cost him? If he knows his pit boxes after the finish line, then maybe he will be able to get a classification. Elric Enslen goes into the pits.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it. I was panicking there because
Elric Enslen wins it in the pits. But why? Bernard Barkhuizen, the man. Look, Bernard Barkhuizen, it's not the Cinderella story. It's the meat and potatoes, malva pudding for dessert. Gets it done every time. Bernard Barkhuizen flew under the radar, but still, it's third place. We got to shine a light on our man Bernard Barkhuizen there, third place.
Yeah, it's the white flag flies for Chris Stoltz, and a very well deserved third place, you've got to say, for Barkhuizen in that third position as well. Obviously,
they played a good strategy.
And this is what we said. Like, we barely said anything about them because, like, they kept themselves out of trouble. They kept themselves clean and consistent. And you know, more power to them for getting that.
Yeah, Bernard and Brandon Kruger, of course, in that team. In third position, Bernard retired from sim racing, sold all his gear, and this is his first event out of retirement. So well done to Bernard Barkhuizen, welcome back.
You never really leave sim racing though, do you? You know, you kid yourself. You say you put it all up on Craigslist or eBay or whatever auction site is available, but within 6 months you've got yourself more gear, absolutely guaranteed. But all off racing there, taking third position. Jason Farmer, again, what a performance for them in that that number 6 car. Fantastic to see them in fourth position there. Also, as we said, Chris Stoltz in fifth. Murat Musa jumping into the pits as well as another driver we haven't really spoken much about, Oratile Motsoagasile.
Yeah, I've spoken a lot about Oratile. I've got to say I'm a fan. Just back to Jason Farmer, our fourth place man over there, partnered by Jeffrey Leroux, who's won multiple championships, and Jason Farmer, of course, racing overseas with ERA as Bernard Barkhuizen, the man coming straight out of retirement onto the podium, crosses the finish line, and Jason Farmer rounds off the top four. Chris Stoltz in the top five, commendable, a valiant effort from Chris Stoltz nonetheless. And although many of us were cheering for him from the sideline, an underdog story is always great, isn't it? An underdog story is always great. It's the Mazda story indeed. And Jason Farmer gets fourth place for his efforts for GSRT.
While we do that then, congratulations to Will Ross in Twitch chat, our last giveaway winner of today. Congratulations to everybody involved in that one. But it's also time to take you through our driver and team awards that are getting given out as well. Congratulations, no surprise really to say, Chris Stoltz taking driver of the day.
What was that?
Some
Just some
guy. I don't
guy.
know, it's fine. Just, they give it to anyone now. But also taking the prize for fastest lap as well. Olaf Racing, again, Spirit of Mazda Award. No arguments there on that one. Luke Addison is going to take the Consistency Award. And our decision, only because we were able to ID what it was Alaric Enslin for the best overtake. So congratulations to all of those drivers. You can hear that rotor engine being blown into the moon.
It doesn't matter now. That was a sick burnout, though. Doesn't matter what happens after the race. It's done now. It's time to celebrate, and celebrate we will as the drivers make their way around for their victory parade. And their victory parade includes, in some cases, a chat to us.
Exactly. So we'll wait for them to come in. But Chris Stoltz walks away with a cool 10,000 rand.
Yeah, let's talk about those prizes exactly. Who wins what?
So Chris Stoltz takes 10,000 rand because of the driver of the day and the fastest lap. So a huge thank you to VAPS HCV Insurance and to King Price Insurance for sponsoring those. To Olaf Racing, they get the Spirit of Mazda Award. That's 2,500 rand from King Price Insurance. And then Luke Addison getting the Consistency Award. That's another 2,500 from King Price Insurance. And then our decision for best overtake, that's going to be a nice, cool 5,000 rand for Alaric Enslin.
And let's talk about those first, second, and third prizes. First prize, Tariq Adam and Visceral Esports. Yes, Tariq did take it over the line, but of course he's flanked by his team, Cody Shedett and Luke Addison. What do they get for their troubles?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just 30,000 rand and another 30,000 rand in vouchers from Tiger Wheel and Tire.
So the winning team. So these three guys have just won 60,000 rand. That's insane. That is insane. 60,000 rand in prizes for Luke Addison, Tariq Adam, and Cody Shedett. And then, of course, we've got to talk about second place. What does second place get? Just a cool 15,000 rand. That is Alaric Enslin and his team. They walk away with 15,000 rand. Well done to the team. Alaric Enslin, that is Justin Elof and Josh Joubert getting 15,000 rand.
Just on that, back to the winning prize as well, we've got to say a huge thank you to the sponsor of that prize as well, Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank as well. I mean, a huge thank you for all of our sponsors as well. But then third place, 5 grand, 5,000 rand. That is not a bad day at the office for that.
Yeah.
But the one that I'm excited about the most for everybody else, for everyone between 4th and 13th position, 1,000 rand each from Engine Extreme Oil for the Grid Legends prize. That is a fantastic offering.
That's so often not the case that the other drivers get recognized. I've always said that the drivers are the show, and in any motorsport, we see it in certain motorsports where the drivers are the show. You watch a NASCAR race on a Sunday, and you see it there. The drivers are the show, but in certain instances, that's not the case. So, kudos to Mazda for making these drivers, all of them, a part of the show, and in doing so, we've got, of course, Engine Extreme making sure that all those drivers get something for their efforts. And effort was made. There was a lot of effort made to be here for this competition. These drivers certainly did put in the effort, I'm sure of it. And I look forward to chatting to some of these drivers in the coming moments. We wait for them to join us on stream.
Well, you were saying that, and we've literally got Luke Addison in the Twitch chat chomping at the bit to come and chat with us. So we're busy setting that up in the background. They're jumping onto the calls, and I'll guarantee there's no way they're missing out on this moment of glory. You know how big it is for having bragging rights in moments like
Oh
this.
yeah,
So very much
enjoy it, drink it in. As my coach says, achievement and satisfaction. Achievement and satisfaction is what these guys can all be proud of, and they've done the work. They've done the work. They've done the work. They've done what they've needed to do. So well done to them for getting this far. And we've got Luke Addison on the mic now, if I'm not mistaken.
Just wait for him to.
Just waiting for confirmation over there. And yeah, well done to them. Luke Addison, of course, with Tariq Adam and Cody Shedit. Luke, are you? We're first going to bring Brandon Kruger in for third position. And Brandon Kruger, are you with us, Brandon Kruger, in third position? Yep, still waiting for that. But
yes.
There he is. There he is. Brandon Kruger. Let's first give a little bit of background over here. So you're an Assetto Corsa champion. You're LMU champion. Used to be head of a huge esports team. And Bernard Barkhuizen retired from sim racing, sold his gear, first time out of retirement. And you guys made the top three where we hardly, I apologize if we hardly mentioned you on stream because you were flying under the radar.
Yeah, no problem. I just want to make a correction. Barkhuizen didn't actually retire. He just broke his brake pedal, so he needed a new pedal set. So that was all he was waiting for, which is why he was out of action for so long. But yeah, no, he was still there all along. Don't worry.
Okay, awesome. Well, in that case, welcome back with a new brake pedal. But did you guys intend to fly under the radar?
Not at all. Like, sure.
Because you went on the endurance tire, didn't you? You went on the endurance tire.
Yeah. So we saw the top guys; they were all going on the sprint tire, and we were like, maybe that's quicker. But we didn't really test it. And then, like the rest of the grid, they're like, go on the sprint tire. And we were like, we'll see how it goes. We only know the grip of the endurance tire because that's all we've been practicing with all morning. So we went with it, and Barkhuizen went long, and we weren't losing pace, we weren't losing grip, and it was surprising. So I was like, okay, let me get in, let's see what I do, and I somehow had better tire management than Barkhuizen, so I was able to squeeze out an extra stint for him on those, and we managed to just make it work with one tire change. So it was
incredible,
yeah.
Well done. I know we already mentioned you guys on the stream, and we apologize for that, but you guys were flying under the radar so well. Your stints were long. You pushed hard. You ended up on third position, and I'm looking at the laps now. The top five were all on the lead lap, and you guys managed to out-strategize everybody. I mean, you played the game better than most. It wasn't just about speed. It was about resilience and strategy. Well done to you for third place. You're on the podium. Enjoy the achievement and satisfaction. Enjoy the prizes. Enjoy the spoils.
Thank you very much.
Well, next up, we've got Elric Enslen, and I'm going to hand our impromptu mic over to you now. Elric Enslen in second place with his team. They did super well. Justin Eloff and Josh Joubert. Elric Enslen, of course, needs an introduction on the scene. He's been competing in sim racing competitions for many years with great success. Works for some of the best teams in the world when it comes to developing some setups. Elric Enslen, I'm sure it's not your first time on the podium. I'm sure it's not your first time being interviewed, but man, how was that 6-hour race for you guys, eh?
Yeah,
Alric, training, to say the least, but yeah.
So, I mean, talk us through that then, because obviously, I mean, we weren't sure what to expect coming through to the final 2 hours. We spoke to you earlier on, and right at the end, it was touch and go. Everybody left, right, and centre running out of fuel.
Yeah.
How difficult was that fuel management on that final stint?
I think we actually made it difficult for ourselves by just miscalculating how much we needed. I think if we just took a bit more fuel, we could have caught up with Tariq and them, because we were just also fuel saving the whole time because we just didn't take enough fuel, like a tiny bit more that we would have done it, because they obviously had to pit again for a splash and dash. And I think if we had enough fuel and we're pushing that whole stint, it would have been possible. But I mean, they smashed it. They really got a perfect strat there, so they just got us on that end.
And I guess after that 6 hours, it was chaos, it was fun, it was everything in between. There must be part of you that's just happy to have survived.
Yes, no, 100%. I mean, like I said, we didn't come into this race with a lot of expectations. We were off pace and everything. Luckily, 30 minutes before the race, we unlocked something that just, a lot of pace gained for all three of us, the drivers. And I mean, it made us get this P2. So I'm very thankful for my teammates for actually discovering this thing that we didn't do in the setup. I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'll gladly take a P2, especially with a team that's like that in P1. I mean, those guys are quick.
Just finally as well, 15,000 rand for finishing in second place, and an extra 5,000 rand for yourself for getting the Overtake of the Day award, sponsored by VAPS HCV Insurance. Whose turn is it on the round tonight?
I'm actually going on holiday next weekend, so this is going to be a nice holiday.
Wait, hang on, the guy's going to get the money before you disappear?
No, definitely not.
Well, listen, Alec,
there's a team
congratulations.
Account.
Exactly. Congratulations to you and the rest of the team over at EG Evolved Sims. Thanks for making it an amazing race, and we'll hopefully see you back next year for Mazda Masters 2027.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I mean, Mazda, you guys have been smashing this. This is an awesome broadcast, awesome race. I have to thank the sponsor again, EG Simulators. I mean, you guys make it possible for me to race again. So yeah, very thankful.
Huge thanks. There we go then. So that was Alaric Ensign. And to the victor go the spoils. And Ernest, it's up to you to have a chat with the one, the only, Mr. Tariq Adam.
Tariq Adam, how was that crossing the finish line the way you did in such incredible fashion? It was one of those situations where we weren't sure if you guys were going to pit. No one was sure if you guys were going to pit. Were you sure that you were going to pit? Tariq Adam, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There we go. So my question to you is, were you sure if you were going to pit at the end?
No, we had no idea what was going to happen. It turns out we actually had enough fuel to make it, but we were actually scared that it was going to go timer 0 plus an extra lap, because it's our first time actually doing this sim. So we've never done a race on RF2. Weren't sure. We said, okay, we have the gap. Let's play it safe. Take the extra fuel. So we had 2 extra laps of fuel in the end that we didn't really need.
Oh, well done for making the choice either way. Rather safe than sorry in that situation, because it all worked out in the end. You guys drove such a fantastic race. Your team really is quite solid, isn't it?
Yeah, we did a lot of effort into this race. Obviously, first time on RF2 for us. I had to do a lot of setup development. We found something in the setup that really helped in quali. And then, we just kind of did our own thing. Luke kind of did a lot of fuel saving, so he didn't really get to push. So it was not great for him, but he did his job well. So that wasn't fun, but yeah, it was a good experience. Very, very different for us all to drive on the sim. Lots of things learned, and it was very stressful, but it was good fun.
It looks like you've kind of got to drive this car on the ragged edge. Is that the case?
Yeah, it's in this game. It's mostly about slip angle, sliding the rear. You're very front limited as well, and also we had a lot of front damage on the car. I think we had 32% front damage, so we were undersitting quite a lot. So our pace wasn't as it should have been, but we made the best of it. So.
Do you know that you've just won a 30,000 Rand prize amongst your team, plus another 30,000 Rand thanks to Tiger Wheel and Tire for your team? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, we heard on the stream. We were like, wow, we didn't expect that. So yeah, thanks to all the sponsors and for putting the competition together. It's been quite fun.
Well, Mazda Finance making sure you guys get paid this week. Enjoy the spoils. Regards to your teammate Luke Addison and Cody Sherritt. You guys did a fantastic job. It was cool to watch you guys do what you do best. Thanks for putting on that stellar performance, and hopefully we'll see you guys in the future.
Thank you, and thank you guys for putting on a good show.
Okay, awesome stuff. So there you go. That was our man Tariq Adam. But we've got some more awards to hand out. I understand we've got the Spirit Award as well, as my teammate just hands me the situation over here. So who wins our Spirit Award, David Christie? We're waiting for someone to join, but no one's joining yet.
I think they were like, no, it was Olaf that were waiting in the interview, and they've decided they're just open into it. But one driver, we do have to chat with you, Ernest, and I'm sitting on the edge of my seat for this one. Driver of the day, Chris Stoltz. I think he's going to have a fan base out there waiting for this one.
Chris Stoltz, are you with us at the moment?
Yes, I am.
There we go. So apologies for the extra mic, people. We're just having some problem routing some of the drivers through our existing system. Yeah, it gets a bit complicated in here. But Chris Stoltz, back to you. Driver of the day, driver of the day. Now, we're not supposed to pick sides over here, right? But the entire production team were cheering for you in the last 20 minutes or so. I'm sure we weren't the only ones. What were those last? What was that last stint like? Stint of the gods. Almost got you the podium, but certainly got you the win amongst the fans. That's for sure.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, honestly, it was crazy into the race, and actually it started on the third last stint. I did a triple to finish the race, so that was going to be tough as is. And then to have the pace that we did was just crazy. I think, like most people have mentioned, first race fast on the sim, so a lot of setup work that had to go into finding the pace. And yeah, just wanted to say thank you to my teammates and everyone who was helping me and trying to get the best performance out of the car. Yeah, it was crazy. So yeah, like I said, the last three stints was where it started getting crazy. The last one was a bit actually from behind the wheel. It was probably the most boring one because it was just saving a lot of fuel, hoping we could get to the end. And unfortunately, only hearing now that Tariq probably could have made it. So if he had lapped us, we probably would have ended up finishing third. So that's a little bit of a bummer. But no, it was a good attempt at least.
Delta negative, certainly you guys had it tough. You fell down out of the top 10. You found your way back to the top 3, back down out of the top 10, and then that last push in the end. Was it fun?
No, absolutely. I mean, the car is mega fun to drive. You know, we signed up because we've got a love for this car. Back on racing it on the PlayStation 2 and Gran Turismo. So, yeah, the car is a lot of fun. The race was fun. Frustrating at times, but really happy to be at the end. And it was a great race in the end, and really happy for all the sponsors making this possible.
So, congratulations then on your driver of the day. I think if there was like a fan favorite award, you would have won that too. Certainly, you've got a lot of new fans here at Metal State. Thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for being part of this competition, and thanks for the spirit that you showed. You guys dared to be different, and you guys pushed right through to the end, even after I got messages that you were retiring. So, absolutely well done, and congratulations from all of us here at Metal State.
Thank you so much, guys.
Well, there you have it, David Christie. There you have it. What an event. Any closing thoughts from you, David? The highlights for you? For me, I've got to say the first 30 minutes or so were really spectacular to watch everybody jostle and fight. These guys were not willing to just ease into this race, and it kind of went on like that for the rest of the 6 hours.
I was petrified as the race got underway. We had that initial red flag, and we had to restart the session. My head was quietly in my hands. Was like, oh God, what are we in for now? And then it got underway, and I'm like, okay, I'm okay with this. This is awesome. And yeah, look, it had everything you could possibly want in a 6-hour race, and it shows that you don't need to have a grid of 40, 50, 60 cars out there to have a spectacular race. But the best part of that, we had, 15, 20 teams out there absolutely duking it out there. And yeah, you know, we had some great driving, we had some not so great driving out there as well, but it was an enjoyable day. But more importantly, I think we achieved what we set out to do, and that was to pay honour to one of the greatest race cars in motorsport history.
Oh,
and I think
chills.
that we absolutely did that with the Mazda 787B. So firstly, we have to say a huge thank you to the team at Mazda Sweden for bringing us that gem so that we could stand here 35 years later and pay tribute to it in our own special, unique little way.
If that was the brief, then the brief objective was achieved, because I think if there weren't any 787B fans out there to start this, there certainly are now. And we hear that from the competitors, that a lot of them, including myself and yourself, have some sort of special connection to that car, regardless of whether we've seen it race or not. We know about it, we know about the heritage. And I've got to say, thank you so much to our sponsors. We've got Ignition, we've got Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank, Tiger Wheel and Tire, Engine Extreme, King Price Insurance, and VAPS HCV. Mazda made this event possible. They pulled everybody together, pulled us all together. We're at the Metal State facility over here, a fantastic facility, world class, really.
Right? I mean, this has been one of the coolest places I've ever actually been in a project in. But you mentioned the sponsors there. We do have to say a huge thank you to Benita van der Merwe for joining us on the interview, along with Shamoni Saunders. We also have to say thank you to Chanel Fieser, to Manasseh Moore, and then Melissa Graham as well from Engine Extreme, from Mazda Finance, a product of Westbank, King Price Insurance, perhaps HCV, and also Mazda Southern Africa. Because at the end of the day, we wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for them. But listen, and also a huge thank you to everyone at home, everyone that's been engaged at chat today. They've been keeping us on our toes. All the questions, we love it. Bring on next year, 2027. Here we go.
Here we go. And there you go, folks. That brings us to the end of the Mazda Masters inaugural 2026 Sim Racing Championship. My name is Ernest Page, joined by David Christie, and from the rest of the team here at Metal State and everybody at Mazda Southern Africa. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been fantastic. Cheers for now.